Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
sees Yorkshire, who've won the toss and decided to bowl first, make their way out onto the field of play behind umpires Nigel Long and Paul Baldwin. Myself, Jonathan Doidge, and my colleague from BBC Radio Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle, plus Graham Collier as our third voice on this first day of 4. And Haseeb Hameed and Ben Slater making their way out to the middle. Give you the full teams in a moment, but first and foremost, good morning, Brace.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, morning, Jonathan. Lovely to be here. Notts haven't played a county championship game here since 2018. Obviously, Notts had the spell in Division 2. Yorkshire have also experienced the drop, and the one game in between was played at Scarborough as well. So 7 years since Notts were last here in Leeds, and lovely to be here. Lovely sunny conditions as well to get this one underway.
Yep, Yorkshire lineup: Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, James Wharton, David Milan back in the side. Matthew Revis moves up to number 5. Harry Duke playing his first-class match of the season will keep wicket and bat 6. George Hill at 7. Don Best captaining, of course, here is number 8. Jordan Thompson, Ben Code and Jack White complete the 11-man Yorkshire lineup. And for Notts, it is Haseeb Hameed, Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Kyle Verena, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas. And Ben Code is about to bowl the first ball of the day. Good conditions at the moment. There's some rain forecast. Quite a lot of rain forecast overnight tonight, so we'll see how that plays out directly locally and what sort of effect it might have on tomorrow. But let's get today out of the way first. It's another green-looking pitch here at Headingley. 12 millimetres of grass has been left on, 4 slips in place, and Code comes over the wicket for the first ball of the match. And Hameed defends into the offside, and there is no run. The scoreboard operators are quite keen on letting us know who the umpires and the match scorers are, John Potter and Phil Clubley, along with our umpires. We don't have a score on the board just yet.
Yes, Yorkshire winning the toss. Dominic Best, captain in Yorkshire in the Championship for the first time, flipped the coin. Tails, said Haseeb Hameed. It came down ahead, and there wasn't too much time wasted before Dominic Best said we'll have a bowl. So Notts are out there with Hameed, currently the country's top run scorer.
Code is in, good delivery, nipping away from Hameed. Harry Duke with the first take in first team action of the 2025 season. He's had to be patient. There's no Johnny Tattersall here. An issue with his hand that became, I think, more apparent, if you like, directly during last week's defeat by Surrey. He's had that scan during the week and has not made the 11 here. Code in again, and Hameed, as he can look slightly squared up, but he just keeps his eye on that ball well and dropped it out into the offside, where Bess will be, he's keen enough anyway in the field, but he'll be absolutely keen as mustard, of course, with his name in brackets as captain. 4th slip for him. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth second, Finlay Bean at third. And they've gone with a point. Matthew Revis, who's gone cap rather than floppy today. Girdler just going to do his 11 o'clock. We started early here. Good delivery from Code. There's an appeal for LBW. That's a good ball. And again, slightly squared up. And Hameed has taken that on the quad by the looks of things and given his leg a good shake. So that's got him flush on. There is no run. Jordan Thompson fielding at mid-off at the moment. They've left the usual yawning gap through the covers. Milan is at mid-on, Wharton at mid-wicket, and Jack White down at long leg. He'll be mentally preparing for his first over from the Howard stand end. Another delivery from Code that just nips and takes off slightly. I think, as Anthony McGrath said to me in his post-match interview down at Surrey the other day, when I asked about whether or not there might be any change of plan, because Yorkshire have been struggling to put runs on the board in the first innings and therefore putting themselves under pressure, would there be any change in terms of the approach, how much grass they leave on here? And he said no. Here's Code, Good delivery again, which draws Hamid forward and beats him past the outside edge. It's a good opening over from Ben Code without having registered in the wickets column. Still haven't got a score on the board itself, but I can assure you after 1 over of play, it is Nottinghamshire none for none. Jack White will take the new ball from the Howard stand end. There's been a lot of signalling from a couple of players, including Ben Code, during that first over, asking for the helmet to be brought on, which it now has, and is positioned on terra firma behind Harry Duke, who had his back to us. Ben Slater is going to face his first delivery of the over. And White planning on coming round the wicket to him by the looks of things to start off. But back to what I was saying, or Anthony McGrath was saying the other day. You can find that interview on BBC Sounds, by the way. No change in terms of the approach, because it's not the pitch's fault. Yorkshire need to play better at what they're doing, was the gist of his response. They're going to be challenged here by the top of the table side, no doubt about that, as White's first delivery wide of off stump just straightens. We have a score on the board. Those joining us in recent moments, Yorkshire stand-in captain for this match, Don Bess, won the toss and decided that his team would bowl first. So trying to put some real pressure on Nottinghamshire in this first innings. It was sunny at the point the toss was made. There's a few clouds around now overhead, but there's plenty of blue sky around as well. And Slater gets the first run of the match, working one just backward of square leg. Field pretty similar there, and they're going to go with 3 slips here. Just switching from long leg from one side to t'other for the the right hand to left hand switch, and the girdler's back.
Yeah, not sure what name we've got on the scoreboard for the Nottinghamshire captain.
Oops.
Doesn't look an awful lot like a Seba Mead, does it, to me? So there's the first run of the day to Ben Slater. Knots are up and running. Division 1 leaders. Make no apologies for saying it, because I don't know how long I'll be saying it. After this week, we'll have to see. Jack White from the far end bowls and just pushed into the offside. Big fan of his work, and also his sister Meg. There's no run. Speaking of family involvements, Don Best, the Durham, beg your pardon, I've just come from a game against Durham, the Yorkshire skipper, his brother Zach is a member of the Notts backroom team, part of the strength and conditioning set up at Trent Bridge. He's here. Here comes White, former Northants man, past umpire Baldwin's left shoulder, and full pacey delivery, which Hamid just reaches forward and eases into the offside. A little bit of a green tinge to the wicket, as you'd expect, but it looked pretty hard out there, and expected to play nice and true. Forecast is a lot better for the weekend than originally we were led to believe. Hopefully there shouldn't be too much interference. Certainly not today. I think the forecast expected to be up around about 20 degrees C all day, which is okay, I guess, for both playing and watching, as White in again to the Notts captain, Asiba Mead, drops it onto the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, not a bad smattering of spectators in on day one, but there wouldn't be nearly as many as there was on the opening day of the most recent match here against Warwickshire. 2,300, I think that was.
Made 28 years of age now. Does have a couple of hundreds against Yorkshire, but you have to go back to 2016 at Old Trafford when he scored 2 in a match. And there's tussle. White in again, down the leg side, and whipped away for a single. So the Notts skipper Asiba Mead is underway 7 days after he made an undefeated 200 on the first day of that match against Durham. Notts racking up 400 on the first day and losing it in the penultimate over on the last day, such as the fortunes and fluctuations. He's gone into this game leading run scorer in the country, 695 runs after 6 matches, averages 99 and a half, 2 centuries and 3 50s. So he's been in peak form this season. That's not to say that he won't nick his next ball behind, because usually those things happen when you just sort of build somebody up, or at least say their current stats. He's been playing really, really well and skipping the side well. He's learned an awful lot from last year.
And Code then to continue from the Kirkstall lane end. Good delivery first up, and you weren't so far away.
Yeah.
That's a good note that's just nipped away on him, and he's been drawn right across and squared up. Good use of the new ball early on by Ben Code, who has been good this season, pretty much as ever, really. Yorkshire, the best three, the pick of the 3 bowlers, seam-wise. Code, White, no surprises, and George Hill, and congratulations to George as well on that call up to England A. A couple of trial matches coming up soon. That one wide of off stump, and Hamid could have left it. He's just chastised himself for getting drawn across into nearly playing at it. Back to what I was saying about Anthony McGrath and the no change policy. He said, I don't want to give anybody the impression that because we're leaving grass on at Headingley, the ball's doing all sorts of nipping around and kicking off a length and all of that, because it's not. It's just offering a bit more bounce, really. His Code, and that's nicely played off his legs by Hamid, and will be the first boundary of the match. Ben Code, a rare stray down the leg side.
He'll pick you off there all day long, and same on the other side of the wicket. If you've got nobody out behind the wicket, it really is the responsibility of the bowler to get that line straight to Hamid, because he can deflect and guide as well as anybody in the game. Anything drifting down the leg side, and it's almost a free hit to him. A couple of early wickets in Division 1. Durham are 2 for 1 batting at home to Somerset. Hampshire are 2 for 1 at home to Sussex.
Code to Hamid again, solidly behind this one. Jack White's just moved himself a bit finer following that 4 by Haseeb Hamid. Off the penultimate delivery, it was pretty square at long leg.
In fact, Warwickshire have just lost a wicket, 7 for 1 at New Road against Worcester. So some early damage being done up and down the country, but they're playing in all 9 matches, which is once again a good thing to see.
Code turns and makes his way in again. Another delivery on the money, asking Hamid to play. Pushed into the offside for Jordan Thompson to do the fielding. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or these days on X it's at JDZ Events. Blue Sky as well, jonathandoige.bsky.social. The girdler will give you his in a sec, because Code's on his way in once again. Bowls it now, and Hamid playing nicely bat and pad together to complete that over at 6 without loss.
I'm straight away ticked off quite rightly by Harry. Zach Bess is the cousin of Dom Dave. Thank you, Harry. Knew you'd be all over that. Who else has been in touch? Just a 53-year-old. Surprise Farhan Ahmed has missed out. I guess that Peter Moore's looking after him, but he has got that X factor. Glad that Dylan Pennington's back. Following your coverage closely from here at Trent Bridge, because it's day 2 in the Test match. England racking up the runs yesterday, weren't they? It was little more than a net. A shame for Zimbabwe. England have battered on this morning, and they have lost a wicket as White comes round the wicket to Slater. They're 502 for 4, but Ollie Pope has gone for 171. The wicket's just gone down. The card hasn't been updated as to who's gone out to join. In fact, it is Ben Stokes. He's out there. So Harry Brook, 9 not out, joined by Ben Stokes. So in this match, no Root, no Brook, and also no Bairstow. That's gone down like a bucket or something that you don't want to find around the back of the sheds as this is driven up to mid-on. Johnny Bairstow, the club skipper, not available.
I covered the first day of that test match yesterday for another service, and I know it's not all about England, that Zimbabwe want some competition and all of that, but in terms of what benefit England get out of that match, not sure. I think they'd have been better playing against a county select 11 or something like that.
Or better off letting the players play in the county championship.
Well,
there's a radical thought.
There is. But obviously trying to do a service, if you like, to motto the world game.
The not skipper has his name correctly spelt on the board now as Jack White bowls a delivery that's 8 to 9 inches outside the off stump, might just have drifted away a little bit, and goes through to the keeper. Ben Slater on strike. He's the one sort of yet to find a 3-figure score. Notts this season, 9 centuries spread across 7 different players. Slater's had a 92, but we've had hundreds for Mead and Haynes and McCann and Verena, Clark, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson White. Haynes and Mead have had a couple apiece. Next ball, and there's a little push and run for Slater into the offside, who played here right back in 2012 for Leeds Bradford University, right at the start of his cricketing journey, and it was run out for 12 by Adam Live. Asked him about it this morning, and funnily enough, he doesn't remember. Remembers playing, but doesn't remember being run out. Also had a natter to Mo Abbas, just getting to know Mo Abbas, and he seems to be getting a little more comfortable with me as the entire Royal Air Force goes overhead somewhere, very noisy. Mo telling me all about a test appearance here a number of years ago on this ground as this goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. Hamid on strike. So he was man of the series last time Pakistan came, and got plenty of wickets here. Fergus O'Neill's here for the Nottinghamshire supporters, interested in the whereabouts of the Aussie, who was the leading wicket taker in the championship after 4 rounds. His big chum Jordan Buckingham here on the Yorkshire staff, and I think Fergus has had a little bit of time away in Europe on holiday. Said he would always be here to catch up with Jordan, who's not playing in this match as Hamid blocks this one. End of the over, end of 4, 7 without lost Notts, put into bat by the home side, who won the toss at 10:30.
He'll do well to catch up with him because I think he's gone home. So I don't know if they managed that before Jordan left. But he struggled with an injury during last week's defeat by the champions and didn't play an awful lot of part in the second half of that match.
I know the plan was that apparently there's 3 of them, they're very good mates: Fergus O'Neill, Jordan Buckingham, and Will Sutherland, the tall blonde Australian all-rounder who plays for Melbourne Renegades. He was going to fly across, meet the 2 of them after this game, and then they were going to do Europe. That was the plan, according to Fergus. But of course things change. But Fergus is here, definitely. I'm not. I actually wouldn't recognise Jordan Buckingham if I was in a phone box with him.
Here's Ben Code round the wicket to Ben Slater, who's looking to drop and go, but Wharton's quickly in to cover that move. Will Sutherland, of course, coming here for the T20s.
Is he?
So that would have, I guess, would have worked out very nicely with the 3 of them. Not sure if he is here or not. Of course, the first T20 match upon us on Friday.
Lots have certainly got one of their 2 new Australians for the T20 Blast in the country. Daniel Sams, met him the other day. Moses Enriquez is the other one coming. Very excited to have Moses on board. He's a proper in-your-face skipper, a bit of a Dan Christian-like, I reckon. Delighted to get him on board.
Go to Slater, good delivery, just past the outside edge. He's having a little push at that.
Slater averaging 37.5 this season, 411 runs 4 times he's passed 50, but top score of 92. Does have a ton against Yorkshire from from Trent Bridge from his second match with Notts back in 2018.
Code in again. This time strays down the leg side and Duke can't reel that one in. Finger tips on it, so they're going to get through 4. Bye-bye. 7 without loss. 8 without loss, in fact, after 4.5. Ben Code started well here. He's not got probably the nick he was hoping for. Certainly challenged Haseeb Hamid so far, using the conditions well. He comes again once more, just asking him to come forward and play and keep those stumps in play. I think has been the way of things throughout so far with the pitches that Yorkshire have played on, whether that's been home or away. Hamid defended that one nicely enough. It's a lot of teams, I think, having the same sort of thoughts. Will risk defeat to try and get winning points. Couple left in the over. Code making his way in again, wide of off stump this time. Doesn't bring the stumps into play. An easy leave for Haseeb Hamid.
Looking a picture out there this morning now with the sun on it. There's anybody down at the far end, the Howard stand they call it. Just a handful in the lower tier. Clearly the middle and the upper level out of commission, as is the western stand. Nobody on that.
Code in again. It's turned beyond the grasp of James Wharton, who's just in front under the lid at short leg, and it was to deep backward square. Matthew Revis doing the pickup. Single taken, 9 without loss. Hamid will retain the strike. 5 overs in, so no early breakthrough. It's been tight enough from the Yorkshire bowlers, but they haven't managed to pick up what they would have wanted, an early victim.
Yeah, Code's gone for 5 runs, and they've been all to deliveries that have drifted down the leg side to Haseeb Hamid, the boundary, and that single to end the over. Nottinghamshire 9 without loss. So elsewhere, Durham 10 for 1 against Somerset, Hampshire 13 for 1 against Sussex. Essex are batting at the Oval. They're 21 without loss, fast out the traps against the defending champions as Hamid defends his first ball of the new over from Jack White. Warwickshire 8 for 1 in the Pears v Bears game at New Road. Division 2, Derbyshire got off to a fast start. They're 30 without loss at home to Kent. Glamorgan are 8 without loss against Division 2 Middlesex. Lancashire 19 without loss at the home of the leaders Leicestershire. And Northants 6 without loss, a quiet start at Wantage Road against Gloucestershire. Test match going on, and also an ODI between Ireland and West Indies has also started as the next ball is pushed to mid-wicket over one of 2 mats that are out there. No doubt a couple of important games coming up, and the ground staff wanting to protect a couple of strips. Start of the Blast, and I'm sure the international summer not too far away from here as well. Maybe there's that central strip is already being carefully looked after. Lost 3 wins out of their first 6 matches, 2 draws, and then lost in the penultimate over on Monday to Durham as this is pushed into the offside after making 400 put in on the first day. Durham came back with 650 or so. Not batted until after tea on the final day to get their noses in front, but just really needed to go for another 15 minutes or so. In the end, Durham left to get 91 in the last 18 overs of the day and got there. White, tall, leggy. This is cut to backward point and taken, and Hamid has gone, and that's a big wicket for Jack White. Good catch low down at point. Hamid didn't get over the square cut. Tried desperately to force it away into the open spaces on the western stand side of the ground, and James Wharton has plucked a good catch out of the air And that is the end of the knot skipper with only 9 on the board. Hamid has gone for 6. Court Wharton, bowled white. Knots 9 for 1.
Yep, when you win the toss and bowl, you want to get off to a good start. They didn't take that really early victim, but it's early enough, I guess. And it's a good delivery from White. Just a bit of bounce about it, as you'd expect, as we were just saying, from this green pitch. And in essence, it's just angled in towards Hamid and then holds its line. And that sort of suckers him into playing the cut shot. It's a very good catch from a man who's a very good fielder, James Wharton. Low down. Not really accustomed to seeing him at point, to be fair. Tends to be parading around the outfield and swooping in. Or under the lid at short leg, but he's snaffled one there.
Freddie McCann is the new man coming in for Notts. Where's number 44? Left-hander, 20 years of age. 1 century already this season. Splendid 138 against Hampshire. He's averaging about 36 for the campaign. Usually talented individual. Made his county championship debut back end of last season with 50-odd against Durham, and then in his second match at Trent Bridge, 150 against Surrey. Not that really showed that it's just not one for the future, is one for the here and now. So 2 left-handers out there. Slater, a quiet start for him on 2. Freddie McCann about to face his first ball from Jack White. White going to round the wicket. Got a field of 3 slips, and skipper Dominic Bess in the gully. There's White. McCann, a little bit of a stride forward. There's a bit of an optimistic appeal from White. Didn't like to have too much going for it. As I say, McCann does like to get down the track and negate any late swing, but that one certainly would have been, I'm sure, going over the top. Good start for Yorkshire. Be eager to build on this. Stick a side in. You're hoping certainly to have a good first session. If you can get 3 wickets before lunch on the first day, can really set you up for the match. A good first session. There's White in once more, and again an appeal from the bowler, supported by those behind the wicket. Suspect there might have been some bat involved there. Either way, not out. Over, calls the umpire. A successful one for Jack White. Successful one for Yorkshire. Notts a 9 for 1 after 25 minutes play. 6 overs have been bowled. Hamid, Court Wharton bowled White for 6 in that over.
And the usual eccentric first post of the match from Bent Nielsen on X says, "'Tis a glorious morning after the mightiest army of His Majesty King Charles III did battle in vain, bettered by the valiant Danes at the Battle of Boxen. Long will sound a song of ice and hockey. Oh, and come on, Yorkshire, show your Viking heritage." Thanks, Ben. If you have understandable messages to put up there, it is at JDZ Events. Ben Code is going to continue then to Ben Slater. 4 slips and a leg slip now in place as they continue on the attack. A long leg, wide-ish mid-on, mid-off, and a man square on the offside, and they've gone without a third man here, and typically the ball has been edged down that way, with 2 runs being taken to Slater. To the 7th over of this one already. Just that 1 wicket so far. Runs haven't yet been easy to come by, but it is the first session at Headingley, and come what may, that tends to be the way of things. And if you can get through with maybe just a couple of losses up to lunch, then things will usually get easier as the day goes on here. Nicely played by Slater, flicking off his legs. Matthew Revis round from mid-on to do the fielding. Revis up the order here with the bat. Yorkshire, of course, compared to those that they might have are a little thinner, and runs have been thin in some quarters. So I think one or two people might be feeling a bit of pressure, but they've been backed by the coaching staff as Ben Code bowls another good delivery wide of off stump, which Slater just drawn across slightly. We couldn't see him close up from this distance, but it felt like he kind of rolled his eyes after that one had gone through. Code trying to bowl him his best ball. He's not doing too badly so far, but Slater still out there. Ben again round the wicket. It's good length ball, and he's drawn forward this time, though doesn't play at that. Had it covered, Ben Slater. Ben Code, you wonder what he feels like. Sam Cook obviously getting his England debut down at Trent Bridge in the match against Zimbabwe that's currently taking place, and they've got such similar records in county cricket, and he's not really had a close sniff. He'll obviously have been considered, I'm sure, in conversations down the years. Here he comes again, good delivery once more, and Slater just making sure he's got the off stump covered. That ball nipping away. To get one absolutely nailed on right, and it could be in wicket-taking territory here, Ben Code, but at the moment, well, in plenty of dots. That's 20 of those already racked up. Final ball of his fourth over, and this time straightens things up and goes for a run. Frustrating game at times. That's backward of point. Nicely played by Slater. So 5 to him. 7 overs complete. And Nottinghamshire 12 for the loss of 1 wicket. That of Haseeb Hameed, if you're just joining us in more recent moments. He was nicely caught diving forward by James Wharton at point. Off a delivery by Jack White. Hameed making 6 off 19, including 1 boundary. Just going to have a change in the commentary position. Jack White is going to continue from the Howard stand end. Comes now, and that's left. Confident leave by Ben Slater. So when he's got his headset in place, I'll say for the first time in the match, and first time this season, I think. Welcome back, Graham Colley.
Morning, Doige. Are you well?
Not so bad, you know.
Good.
As it goes.
Good start for Yorkshire. Code with a brilliant spell, but White, the wicket taker.
That's cricket, Harry.
It is.
With you.
So White from around the wicket to the left-hander, pushing forward, and that's just pushed out into the offside. Revis comes in from just in front of square on the offside to do the fielding, just beating Dom Bess to the fielding duties there. No run, 12 for 1 knots then. And Yorkshire, as you guys have been saying, having won the toss and inserted knots today, will be looking for some early wickets. They've got the one, probably the important one of Hameed, who's the man out so far. As White comes in again, just a little bit of extra bounce there from around the wicket. He's a tall man, White, isn't he? And it's just caught Slater in the midriff there, and he's feeling more than a touch uncomfortable. And that's just some evidence there of just a little bit of extra bounce from White coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, he's just taking a moment, and he'd be well advised to do so, just to make sure he's okay before the next delivery. How many times, I don't know about you, when you play cricket and you get whacked and you try not to show that it's absolutely, really painful, that you probably take the next ball too quickly, and then you feel it even worse.
Here comes White again. now outside the off stump, and Slater allows that one through to Harry Duke. Yeah, he took a walk out towards square leg, but he would still be blowing a bit, I think, when he got himself back into the crease and took up his stance for that delivery, I'm sure.
As a proper player yourself, top order batter, I'm sure you probably never got hit by anything, Graham. But I know I did.
Yeah, well, irrespective of how good your technique is, you do catch a few, don't you? Particularly batting high up the order. Well, the ball's new, seaming around a little bit today as well. White's in again, nice line. Outside the off stump through to Harry Duke with the long blonde locks flowing from out the bottom of the cap with Harry Duke.
We're getting whacked on the toenail in a match where it basically knocked it back into my toe. But there was a moment there for maybe a couple of deliveries where everything just went numb, and I thought, I'm okay with this. And then that sort of boom, 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 pain. Oh no, yeah, it was not a happy day that.
3 slips and a gully for White coming in. Then again, that's just beating the outside edge. He had a little nibble at that one, Slater, and a really good over from White again there. You have to say he's been unlucky not to catch the outside edge on this occasion and not end the over on 12 for 1 as Yorkshire look to make the best of the conditions, make the best of the new ball here at Headingley this morning. Sun shining. I'm guessing that Yorkshire probably wouldn't have been too unhappy to see the early cloud at the start of play today, but the sun has been intermittently breaking through as it does now.
Yeah, and I think once you make that decision that you win the toss and bowl, you have to make it count in the first session, don't you? You've got to take wickets, really. I mean, you might pick them up later on in the day, but you really want to pick them up early and put some pressure on. And they've been bowling well to start with, no doubt about that. Only 1.5 and over. Runs have been difficult to come by. Just the 1 wicket so far from 8 overs, and this latest delivery to McCann round the wicket from Code is wide of off stump.
Assessment of the season so far, Doidge?
I thought, Mags, I thought Anthony McGrath's assessment of it when he spoke to me last week, that interview that you can still find and is obviously still relevant at this moment in time on BBC Sounds, was a good one. More in a sec, because Code is making his way in again. 4 slips and a leg slip in place. And this one's straight, and McCann drops it into the offside, and Wharton is round to field, so that they are putting some pressure on here, even if wickets are not tumbling in that full-on sense. And he said, we've played really well in 2 games. The win here against Worcestershire and the draw at Essex, and obviously couldn't quite finish that one off. We've been outplayed in 2 games, which was last week against Surrey and in the match up at Chesterley Street against Durham, when they obviously came out with a comfortable draw, but were never really in front in that match. Here's Code. That's turned into the leg side. Revis fields on the Hessian. And then in 2 matches that they've lost, they've had their opportunities to win those matches. They've lost 2 matches by 5 wickets. I thought, for me, the first match down at Hampshire was a winnable match, and they just lost a few more. Obviously, didn't bat well in the first innings, 120 odd, always chasing it. So to say that was a poor first 2 sessions of the season. Code in, it's edged by McCann, but into the deck, short of skipper Don Bess at 4th slip, no run. Yeah, for me that was, felt a bit more of one that got away than the Warwickshire game here, but still there were opportunities against Warwickshire as well. So I think they're just basically finding out some of the younger players who've not played much or any first division cricket up to the end of the 22 season, finding it, that adjustment a challenge, as Harry Duke, tumbling away to his right, takes this latest delivery from Ben Code, left by McCann.
Yeah, I mean, look at the table. Top Notts today against second bottom Yorkshire. When you look at that, it sounds quite dramatic, doesn't it, in terms of the difference in league position?
Yeah.
But actually, there's only 40 points separating them. And they're on the heels of the top five. I think just 20 odd points behind the top five. So,
yeah, Coding again, and that's played into the deck and fielded by Bess to complete over number 9 at 12 for 1. Yeah, they were hammered last week. There's no doubt about it. That's the one match this year that's happened in. But in every other match, they've been in it. So, I don't think there's any cause for despondency. But yeah, the league table doesn't lie. The second bottom take one more wicket at Essex, and those two places are flipped, aren't they? Because knock 8 off Essex, add 8 on Yorkshire. That's not the case, but it just shows you that that's the difference at this level. They had 130 overs. Said to Anthony McGrath after that match, would you have declared earlier if you'd been given the opportunity? Because that's the question everybody wants me to ask. And he said, well, no. If you can't bowl a team out in 130 overs, you don't deserve to win the game.
So change of bowler for Yorkshire as White comes in at the far end to start a new over. White bowling his 5th over, so they've bowled unchanged, these two so far. 12 for 1 Nottinghamshire so far. Yeah, I guess a lot of it's about, it was always going to be a learning experience coming up into Div 1, wasn't it? And there's an element of a learning process, and I guess one of those learning processes is that you can't afford to have an hour off here and there during the course of these 4-day games, because the opposition are constantly at you as White comes in around the wicket again, pushed out onto the onside.
Yeah, and he said precisely that in his interview last week. Look, Division 1 teams are just on it, and they've got to build that into their game and be on it all the time. In Div 2, you can have a couple of sessions where you're not that good and still have a really good session and be good enough to win a match.
3 slips in a gully. Hill, Lythe and Bean, the 3 slips. And the captain for this game, Don Bess. At gully, as White's in again, and again he just beats the outside edge, and there's some deviation off the pitch there. As Slater pushes forward, goes past the outside edge to Duke. He practices the shot again. I suspect there's probably not a great deal he could have done about that. Great delivery from White coming round the wicket.
Yeah, look, Jack White has been quality so far this season. 21.47, 17 wickets. George Hill, average was down below 15 for the season after his 9-wicket performance last week at the Oval.
White's passing the umpire, coming towards us now, and again he hits Slater in the midriff, and that again is a painful blow for Slater. It's the second that we've seen, and he's down on his knees, and he's feeling that now, and I suspect that's a more painful blow actually than the first one. The bat's on the ground. He's looking up to the heavens, walking across towards square leg, breathing heavily.
Yeah, I hope he's got something stronger than a pink light some on. Bumble will tell us that story, no doubt, on days 3 or 4.
Yeah, I've heard Bumble tell that story before. It's a great story. Hope he does. So White enjoying a really great spell here. Round the wicket again, and again that one goes through to Harry Duke. Slater has to be confident, doesn't he, in terms of where his off stump is. He's leaving there.
Yeah, I think that's a good leave, actually, just looking at it back. If you look to your right now, right on the crease, he's angled it in. I mean, there was a few yelps from the slips, but I think that's a good leave.
Yep, he judged it really well. There's some nip back off the seam as well, but he's judged it very, very well. Slater on 5, McCann still to get off the mark, 12 for 1. This, the 10th over of the morning, as White's in again, and he's past the outside edge again. And you have to say, terrific over from White. He earns the applause of the crowd here at Headingley this morning. He's bowled a terrific set of 6 there. He's beat the outside edge how many times in the over? 3, maybe? As there's some pushing out there towards the offside from Slater, but I think Slater will just be glad to get through the over, and he's still out there. He's on 5. He's faced 27 balls been out there for 38 minutes. McCann, as I say, still to get off the mark. 10 overs completed, 12 for 1.
Bent Nielsen followed up his earlier message by saying, I was simply celebrating Denmark's 2-1 win over Canada in the quarterfinals of the World Championships of Ice Hockey yesterday. I'd better restrict myself to 70s and 80s music references or even cricket. As Code is in, that's pushed into the offside by Freddie McCann, fielded by James Wharton.
The message and ice hockey didn't really
come
together, did they?
No, I'm not, apologies, Bent, but my ice hockey knowledge and certainly of what's current wouldn't be current, really. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you'd like to send us an email. Early thoughts, 40 minutes into play. Code bowling here to McCann, who has it covered and then pushes away from his body into the deck. And Bess fields. And Jonathan says it's good to see a much more balanced Yorkshire lineup today. Playing 6 seamers and no spinner versus Surrey was bizarre. Nice to have Revis batting up the order. Let's see if he takes the chance to show that he's not a bowling all-rounder. His technique suggests he will. He'd also have liked to see Will Luxton in the 11. He's been in good form in the seconds, but you can't have everything. In comes Code, good delivery. Oh, dear me. Now that was one of those where he really was drawn into playing in it, Freddie McCann, and it's just doing too much at the moment.
And you've got to think, if you're in the slip cordon there, they're going to be in business any time, really. The number of times that both Code and White have beaten the outside edge. Harry Duke keeping today, being very much in business with the gloves.
We're through the 11th. Code from the Kirkstall lane ending again. It's too wide this time to interest McCann in playing. They're certainly up for the challenge. The top 3 in the Nottinghamshire batting order. Ben Slater taking a few body blows. And now McCann, well, you've got decisions to make in split seconds out there. But they're a team clearly in very good form. And if they can weather this first session challenge, as I say, things on another dry day here at Headingley should start to improve. And if you've got a bat in your hand in the sunshine in the afternoon here, then I think you'll be finding it more favourable than it is at present. Harry Duke just taking another delivery that was wide of McCann's off stump. So they've still got the 4 slips plus a leg slip in place. Final ball of the over. Code round the wicket, continuing wide on the crease, and McCann gets another delivery just short of length that he waits and plays into the cordon. End of the over then, 11 gone. 12 for 1 runs, very tough to come by. And wickets look like they might fall any delivery at times, but we all know, don't we, that during a 4-day game of cricket is all well and good having pretty deliveries that beat the bat, but it's wickets that you want. And if you can stick around, keep that partnership intact when it's tough, then you could prosper. You're listening, by the way, to Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire from Headingley, round 7 of the 2025 Division 1 County Championship. Notts top of the table. Dave Bracegirdle will be back in a quarter of an hour or so. Graham Colley alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, bringing you this one on Sports Extra 3, the BBC Sport website and app. Get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at JDZ Events on X, jonathandoidge.bsky.social if you prefer Blue Sky, where I've never been on until the last few weeks, and I thought I'd give it a try.
Here's White again then, looking dangerous in that last over. This one's pushed out onto the onside this time by Slater, fielded at mid-wicket by James Wharton, who's ready to pounce, comes round and does the fielding. And no addition to the score. The Notts batters are really digging in. They're really grafting. They're really getting their heads down. It's a tough period for them. Yorkshire at the moment asking all the questions. Just the 1 wicket to fall, the wicket of Hasib Hamid, of course, important wicket, leading run scorer in the country. He's back in the pavilion as White commences his run again towards us. Slater, with a really straight bat, pushes that one back up the pitch, and it's fielded by White. I mentioned Harry Duke keeping for Yorkshire today. As Dodger mentioned earlier, Johnny Bairstow called up to the IPL by the Mumbai Indians, I think it is. But Johnny Tattersall will be disappointed that he's picked up that hand injury at just the wrong time. And he's unable to play today. Disappointing for him, but Harry Duke has now got the opportunity to take his chance. 3 slips, wait as White comes in again. Good stride forward by Slater. That's one thing that the Notts batsmen have done really well so far today. When the ball's been pitched up, they've been well forward and bat and pat together, and a good solid defence there from Slater, pushing that again back up the pitch. And White is already back up to his mark at the Howard Stand end. Glorious sunshine at Headingley. Clouds passing overhead, but sun shining brightly at the moment as White comes in again. He strikes him on the pad this time. There's a stifled appeal, and they scamper through for a leg bye. Harry Duke comes up quickly to do the fielding, but that gets Slater off the strike at this end. I think he's probably not going to be too unhappy to find himself at the other end. He's been pinned down at this end for quite some time, hasn't he?
Yeah, around the midriff area, it'll be looking like a dartboard at the moment, I would imagine.
McCann will now just settle himself and wait for this this next White delivery. Runs hard to come by as White comes into McCann, strikes him on the pad. He's forward again. Bess is quickly there to do the fielding. And the line and the length from the Yorkshire bowlers generally has been excellent so far this morning. And I think you probably have to say, considering the number of times that they've beaten the outside edge, that they've been unlucky maybe only to pick up the 1 wicket. And I think that's credit to the Notts batsmen who are out there at the moment. As White comes in from the Howard Stand head towards us, round the wicket. To the left-hander again, and would you believe it, beats the outside edge again. Well, another terrific over by White, just the 1 leg by coming from it. Warm applause from the Yorkshire membership over on the eastern side of the ground. 12 overs having been bowled, and Notts are just crawling along at the moment. They're 13 for 1.
Yeah, Ben Code's going to have a 7th over. Ben, whose season has been very tidy, as I alluded to earlier in the piece, although his average by Code standards is significantly higher than normal, 30.5 this year for his 13 wickets. I know he felt he's bowled really well on a couple of occasions when he's only come away with the 1. He's in and bowling here, and Slater dropping into the offside no run. I think you've got to give the Notts batters credit for some good leaves, for not pushing at the ball too enthusiastically on numerous occasions when it's gone past the outside edge. There's only been probably less than a handful of shots where they've genuinely gone at the ball, and that has obviously helped when it's nibbling around. Soft hands, trust your technique, get in line, and if it nips away from you, it nips away from you. In comes Code, now then short ball, and Ben Slater, good cutter of the ball, he's just shown us there. He's hammered that one away, backward of point for a 4, a rare boundary, rare run in recent overs. 17 for 1 now, he's on 9. Just a quick skip around the grounds. Down at Southampton, Hampshire 34 for 1 in the 12th. They're playing Sussex. The hosts won the toss and decided to bat. Durham 42 for 1, having lost that early wicket there at home against Somerset. And again, the hosts deciding to bat first on winning the toss. Oh, now then he's left this one, and there's a big appeal. Not out, says the official. Not sure what Ben Code's hand signals are there as he comes back. So they're always in a little bit more danger when you don't play at it. Ben Slater does his usual little trigger movement. Interesting. Was that going to miss?
Well, it's hit him, I think, just above the pad on the back leg, hasn't it? And it looked really, really close, I have to say.
Certainly did to me. Here's Code, and again. Oh, Slater, has he gone? No. It's Nick flicked that one round the corner. Jordan Thompson, was it a catching chance? Was it a half chance? His reaction suggests that it was a chance. He's wringing the right hand. Those who are watching will get another look. Angling that ball in again. Flicks it away off the legs. Hard to tell with camera movement, but I think it was. So, a couple of potential dismissals for Ben Slater within the space of as many deliveries there. I thought the LBW looked a very good shout. Indeed, with no shot being played. But he's still there, 17 for 1. We were going round the grounds. Warwickshire 27 for 1. And Bears v Pears, or Pears v Bears as it is really, down at New Road. That'll be interesting if it rains heavily down there as to how much play they can get in, although they were desperate for some rain. The last I heard, Cody's in. Most places have been desperate for some rain, and Slater defends. End of the 13th, 17 for 1. What else have we got for you? Essex 61 for 1 against the champions down at the Oval. That's in the 12th over, so a flying start there for Essex. In Division 2, Northants 24 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Northampton. Glamorgan 27 for 2 now at Sophia Gardens against Middlesbrough. Middlesex. I don't know, where did that come from? And Lancashire 36 without loss against Leicestershire in the 13th over at Grace Road. Derbyshire 67 without loss. They've got off to a flyer at home at Derby against Kent.
Did you see through your geography GCSE at school, did you?
No. No, CSE in fact it was. And then A-level, and I saw through neither. George Hill then, man of the moment for Yorkshire from the Howard Stand end.
Yeah, he was moving the arms and shoulders, fielding it first slip in the last over, chomping at the bit, no doubt, as here he comes in now and beats the outside edge. There's a push there by McCann. He's been at the crease for quite some time, McCann, now, hasn't he? So he's still waiting to get off the mark. He's faced 17 balls. He's been there for 32 minutes, and he pushed really tentatively at that. It was a ball to leave alone, really, from Hill. Goes through to Duke, but a really tentative, nervous push. Looks like a man who's desperate to get the bat on the ball. Hill enjoying a great season with the ball, as we know. Comes in again. That one's left. Really well judged again by McCann. That looked really close to that off stump.
Yeah, Joe, and of the three, the other two, obviously Jack White and Ben Code, quality performers as we know and have been saying, but you'd most look forward from a bowling point of view to see George on this surface with what he does with the ball and that slightly flatter trajectory.
Here he comes again now round the wicket to McCann. McCann's got bat on that one, pushes it out onto the offside just behind point. Jordan Thompson actually just left the field at the end of the last over, so let's hope that it's nothing too serious. I'm guessing it's as a result of that potential catch. Difficult to see whether it did carry or not, but what we do know is a really, really sharp chance low down if it did carry. He was shaking that hand, so let's hope it's nothing too serious as Hill comes in again. And this time McCann gets off the mark. It's a little bit streaky. It's a bit of an inside edge, but it's all along the ground. And it's down to fine leg and fielded there by Ben Code. And Notts move on to 18 for 1. And it's been a tough examination for the Nottinghamshire batsmen, the league leaders, of course, coming into this game. Both teams coming into it on the back of defeats. Last week, Notts at Durham and Yorkshire at Surrey, of course, as Hill comes in again now. Again, he's making the batsman play. And again, that just squeezes down to fine leg where Code does the fielding. I guess that's been one of the feature of George Hill's performances this season, in terms of how often he makes the batsman play. You know, there's so much pressure on the batsman in terms of there's not many that they can just leave alone outside the off stump. He's always asking questions. And he's second in the overall wicket takers list coming into this game. That one's pushed back up the pitch, fielded by the bowler. McCann on strike, he's on 1, Slater on 10. And at the end of a pretty decent first over again from George Hill, 2 coming from it. And we've got Slater, as I say, on 10, McCann on 1. And we're 14 overs into the contest. Jordan Thompson back out there now.
Yeah, really interesting to see how George goes when he gets that England A-team opportunity. His bowling average is tumbling this year. Was in mid to high 20s, it's down to 22 point something, and courtesy of 27 wickets at a cost of 396 runs. It's 14.66. His 2025 average back in Division 1. Here's Code, that's full, and wraps the pad of Slater on its way down into the leg side. Jordan Thompson out from leg slip to do the fielding.
Yeah, great call up for George. It's an interesting one, isn't it? That maybe 2 years ago, if you were to be thinking about George being called up for England or England A, you might have thought that it might be for batting rather than bowling, but it's his bowling this season that really seems to have developed.
Yeah, well, his batting average this season is 17.27, and he's down at number 7 this week by the looks of things. As Code's in again, there's an element of jag about the delivery, but it was far too wide to interest Freddie McCann. And they've nearly got to the first hour, Nottinghamshire. It doesn't matter about the runs on the ball at this stage, with just 1 loss, and they've had to work hard. Very hard at times, and they've been challenged, but just the loss of Haseeb Hameed, don't think they'll be too disconcerted with early proceedings, apart from the fact that probably nobody's desperately looking forward to going out there to a nipping ball, and there we go, McCann playing with soft hands, gets an edge on that, but it was well short of Adam Lyth at second slip. Lyth, obviously, Yorkshire's leading run scorer, and has been playing extremely well with the bat. But there will be a day, who knows when, it could be this match, where he comes back with not so many. He's come up with a score of some sort in every game, a couple of tons. Cricket is one of those sports, and you can't do it every match. As McCann pulls out of a delivery that Code bowls short of length, and that was probably, maybe along with the Hameed wicket, relatively rare piece of evidence of what Anthony McGrath was saying last week about the bounce with the extra grass. It gives you a good bounce and carry. But it's still a bit trampoline-y because of having a few more blades on. I'll vacate at the end of this over for our colleague to come back. In fact, I won't do, because he'll be doing a 12 o'clock update. I'll hang on until after that. Dot ball played out backward of point there.
Yeah, we've seen 2 balls prior to the last one where we've seen, some difference in bounce. One with bounce and carry through to the keeper. The ball before that was edged and bounced once through to Adam Lyth at second slip. Final ball of the over. Could be final ball of Code's spell. We'll see. He's had 8 overs now. So a fairly lengthy spell. That was wide of off stump again, and McCann not asked to play a shot. Will Luxton out there sub-fielding gives Code a pat on the shoulder at the end of the over. Adam Lyth is coming for a word as well before he takes up his position at second slip. So 20 for 1, bang on the hour mark. 15 overs bowled during that first hour. Yeah, Ben just looking up to the heavens there as he walks back to the boundary as Hill comes in again. Strikes Slater on the pad.
Another been trying to get round and through their overs more quickly. They lost a point here in the match against Warwickshire, which didn't please anybody, I don't think. So 15 overs in the first hour. It's still slower than the 16, but it's not a bad effort. And you notice George Hill was quickly in there. As soon as the last fielder was in place, he was scurrying in.
Yeah, it's a really good point. As Hill comes in again, played out onto the onside by Slater. Harry Duke's a real scurrier between the wickets as well. He gets the team turned round between overs very, very quickly. I guess also when you've got Johnny Bairstow, normally, captaining the team, potentially that can cause some delays.
Like a Duracell bunny, isn't he, Harry
really
Duke?
As Hill comes in again, running towards us, bowls angled through that gap between point and third slip there. They go through for a single and come back for a second. So really nicely guided by Slater there. Just a little bit wider from George Hill outside the off stump. And with an angled bat, he just guided that one safely through that gap. And they go through for a couple. Harry Duke just signalling to the dressing room for something. I didn't see actually what it was that he was asking for. 22 for 1 knots as Hill comes in again. Appeal as Slater's hit on the pad again there. A little bit hopeful, I think, on that occasion from George Hill, and not necessarily well supported.
No. Was there some bat involved? Yeah, I think there's just a little inside nick, because otherwise that's a very good shout. Just a little feeling of vulnerability. Ben Slater, with that ball angled in towards him.
Hill again looking to profit. That one's a bit wider outside the off stump. Duke's across. Well, he took that somewhere between first and second slip. I think such was the movement off the pitch there, and some great carry as well for George Hill on that occasion. Slater just allowing that one through to the keeper. Harry Duke's mobility just been tested there. Across really quickly, took it very well as Hill's in again. Oh, and a great ball from Hill. Through to Duke again, beats the outside edge. And I think this time Slater is kind of looking and thinking, how on earth did I not get bat on that? There looked like pretty good foot movement from him. He came forward. Great ball from Hill. Unlucky not to take a wicket.
We're just going to do a quick swap around as the girdler is doing his update. He'll be back on shortly. And there will be a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end, because the man that makes things happen is going to try and do just that. Jordan Thompson coming back, coming on for the first time, I should say, in the match here. And for that next half hour or so, pleasure of the company of Messrs Bress, Girdle and Colley. 22 for 1, Slater on 13 and McCann on 1. It's been tough work for Nottinghamshire, but they are still there with just the one wicket down as Jordan Thompson's first delivery is dropped into the offside by McCann. And there is no run. Oop, just let the girdler get himself sorted out. He's back with us.
I've landed. Complete with accoutrements and paraphernalia and dropped binoculars. It's a wonder they still work. The amount of times I've dropped them. Tough going for Notts this morning. Really has been a dogged rearguard effort here. Freddie McCann taking 20 deliveries to get off the mark. He's on the strike now from Jordan Thompson, a ball that was arrowing in towards his hip. He's turned it away onto the leg side, and there's no run. Attritional cricket, Graham, I think they call this.
I think they do. But it's been impressive as well in terms of their commitment to their defence, their willingness to get that front foot down the pitch. The two Notts batters, the two Notts left-handers, they've been dogged and determined. They've really dug in, and they've been under a lot of pressure, but they've survived it.
There's Thompson in bright sunshine, bowls outside the off stump, and that's through the offside, fast outfield, and races away over the rope and clatters into the sponsors advertising board at the base of the western stand. Away to our right, and a little bit of relief for Freddie McCann and no doubt the Nottinghamshire dressing room down below us. Just beyond the yard arm now, into the second half of the morning session, and about 15 and a half overs bowled by Yorkshire in that opening hour. Tough going for Notts. Ben Slater's really had to guts it out. He's been struck a couple of times. There was a very close LBW. He nearly turned one into the hands of Thompson, who bowls now, and Freddie McCann just starting to open up, drives this down the ground. I think it took a piece of Jordan Thompson's finger with him. That's the second time this morning that Thompson's had one on the finger end and prevented it from racing away to the fence. They get 3 nonetheless, and Ben Coates got up in pieces here, rubbing his backside. I'm not all that medical, Graham. I know there is a better technical word than rubbing his backside, but that's what he's doing, isn't he?
We all understand it.
Yeah.
We all understand it, don't we? And I think what he did there was he chased that to the boundary, Ben Code, and it looked as though it might go for 4. It looked as though it might beat him, but he just managed to get there, flick it back, and then he landed on the rope on his
it's
on
the
his
rope,
hip.
is it?
I think so.
It's Thompson way wide of the off stump, and it's through to the keeper. Had a bit of a giddy up on in this over with that 4 and a 3. Certainly not look like getting 7 from any other overs this morning. Asiba Mead, the man out for 6, the in-form Asiba Mead. Played championship game on this ground for 8 years. Thompson bowls wide enough to be left alone and goes through to the keeper. 29 for 1, relatively speaking. This is a ground that very few Nottinghamshire players have played first-class cricket on. Mohammed Abbas played a test match here for Pakistan in 2018. Ben Slater played a game for Leeds Bradford University, a first-class game in 2012. Meads played one, and Jack Haynes played one in his Worcestershire days. But nobody else has played a first-class game here at Headingley, and none of them have played a first-class game here for Notts. It's a ground where Notts haven't played much in recent times, been in different divisions.
And Notts, the league leaders, are 29 for 1 at the moment as George Hill starts a new over. There's an outside edge. There's a big appeal. Well, there's a big appeal, but there isn't an outside edge from McCann, says the umpire at the far end. Well, it looks as though Don Bess has just walked up to the stumps there. He felt confident. There was a big appeal as Hill beat the outside edge there. Now, there wasn't anything on this one. It's so difficult to see. But, well, big appeal from Yorkshire. And I have to say, McCann was unmoved, wasn't he? Long way outside.
Crikey. It might have brushed his hip on the way through, but not within a country mile of the bat.
Here's Hill again, guided down again, wide of that third slip by McCann. And he's just starting to find his rhythm and find his form. There's a great chase and a great stop there by Matthew Revis, actually. Again, it was close to the boundary line, but he dived. And McCann suddenly has moved on to 11, Slater on 13. 32 for 1, a bit of a run fest in the last few minutes.
It's time they made thigh pads of something that didn't sound like wood on its way through to the keeper. I've got a birthday today for Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire followers. Somebody who played for both, but you'd have to be a really ardent Yorkshire fan to remember him. He was very popular at Trent Bridge, early part of the century. Only played once for Yorkshire. I'll tell you his name after this next delivery.
Yeah, George Hill at the end of his mark. So he's just trying to make a slight fielding adjustment on the offside there as he comes in now. 32 for 1, round the wicket, beats the outside edge again. There's a little bit of a push and a poke without much feet movement there. I don't think Slater will be too pleased with that when you consider how well he's defended so far through to the keeper.
Gareth Clough. Leeds born, yeah. Doidge's got him as well. Birthday today. Only played one first-class game for Yorkshire, but then tired of dozens and dozens of second 11 appearances for Yorkshire, moved down to Nottingham.
Hill to Slater. Ooh, and there's a bit more bounce on that. Slater is trying to get forward to it. It came off the splice of the bat out onto the offside and goes behind point. It was a little bit uppish, but safely out, and they go through for a single. Slater picks up one more. He's on to 14.
Yeah, it's 47 today. Gareth Clough moved to Trent Bridge. Let's have a look. Made his Yorkshire first-class debut in 98, moved to Notts in 2001, was on the staff till 2007.
Here's Hill again. McCann, and he tempted McCann outside the off stump, and the bat's a long way from the pad there. As he tries to get some bat on that one, it goes through to Harry Duke.
Pre-Jake Ball, he was the only other Everton supporter I can remember in the Nottinghamshire dressing room over the years. He was a member of the Notts T20 side that got to finals day in 2006, lost to Leicestershire on that last ball. Very popular all-rounder, started here with Yorkshire but played just one first-class game before moving on. Happy birthday.
Here's Hilda completely over. That's a better-looking shot by McCann. Again, he's on the front foot, but he's got bat and pad together there, pushes out safely onto the offside. And, well, after a difficult morning so far for Notts, this is starting to turn into a pretty decent start. On to 33 for 1, Slater 14, McCann 11. Yorkshire have bowled 18 so far.
Didn't somebody want to say they had a couple of wickets to it? It looked very different. 33 for 1. Both umpires are down at the same end, which isn't the usual way of going about things. Not entirely sure what's gone on, but Nigel Long and Paul Baldwin, two of the nicest fellas you could ever wish to meet, have wandered down to the far end. And Mark the Mod's been in touch. Afternoon, gents, from sunny Sevenoaks in Kent. Looks like the leaders, sounds like the leaders have really got to be gritty today. Will we be able to stay top until Josh Tong returns in September? He's then put. Pile them up, Notts. Yeah, Josh Tong. Everybody, I think, in Notts colours wishes him well in the Test match at Trent Bridge. As Thompson starts a new over, and a play and a miss here from Ben Slater, who's been starved of the strike for a while. Last 2 or 3 overs, Freddie McCann's managed to get something at the end of the over to get down to the other end. Josh Tong's played twice for Nottinghamshire since moving from Worcestershire in August 2023. He's played twice, taken a 5-wicket haul in each innings, and was on the winning side twice. So you can understand why Notts supporters want him back, but equally wish him well with England. Although, black mark for Josh. Noticed as they went along the line yesterday, he wasn't singing the national anthem. I'll have a word. As Thompson bowls, and there's going to be a couple of runs here. As Slater opens the face and guides it down to third. Freddie McCann sprinting back. Is a fit young man, tall man, long legs, easily made his ground, and another 3. Takes Ben Slater to 17, Nottinghamshire to 36 for 1.
England 565 for 6 declared.
Yeah, Mr. Stokes didn't get many, did he? Just out for 9 this morning, so it will be over to the likes of Josh Tong and Gus Atkinson and co. See how they can get on. Sam Cook, of course, on debut. Always has gone well there for Essex against Notts. Got a hat-trick on the ground last year. Very fine player, Sam Cook. Jordan Thompson going to go round the wicket now to Freddie McCann, who's on 11. Pitches it up. McCann drives elegantly into the offside. Probably only get 1 because he's hit it crisply out there, straight out there to the fielder in the deep. Nice shot, good bit of fielding, good throw, decent cricket all round. And McCann advances to 12, 37 for 1.
Yep, they thought about a second, didn't they? But Wharton's throw was good. He got it in quickly. It was flat. It was over the stumps. And the second run was never really an option, especially to Wharton, who's so good in the field, quick across the ground and got a great arm.
There's Thompson. And that's very, very good indeed. But again, he's only going to get 1 run for it. This time it's Slater cutting it crisply to deep backward point. It's a nice looking shot. Other cricketing birthdays today. 1 or 2 fellas you might have heard of here. Graham Hick, born on this day in 1966. Graham Hick is 59. I still back him to go out there and do a job. former Worcestershire and England great, of course. Umpire Martin Saggers. It's his birthday today. He was born on this day in 1972. 38 for 1 knots, put into bat by Don Best. Good shot again from Freddie McCann. He's timing it sweetly now. He's had to just survive a little bit of a torrent of hostile bowling when he first came to the crease. It wasn't easy against Code and White to begin with, but just starting now to ease the pressure a little bit. 42 for 1, lovely shot. Darren Maddy, it's his birthday today. Leicestershire predominantly, Warwickshire as well. Did a commentary with Darren Maddy 2 or 3 years ago. Happy birthday to Darren. He's 51. Thompson round the wicket. Drive this time by McCann, but can't beat the field. So that's a better over. In fact, they've had a good couple of overs, Knots. They're 42 for 1. I'll just finish this with a couple of things. You're nowhere near old enough, but on this day in 1969, Graham, it was really, really sad. I can remember it as a young lad. Colin Milburn, who of course was the England Test opener, was in the car accident, lost his eye, and obviously absolute tragedy for him. He was out of the game for 3 or 4 years. Came back with Northants, incredibly to play. As I say, 3 or 4 years later, obviously with just one eye. Obviously, wasn't the same player again, but it's a big thing at the time, back in 1969, as you can imagine. Absolute tragedy, sort of cut off in his prime.
Absolutely, very sad day. As Hill starts a new over for Yorkshire, then round the wicket to Slater. Slater on 18, McCann on 16. You mentioned Graham Hick, and I've not looked recently, but he had a domestic record, didn't he, that I'm sure would stand up against most.
Yeah.
An incredible, prolific
Well, of
run
course,
scorer.
he had to wait several years, didn't he, to qualify for England. So the only way he could keep himself noticed and relevant was just to rack up ridiculously big scores for Worcestershire week after week, which he did.
Hill comes in again, and that one's cut behind square on the offside by Slater. He's played it with an angled bat, but he's really well-timed shot by Slater, and that will run away towards the eastern side of the ground for a boundary. So runs just starting to flow in this, the 20th over, and Notts have now moved on to 46 for 1. Did he ever really prove himself at Test level?
Well, this is it, isn't
I'm not
it?
sure that he did.
Jury was always out on him and the judge, Robin Smith as well. He was sort of another one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had some brilliant innings for England, but probably not as consistent as people expected. Mark Ramprakash, I guess, was another one.
Yeah.
Thousands, literally, of runs every year.
Here's Hill, Slater waits, forcing shot out onto the offside fielder just behind point.
It's almost here like Freddie McCann has decided, yeah, right, I'm in now, I'm going to play my shots. And that seems to have rubbed off on Ben Slater, who was very watchful, very defensive, leaving everything. He's played some nicely timed shots the last 2 or 3 overs as well now.
Yeah, it can happen, can't it? You know, suddenly you find the middle of the bat, you get the ball away to the boundary, and the confidence starts to flow through the hands again. Here's Hill. And they're just moving a bit. He's a bit quicker on his feet now as well, Slater, isn't he? As he pushes that out into the offside. Feet moving more quickly, gaining in confidence.
I've got something else as well, and had I thought about it more, or had the time, or been bothered, I'd have looked to see who Yorkshire played. But on this day in 1993, it was a Sunday, and it was when the counties wore coloured clothing for the first time, 1993.
Here's Hill. A very watchful Slater just plays that out onto the offside.
In the Sunday League, Notts beat Kent on that particular day, but it's not that long ago, is it? 32 years. Obviously, the 1992 World Cup down in Australia was sort of the first big international cricket tournament where they wore colours and the white ball, and it was 1993 when the counties wore coloured clothing for the first time. I've still got a green Notts shirt with Nottinghamshire in huge letters right the way across. It's about 17 sizes too small now.
Hill coming over the wicket. Slater pushes that onto the offside. Yeah, I still have a really nice, warm feeling when I think about the Sunday League, actually. You know, live 40 over
Absolutely.
cricket on the BBC on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
And they always seem to be sunny Sundays
Yeah.
as well. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over from Hill.
And again, you know, like you say, rose-tinted glasses. I have a vision of Trent Bridge being full every other Sunday, and you know, I don't know. The counties talk about wanting to get people into the ground and what have you. I think it was a great competition. It's a great starting base, really, for your season. Plonk the Sunday League in there from start of the season to the end, and then work around it. But those days won't come back, sadly. Jordan Thompson going to go round the wicket to Freddie McCann. Ball's now, and McCann works this crisply onto the onside. And there's no run.
Yeah, the championship games were played in the 3 days before the Sunday, weren't they? So Thursday, Friday, because there were 3-day games at that stage.
There were Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then they would start a Saturday game, which would then pause for the Sunday, and they'd carry on the Monday and the Tuesday. Right. So very often, I mean, they tried their level best to have you playing on the Sunday, whoever you were playing Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, but that didn't always work. As Thompson, Nigel Long's the umpire at this end, watching on as this is pushed into the offside. So there were the odd anomaly, maybe once per side per season, where you'd like be playing at Headingley on the Saturday and then have to travel to Cheltenham on the Sunday and then back again. And you know, there's no wonder they sort of tried to stop all that. Cricketers on the road, and obviously possibility of accidents here, there and everywhere, rushing around. This is down the leg side, taken by Duke. Test match at Trent Bridge. England have got a wicket. Had a great day with the bat yesterday. They've declared this morning 565 for 6, and Sam Cook has dismissed young Curran. Caught Harry Brook. Caught Brook, bowled Cook, and out for 6. So first test wicket for Sam Cook. Zimbabwe 34 for 1 in the test at Trent Bridge. Thompson bowls with a punch into the offside, and there's no run.
I seem to remember the wonderful whispered tones of John Arlott commentating on those Sunday League games on BBC Two, probably.
That's right, yeah. But they had a prize fund. Any player who hit a 6 got a piece of the prize fund. I mean, nowadays, there wouldn't be very much each, I don't imagine, over the course of a season. There's only something like £10,000, and every 6 you've got a share of it, as this is run to backward point. And there was a similar prize fund for every bowler who got 4-wicket hauls. 47 for 1, of course, famously, Brian Langford of Somerset bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens. I mean, that just wouldn't happen these days. Incredible stuff. Elsewhere, Durham 69 for 2. They're at home to Somerset, who've had the longest journey to make this week. They've got Matt Henry, Somerset, playing for them in this match, the New Zealander, after being injured right the way up until this week. And he got a wicket with his first ball of the season, bowling Alex Lees, the Durham skipper. First ball of the match. Thompson bowls to Slater, deep in his crease. He blocks this out onto the offside. It's the end of the over here at Headingley, 47 for 1. The other scores quickly, Graham. Hampshire 65 for 2 against Sussex. Essex are batting at the Oval there, 88 for 2. Warwickshire 52 for 1 at New Road. In Division 2, Derbyshire, they're not just flying along, they're going by Concord. Derbyshire are 88 without loss after 21 overs at home to Kent. Just mentioned Jake Ball. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 30, but all of the Kent bowlers going round the park. The other scores in Division 2, Lancashire 58 without loss at Grace Road. Northants 41 for 3 at home to Gloucestershire, and Glamorgan 49 for 2 at home to Middlesex. All the scores and all the text updates as wickets fall and runs are scored on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page.
Cricket being played everywhere on every day this season. It's been a remarkable start to the season.
Steady.
Here comes Hill. Oh, and that one beats the outside edge through to Duke. Hill has walked right down towards the popping crease there where McCann is standing.
Yeah, it was on the angle, wasn't it? And came back inside. I don't know if it was inside edge or outside edge. It went through the gap.
Yeah, good call. Well, Yorkshire have bowled well enough this morning to justify their decision to put Notts in. But the wickets column, you feel as though just needs a boost to really back up that decision. 47 for 1 Notts at the moment. Hill bowling well from the Howard stand end. 4 overs for 12 before this. That's a little bit wider outside the off stump this time. And through to Harry Duke.
Yeah, I heard a bit of or watched a bit of the television coverage of the Test match yesterday at Trent Bridge. Interesting to hear Stuart Broad was giving his thoughts and a little bit of insight into lacquer coming off the ball and when it swings and when it stops swinging and whatever. And so that after the first hour and the lacquer comes off, it just gets a little bit easier.
Still 4 slips in as that one is pushed by McCann. Just backward of point, fielded by Matthew Revis, who we've yet to see in action this morning with the ball. They go through for a single. Don Best comes out of his position in slip. Is he changing his fielding position, or is he going up to have a chat with Jack White there and with George Hill maybe as well?
Can't do that, skipper. You ain't got time for chats.
No, absolutely.
Crack on. You'll be losing points.
He's running back at a reasonable pace to his position in first slip.
Why do we think he's got the captain's armband and not Adam Lythe? Has he been a designated vice-captain?
Here's Hill again, pushed out behind square on the onside. They'll go through for a comfortable single there as James Wharton comes round. Yeah, we'll probably need to speak to Doidge, I think, on that one, just to get the inside track, get to understand a bit more about the thinking there.
I know Adam's done it once or twice before. I can remember him at Trent Bridge a number of years ago, taking the reins.
Always this decision, isn't there, between your leading batsman scoring a lot of runs. He's second in the list of leading run scorers this year, Adam Lythe. Not wanting to upset that rhythm. As Hill comes in again, that's pushed off the back foot by McCann. They'll go through for 1. Revis gives chase. He'll stop that one comfortably, well short of the boundary on the eastern side of the ground, actually. But nice shot, really nice shot from McCann off the back foot there. A nice push for 2.
Yeah, none of that, I mean, will alter anything. He's always going to be the most experienced player out there, and he's always going to have lots of thoughts. In fact, you can see now, look, he's actually moving people around. Maybe Don Bess is the captain, but Adam Lythe certainly having an input out there.
Yeah, always appeared to be Johnny Bairstow's go-to man, Adam Lythe, for discussions, as that one's pushed back up towards the bowler by McCann, and they're finding the middle of the bat more often than not now, these two left-handers. Slater on 23, McCann on 20, and batting appears to be looking a little bit more comfortable than it was in the first hour or so when these two worked really, really hard, you have to say. And that's the 50 up here, by the way, as well. 51 for 1. So this is looking more and more like a good start by the championship leaders.
Yeah, it was 22 for 1, I think, at midday, so they've had a solid half an hour not. Here's Thompson, comes in again, bowls, good delivery, beats Slater, and it goes through to Duke. Joe Clark will come in next at number 4. He'd had a lean time of things this season until Monday when he reeled off a really good 119. Was last out in that Nottinghamshire second innings again, just to hark back on it, as I have done all week. Could have just lasted another 10 or 15 minutes, not sort of been 11 points clear at the top of the table. Ball, see Slater puncture the offside with a very elegant drive through extra cover, and he held the pose, the wrists up nice and high as he drove that one away. Ball hitting the rope and then vaulting over the advertising boards. Nice shot from Slater. So Joe Clark will come in at number 4. Then Jack Haynes, who's already reeled off 2 centuries this season, at 5. Carl Verena, the South African Test wicket-keeper, will shortly be heading off to join his teammates, his international teammates, for that World Test Championship. He'll bat at 6. Edged by Slater down into the ground to third slip, no run. Lyndon James has 100 and also a 5-wicket haul this season. He'll come in at 7. Liam Patterson-White, another one with a century to his name and a 5-wicket haul, will come in at 8. Brett Hutton's had 2 5-wicket hauls at 9. Dylan Pennington returns from injury, and Mohamed Abbas, who crowned his Notts debut a couple of matches ago with a 5-wicket haul, will bring up the rear. So a lot of players go into this match in form this season, as this wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. As I said, out of the top 7, there's only Ben Slater that's not yet registered 100, and he's had a 92 and 3 other 50s.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the season for Notts, hasn't it? And that there's a lot of reasons why they've had that good start, based on what you've just talked about there, with the number of centuries and number of 5-wicket hauls this season.
It's Thompson, 5th ball of this over. That's a good one, beats Slater. Last 2 years, Notts have lost a lot of experience. There's been a lot of the old guard that have either moved on to other counties or retired, and Peter Moore's have talked a lot over the last couple of years of the side being in transition. But start of this year, press day, we're no longer in transition. All these players have had a little bit of experience now. They've had more time in Division 1. They're all ready, and don't think we'll be in transition this year. Peter Moore's, to his credit, was expecting Notts to have a good start to the season, as they're claiming something here. Thompson's run down celebrating. It is the end of the over. Might just be a bit of kidology there, but nobody else particularly interested. And it is the end of the over, where Nottinghamshire are 55 for 1. Jordan Thompson's figures, when we can find it, 4 overs, none for 21. He just got picked off a little bit when he came on, and Freddie McCann just suddenly decided, right, that's Ben Code seen off. We'll just try and push on a little bit. 55 for 1 as Jonathan Doidge returns.
Yeah, and I think that's what Yorkshire they've been looking for, tighter spells from the likes of Jordan, others who've come on after those first 3, because there's been that tendency to just go for a few more, and it just takes, eases that pressure, doesn't it, that's been put on the opposition. So he's had an early spell, of course, opened the bowling from the Howard stand, then Jack White back into the attack. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3. That sole wicket of Haseeb Hameed, and they wanted to have picked up more before now. And he comes wide on the crease, and McCann dealing with that one, dropping it into the offside. Will Luxton out there, number 68 on his back, doing the fielding substitute at the moment.
There's got to be a musical cricket 11 out there, not necessarily out here, but around the game, hasn't there, with some names allied to the music industry. Jack White, we've got bowling here. Tom Bailey of Lancashire. Tom Bailey, lead singer of the Thompson Twins. Will Young, the New Zealander who played for Notts.
There is White, and McCann once again dropping into the offside. Yeah, we've got 3.
We've got 3. Any more folks at Brace Cricket? Or
at JD's events, JDZ events.
What's the Z stand for?
Really, it's my number 2 son, Zach.
Oh, right. That'll do then. That could have confused an idiot.
Comes White, bowling to McCann, angled in, and tidily dropped back into the pitch. Yeah, who else have we got? I mean, you can have some tenuous links, obviously.
Well, please do. Yep.
George, in inverted commas, Dave Hill. Second slip for Yorkshire. Dave Hill. Slade.
There's a Dave Hill.
I said tenuous.
Well, I know. We can have Vince Hill. Do you remember him?
Yeah, I do.
What was he? Was he Edelweiss?
He was.
Was he the Edelweiss fella? Yeah. Sound of music.
In comes Jack White once again, and McCann opens the face, runs this one wide of Finley Bean at third slip. Revis gives chase and keeps them to 1. McCann on to 21 and 56 for 1 now, Nottinghamshire. A couple of balls shy of the end of the 24th over. Still, of course, time in these 25 minutes before now and the close of the session for Yorkshire to pick up wickets. But they haven't got more than that one early breakthrough, and that will be, I would think, just a little nagging concern when you've won the toss. And Slater opens the face and does the same as McCann did the ball before, runs it a little bit finer past Finley Bean. Revis again fields, and again they get a single.
T, one of my regulars, is with us now. Dave, I've had my ears and half an eye on the game. I've been fixing lunch for the family. I think we're fortunate to be only one down. Well, that's one way of looking at it, T. Fortunate or great application and technique and judgment. Mark the Mod, you're forgetting Sam Cooke. Yeah, thank you, Mark. It's a wonderful world.
I suppose tenuously you've got a musical in there in Porgy and Bess.
Good heavens above.
As White comes in and he's pushed at this one. Freddie McCann, length drew him into having a look at it, but again it passes the outside edge. I would think there'll be a fair bit of pent-up frustration now among the Yorkshire fielding contingent, and particularly the bowlers, that it has been nibbling around for them, but they've only got the one. Milan coming back on the field for Revis.
Has this been the story of the season, though? Close to getting wickets, but not close enough. I mean, you can be frustrated at not getting wickets, but if it goes on week after week after week, you then got to say, well, we're close to getting it right, but not quite. And there's George Hill, who's changed ends. My first look at him for a while. How long has he been around, George Hill? I must have seen him at Scarborough 3 or 4 years ago. Would he have been around
probably
that long?
Wouldn't have.
No,
Well, he might have played in that match, yeah. He's been around that long.
There he is, number 18, and starts with a ball that takes off. Good first delivery in his second spell. First one from this end. Yorkshire side trying to get the attraction of somebody or something on the balcony down below us. Somebody wants a spell out there. It's 57 for 1 knots, who were stuck in by Don Bess. Coin went up in the air. Siebermead said tails, and the umpires and the match referee went scampering after it. Before Doige, this one is a play and a miss. And thought for all the world that Slater had nicked that. They went chasing after the coin before Doige could put it in his pocket, and he said, no, it's a head. Don Bess said, we'll have a bowl.
Yeah, the only nick of the day, I think. The coin off the pitch.
Yeah. Durham last week, Alex Lees, former Yorkshire player, came out in a very lovely bright blue blazer, the Durham badge on and everything. Probably suited and booted. Looked if he was going on somewhere. He's just turned on the leg side. And there's no run. Not quite the morning for Alex Lees this morning. Dismissed first ball of the match up at Chesterley Street. Yes, here it was Lees and Live. Certainly for many years at Trent Bridge when Yorkshire came down there, it was Lees and Live hurting knots. And then Gale would weigh in with his double 100. Next one's worked onto the leg side. There'll be no run. T's sent me his dinner. What is it? No, it's not for the family, mate. It's a Spanish omelette for 1. T's having a Spanish omelette. Okay. Thank you, T. Enjoy. Not sure what I've put. Sent the Yorkshire menu.
Quiche, I think, for a change.
What was the bottom one? I can't remember what the bottom one was. It was a list of 4 or 5 anyway. Very nice.
Sorry to... I thought you'd...
I'm talking about food. You're going to veer this away towards cricket, aren't you? 57 for 1. This ball from Hill is wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. What have we got?
To answer your question about George, just one previous match against Nottinghamshire was at Trent Bridge in September of 21. He made his debut in the COVID season, 2020, but he did actually get 2 for 32. The wickets of Ben Slater caught Duke, bowled Hill, and Ben Duckett caught Bess, bowled Hill, who were batting 1 and 3 on that occasion.
Good effort. Comes in again, bowls, right armour. Lively action. Goes through to the keeper with Slater shouldering arms. And Maiden, good comeback over. 57 for 1. Steve Crawley is in on it. Van Burn, brackets, Noddy Holder. That's a bigger stretch than my old cricket trousers, he says. Good work, Steve. Any more cricketers with musical links in the names? We had the likes of Sam Cooke. I went straight over your head, didn't I? I said Jack White, or do you get it every single game?
Every
from
game,
the White Stripes.
Game, yeah.
Tom Bailey, lead singer of the Thompson Twins and Lancashire. And there was one other. Oh, Will Young. So we're putting a side together. If you've got any.
Obviously, James, for anybody out there called James.
Yeah. Sit down.
Doing my best as Jack White comes in and bowls. A good delivery again to McCann, who is tentative in playing it, but drops it by his feet. No run. Incidentally, by the way, in that match that George Hill got his 2 for 32, he also opened the batting with Adam Lyth at Trent Bridge. Down at 7 in this match. So, what are we? 18 minutes to go before the lunch break at Nottinghamshire. Just feeling their way into a position that's more comfortable than it might have been. And White bowling at McCann, who's found the gap in the offside. Luxton will chase that down with a slide. I'm sure the ground staff will be delighted about that over on the practice wickets. And they get one.
Bumble will be with us later in the match. He's just been dismissed for 50 at Derbyshire. Well, his namesake, David Lloyd, has just been dismissed. 99 for 1 Derbyshire after 26 overs. They're playing against Kent. David Lloyd, former Glamorgan player, of course, out for 50. Caleb Jewell with him on 29. They've had a good old morning of it, haven't they? 99 for 1.
Yeah, in comes White, angled in once again from round the wicket to Slater, who drops that down by his feet. And there is, again, no run. So partnership worth 49. Hamid, as I mentioned, the only wickets have fallen today. There was a very good shout for LBW on Ben Slater, who left a ball from Ben Code. I thought that looked pretty good. Not out was the decision, and then the very next ball he flicked it to Jordan Thompson at leg slip, and he couldn't hold on to the catch. 17 for 1 the score at the time. That was in the 13th over, so they're nearly twice as long. And they moved on to 58 for 1. White in again, and Slater off his legs this time. Wharton gives chase, and they get through for a single. 50 partnership. The details of which will soon be on the board. Jack White's cost just 7 runs so far in almost 8 overs. He's been tricky to play. It'll be interesting to find out what Hasib Hamid's take was on the delivery he received, but it just straightened on him really and was just back of a length, and I think in that split second he felt like he could push at the ball. 120 deliveries it's taken him to get that 50. And McCann, who's got 22 of them, just opening the face and running one out to Yorkshire's current skipper, Don Bess. He's had a bit of a go in white ball cricket before, but this is his first time in championship cricket in charge of the team. Johnny Tattersall, who of course was a big part of getting Yorkshire out of Division 2 last season. Not in the 11 here. An issue with his hand for a little while, but in particular last week, which has made things worse. And that's turned backward of square leg there by McCann, who will pick up 1 to Ben Code, making his way around from long leg. Matthew Revis making his way back on. I think Luxton to make his way off, and Yorkshire will be back to their complement of 11. Those Yorkshire supporters joining us maybe more recently. Just to say that David Milan is back in the side today, having missed the last few matches with a groin issue. He'll captain Yorkshire's T20 side this time next week, or a little bit later on Friday next week when... no, not next week. What day are we on here, Brace?
Who knows?
We are on Friday.
Who knows? Is
Yeah.
it a week
so
tonight?
next Friday, week today.
Yeah. Week tonight. All gets underway. Round the wicket comes Jack White, and with an open face, Freddie McCann just chops this. Gets a single. 61 for 1. Freddie McCann on 24. Started the season 79 on the opening day against Durham. Freddie McCann. Some modest scores from there on in till his 138 against Hampshire. Last match at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago. Terrific innings that was, really was. Slater on strike goes deep into his crease. Just to play this back to the onside of straight, up to mid-on, and there's no run. Battling knock from Ben Slater so far. Been struck a couple of times, but puts his body on the line, heart as big as a lion out there. He's hit 3 of the 6 boundaries that Notts have steered to the ropes this morning. Shoulders arms again as it goes through to the wicket keeper. Mead out in the 6th over for 6. He hit a boundary, Slater's hit 3, and Freddie McCann a couple. Yorkshire have used 4 bowlers so far. Code and White 8 apiece. As Hill bowls mistimed this time by Ben Slater. Hill into his 7th over, and Jordan Thompson had 4. Talking to Graham about live and leadership. He's captained the side in Championship cricket before. I know he did it at Notts 1 year. He's done it a few times, hasn't he? His next one is push to backward point, and I know Don Bess has got the captaincy for this game. We've already seen live himself with a little bit of import. He was moving fielders around a little earlier on when Graham and I were watching.
Yeah, he's kind of been a reluctant front man in that respect down the years, and the leaders come in different ways, don't they? I think vice captain he's quite happy with that, having a senior role.
The delivery sent down wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper. So about 12 minutes away from lunch here at Headingley on day 1 of this 4-day match. Notts go into it top of the Division 1 table, but a little bit like Jaws chasing the boat or chasing the swimmer. Surrey have worked their way up the table over the last 2 or 3 weeks. They're just 3 points behind Notts. That's why it was such a blow for the Nottinghamshire team and the supporters to see those 8 points evaporate so quickly after tea on Monday up at Durham. Bowling change, and Jordan Thompson now switching ends. It's a good job nobody's got a preferred end here at Headingley, because I think everybody's had a go at every end now, or each end so far this morning. They're all just being moved hither and thither, just trying to find the wicket-taking combination.
Yeah, so Jordan round the wicket, bowling to Freddie McCann, and he's on the money first up, has to block that one. 44 bowling at his opposite number. I think of the quartet that Yorkshire have used so far, if there was a preference, Ben Code would probably always pick the Kirkstall lane, and he does bowl some spells from the Howard stand end, but I would say that his figures are loaded up from this end of the ground.
Yeah, he hasn't switched, has he? He's had all his 8 from this end.
Oh, now then, Nick through between 2nd and 3rd slip for 4 runs. Jordan Thompson stands there, head bowed, disconsolate. He's got an edge from Freddie McCann, but it split the gap, and there's not a large gap between the pair of them. The key there was that it was on its way down, bounced short, and it was one of those where, if you've ever fielded at slip, you'll know you think it's his and he thinks it's yours.
Chuckle Brothers job.
Beats everybody. So 65 for 1, 29 for Slater, and now 28 for Freddie McCann. The partnership worth 56.
Should have been stopped. Wasn't a catch, but it should have been stopped.
Thompson in, and that is blocked by McCann. Yeah, for me, I think that's probably Adam Lythe's left hand that maybe needs to peek out. He's got a little bit more time further back. He'll have a right pop at me now for saying that. I'm just, when you were talking about him as potential captain, he's an interesting, really interesting person to talk about. I'm sure you got it with your own players at times, Brace, but talk batting with, about the bowlers he faces and what they do. He's got so much experience now as McCann opens the face and runs it out to point where Revis fields. But the things you see or you think you see sitting up here, and then they're down there at ground level facing it. Yeah, I enjoy my Lythe chats about batting. A good little spell with him the other week at Chelmsford, having a chat about all that. 65 for 1. In comes Thompson. Oh, we've got him this time, has he? Yes, he has. George Hill has taken the catch low down at second slip. They have got a second wicket before the lunchtime interval, and it's Freddie McCann for 28. 65 for 2, the penultimate ball of the 28th over, and well, he might look at the skies, Freddie McCann. He's had some tough stuff to deal with there. He was dealing with it well, but sooner or later, I guess, on a pitch that he's offering a fair bit for the seamers, you're going to find one with your name on it, and George Hill has just got his fingertips underneath that one. Ben Slater, you could see his reaction at the other end as well. He was wondering, is he going to get this? Is he going to get this? And he's kind of a bit of frustration that, that he's not quite seen it through with his mates at the lunch break. 28 off 90, sorry, 28 off 62 balls, 90 minutes he was out there and 3 fours.
Yeah, very good catch, very low down. It looked clean. Seen a couple of replays of it. Got his finger underneath, and just gives a truer reflection, I guess, on the morning. Certainly Yorkshire will feel that they've deserved more than one wicket this morning. Freddie McCann out, having made 28. Caught at slip of the bowling of Jordan Thompson. And now Joe Clarke makes his way out to the middle to join Ben Slater. Clarke off the back of that century on Monday, just to get his season really up and running. It was his 25th first-class 100, and he's now got as many for Notts, 12 as he got in his Yorkshire days, and one other for England Lions as well in first-class cricket. Thrown in there, so that's a good haul for Joe Clarke, who playing in his last first-class match as a 28-year-old. He's 29 on Monday, the last day of the match. Not ideal to come out right on the stroke of lunch. There's 7 minutes or so to go. 1 ball left in this over. So we'll be just content to have a little look here at the bowling of Jordan Thompson. Likes to start quickly, Clarke. He gets forward, tries to get out of the crease, and he always likes that first run on the board.
Thompson bowling 2 and walks into this first shot and drops it down by his feet to complete that 28th over then. There will be, and is, applause for Jordan Thompson, who 1 for 25 off 5. And back to what I was saying about keeping things tight, 5 and over from Jordan off 5 overs so far, but he's picked up a wicket, and as I was saying last week when I was talking about this with Churchy, if you're going to pick up wickets and go for a few more, then I don't think anybody's going to be too bothered if it's been, the squeeze has been put on at the other end. It's when you're not going with wickets as well.
So Hill, who took that catch, now bowls to Slater, who's been there since the start. Shoulders, arms for this one. It goes through to the wicket keeper. Elsewhere, Somerset have got a bowling point now up at Chesterley Street, the Riverside Ground. Durham 93 for 3. Lees, McKinney and Gay are all out. Couple of wickets there to Matt Henry. And David Benningham, playing his first game of the season, is at the crease for Durham. Hill bowls. This is edgy but played with soft hands, and it runs along the ground through sort of a gully region. down towards third, and they'll get a couple of runs. Hampshire are 4 down at home to Sussex, 90 for 4. 4 wickets at the Oval as well, where Essex are 103 for 4. They've been pegged back since a fine start with Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, having just picked up 2 wickets in quick succession there. Warwickshire 64 for 2 at New Road against Worcestershire. Here it's 67 for 2, the visitors. Division 2, Derbyshire 101 for 1 against Kent. Glamorgan 66 for 3 against Middlesex. Lancashire 75 for 1 at Leicester, and Northants 60 for 4 at home to Gloucestershire. Hill bowls again to Ben Slater, who's on 31 and pushes this to point, and there's no run.
Richard Malland has been in touch. Morning, JD and all. Though it's not been the start to the season Yorkshire would have been looking for. One of the major plus points has been the bowling of Jack White. Picked up his wickets at about 20 apiece and looks to be a very shrewd signing. Yes, indeed. Richard's part of a syndicate that's got Agathon running for it tonight at Pontefract. Evening meeting at Ponty. I tipped something against it today in the Racing Post.
Hill bowls, brings one back into Slater, and again he's struck amidships. I think he's okay. I don't think that one's as painful as a couple of blows he had earlier on. 67 for 2.
So I got a message last night from Richard saying, Agathon's running tomorrow night. You've tipped against it in the Racing Post. And he's probably right. His will probably win.
Bowls. Slater defends. Brown things with a leg in each corner. How do you know?
You're thinking of Escalado, aren't you? You've spent too much time at
That's a coffee,
at Southwell. Have you been to the races at Southwell? Many times. Last time I was there, one ran loose round the public area. It was carnage.
Used to go with Gwynny. John Gwynn would ring me up
Yeah.
when he'd got a horse there. And come on, be my guest. We'll go in the owners. Have a drink or two. This is pushed into the offside.
We're getting to the
Fielded
number bit
by
now.
Milan. End of the over, 67 for 2. Yeah, brown things with a leg at each corner. That's as much as my horse racing knowledge goes.
So are you more of a Southwell?
The answer is no.
Are you more of a Southwell than a Collick Park fan? Oh. Do you have any preference there?
Well, Southwell's a lot closer.
$67 for 2 then.
One thing with going there is you're gonna if you plan, you're gonna get a day of racing because of the all weather.
Oh, good delivery from Jordan Thompson. First up to Joe Clark. One thing with what? Sorry, with
the all weather at Southwell, you're going to get your days racing. You can plan for Nottingham in November, and then the day before you'll have a heavy rain and it'll be washed off or whatever. At Southwell, you're going to get racing whatever, aren't you, on the all weather?
Yeah. Just about always. They've had some of the all-weather racing cancelled as well. Snow. As Thompson's in, that's dropped into the leg side by Clark, and there is no run.
And floods as well. They've had the course flooded over the years a few times.
Yeah. Jack Anon, by the way, has been in touch with regard to cricket and musicians. Sam Cooke and Jack White, obviously. Bob Dylan Willis.
Yes.
Of course, he put that in himself, didn't he? Robert George Dylan Willis.
RGD Willis. Yeah.
Chris Martin, New Zealand's Premier
Very
Tailender.
good. This is it. This is what we want.
And George Harrison, who played for Glamorgan in the 1920s.
Love it.
As Thompson's in and bowling then to Clark, who drops it out into the offside. And again, there is no run. Adam Lythen, the Ants, says Ben Nielsen.
There you go. You're on it, Bent. We've not quite got enough for 11, folks, so keep your thinking heads on over lunch, which is, I think, 3 deliveries away. It's 1 o'clock, so this will be the last over.
And one from a little while ago, but Andrew Christie noted it was a vital next hour. Yorkshire must make the most of these conditions. Well, have they? That's up for debate. Thompson wide of off stump and left by Clark, and that sort of delivery would be a case in point to say no, but they've picked up 2, which I think is an absolute bare minimum when you won the toss and put the opposition in. The thing for me is, if you're looking in the positive column for Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire haven't got away, 2.26 and over.
No, you'd say it's a shared session, really.
You would,
you can't, if Notts go on and this pair back throughout the afternoon and put 140 on, then what's happened this morning has been to their benefit. If they're 70 for 5 soon after lunch.
Yeah, Thompson in again. That's flicked to leg by Clark, fielded by Revis.
Then
no run.
Then the stranglehold that Yorkshire have had this morning will eventually get its rewards. It's time for me to go and do an update. I'll speak to you after lunch.
Thanks, Brace. Okay. Which will be after this next delivery. Chris Strefford says he's enjoying the coverage in Southport, originally from Scarborough. White and Code superb. Not sure Buckingham and Sears were judicious signings, he says. Top class batter would have been more sensible, and hope Finlay Bean comes good in this match. Thompson in for the final ball of the session, which is again left by Clark on both line and length. So 30 overs complete. And at 1 minute past 1, the players will leave the field for the first time in this contest. Top of the table, Nottinghamshire, 67 for 2. Ben Slater's had to graft poise 31. He's taken a few body blows, and he was dropped as well by Jordan Thompson when he was on 9, as well as surviving a very good shout for LBW. And Joe Clark yet to get off the mark. George Hill, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. Jordan Thompson, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Ben Code, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. And Jack White, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8, has been excellent. We'll take a breather and have a bit of lunch while the players do. I'm back with you in just under 40 minutes' time.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Don Bess leading out Yorkshire.
Well, the golden voice of Howard Ferguson ushers out the players onto the field. And welcome back to our coverage of this County Championship Division 1 match between Yorkshire and the current leaders, Nottinghamshire. Tough old session for Notts, but plenty of credit goes to their 4 batters that have been seen out in the middle. They've had to weather some good stuff from the Yorkshire bowlers, and they managed to get through 2 hours with the loss of just 2. Haseeb Hameed, who made half a dozen, caught Wharton at point off the bowling of Jack White, who was excellent with the ball. And then Freddie McCann nicely caught as well, low down at first slip by George Hill off Jordan Thompson for 28. So 67 for 2 after the 30 overs that were complete in that morning session. Ben Slater and Joe Clark making their way out to the middle. Slater has got himself as in as you can do, I guess, having batted right through the session. 86 balls he faced for his 31. And Joe Clark, just half a dozen deliveries, has yet to get off the mark. Graham Colley, alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, also BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle is with us throughout the match, of course. And Ben Cody is going to bowl the first over of this afternoon session under currently cloudy skies, but there's plenty of blue around and the sun will be poking its head out fairly soon, you would have thought. Slater going to face the first ball, and he took a few blows early doors, particularly when he was facing the ball coming from the Howard stand end. Ben Cody's going to start the session from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 slips and a leg slip in place. First ball is straight, and Slater turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. He was dropped on 9. Around the corner, leg slip. Jordan Thompson got his hand to 1. And then, as so often is the case, when you don't catch it clean, you got a bit of a knock, and he was wringing the hand away, having put it down. You wouldn't have put any down, I'm sure, during your illustrious league cricketing career, Graham Colley, but I'm sure you could sympathise with 1 or 2 of those who did around you. In comes Code. Ooh, nicely dropped into the leg side by Slater, who had to make a late adjustment. Safest hands in Wakefield, was that right?
I can remember putting a few down. I can remember catching some as well. I remember Wakefield played a cup game against Scarborough at College Grove, and one David Byas was opening the batting for Scarborough that day. I remember catching him behind point, quick, fast catch, fairly high up. You know, there's something that will stay in your memory, don't they?
Yeah. Did have the baseball mitt on at the time. As Cody's in, that's pushed out firmly by Slater. He was aiming somewhere else other than where the ball went, but where it did go was down to the foot of the Western Terrace for 4. So Ben Code will be, I suppose, encouraged by that, because it was a slightly false stroke, but fully entitled to play it, and there is no third man. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it's been a great battle between bat and ball this morning, hasn't it? Yorkshire asking many, many questions. Great to get that second wicket just before lunch.
Code in again, and slightly opens up Ben Slater again, who's got a thickish outside edge on it. He's picked up a single. So great catch to dismiss David Byas. I'm sure when you did put him down, you did all the usual stuff. You know, obviously you've got to pretend that you're blinded by the sun, something like that.
Yeah. Did you ever find yourself in a position where, you know, you had your preferences in terms of where you fielded, and if you found yourself in a position where you wouldn't normally feel? I've been in that position and put catchers down before.
Yeah,
and
that's it's the captain's fault, isn't it, for putting you in the wrong position, to be fair. It's nothing to do with you. Code comes in, and Clark drops this one into the offside, and there is no run. I've had my brother messaging an odd time this morning, and I've actually played under both my brothers' captaincies at various times just for odd games. And both of them were less than pleased when I put catches down in matches. They'll probably not even remember them, but sometimes you remember the really good ones, don't you? And you remember the howlers. Code comes in. Ooh, and walking at this one, Joe Clark, as is the way he does things, and got an inside contact on it, down by his feet. End of the over, so 1 back after the break. They've added 5 runs to that 67 for 2, 72 for 2. So there was one playing over Bradford League game at Windhill, I remember, and there was a lad called Steve Titchard, I think he was. He played a bit for Lang. And anyway, he basically lobbed a ball, and I was fielding it, whatever, mid-on, mid-off, something like that. And Windhill's, obviously I'm going to get the excuses in. It was slightly undulating, sort of dropped away behind you. I was, if you know the ground at Windhill, towards the canal, if you like, end of the ground. And I just went backwards for what was a routine catch, and it ended up on the floor. Because just at the point I was taking it, my back foot went further down than I thought I was going to do.
Here's Jordan Thompson to Slater. He's on 36 and plays that one back up the pitch.
So I was completely unbalanced. It was the pitch's fault, and it went down. And then there was another one with my other brother when he was fielding bang opposite me across the batter, sort of, right in the line of sight. And this lad cut one straight to me at backward point and got both hands to it, straight through my hands before, and I just got the double teapot.
Thompson's in again. Oh, and that beats the outside edge with some pace and some carry there from Jordan Thompson. Harry Duke taking that above his head there.
Yeah, good delivery. Ben Slater just got to shrug his shoulders there.
Yeah.
So this one goes through both hands in that little triangle. When you put your hands together, it was travelling. This one it wasn't like the other one. It was absolutely travelling, and the boundary's only 30 yards behind me, and it went through. And he stood there, double teapot, and he just looked at the deck and he just shook his head in disdain, and that's all you needed.
Here's Thompson again, and that is clipped through the leg side. Great stop at mid-wicket, though. Diving stop by James Wharton. He's so good in the field, so agile, and gets down quickly to save some runs there at mid-wicket. Yeah, there's nothing worse when you put one down than looking back at the ball and seeing the reaction, is there?
And you just get that, I cannot believe that you put that down. It's actually worse when they say nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Very much so. 72 for 2, Nottinghamshire then. As Thompson comes in again, he's bowled a really good spell from that far end. His overs before lunch, which was his second spell, were his best overs. Picked up the wicket of McCann, of course, well caught low down by George Hill. I remember putting 2 down off the bowling of a young man who went on to play for Yorkshire. And in fact, Chris Shaw, Chris and his wife quite often listen to this broadcast, but Chris was a good bowler, and in the same game I remember putting 2 down at mid-off of Chris, and that's bowled again by Thompson, pushed out to the offside. Revis has to scamper around quickly to his left to get down to that, but prevents a run.
I hope you're not going to say I've had to buy his drinks ever since, because I know you're tight, so there's no chance that's going to happen.
I mean, I've got to have a good memory to remember all these things. It's so long ago, but happy days, really happy days. Yeah, Chris went on to play for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
His first wicket, I think, famously was Viv Richards, if I remember rightly. And got a nick on it. Chris's first ball in first-class cricket caught behind as Thompson comes in again. That's played out onto the onside. That's the end of the over. So that's 32 bowled by Yorkshire now. And Notts, who are still battling hard here. Runs still not easy to come by. They did come with a bit of a flurry towards the end of the morning session. But Yorkshire have slowed down that run rate again after lunch. 72 for 2. Clark still to get off the mark. He'll be facing the next over from Ben Code, who's bowled 9 overs today. Really, really tidy overs as always.
So, Tom Bess has put himself back in at leg slip. Ben Code's going to bowl right arm over the wicket to Joe Clark, right-handed, of course, and that's a lovely push drive, really, from Joe Clark. He's got it between Matthew Revis at mid-off and the stumps. And that'll bring him through for 3. Nicely played, just using the pace of the ball. He's off the mark. And that takes Nottinghamshire to 75 for 2. Carl Williams with a C says, please ask Graham if he remembers his short time at Altofts.
Yeah, I remember my short time at Altofts very well.
Played there myself, actually.
Did you?
Both cricket and football, yeah.
I remember Carl very well. Hi, Carl. Carl, who played in the juniors for Altofts and then played a short stint at Wakefield as well. Good off-spinner, left-handed batter.
Here's Code. In and bowling there to Slater. Didn't get the connection he quite wanted, but it's good enough to run it down to long leg. Jack White doing the fielding. They get 1. Apologies for misinformation, by the way. I think I said Jordan Buckingham had gone because that's what I was told earlier. Gavin Hamilton has just said to me that he's not going home actually until Monday. So if you're listening, Jordan, it's confirmation. 76 for 2 as Clark playing from the crease with that classical high elbow, defends. Pitch, as is always the case, when the sun's on it, doesn't look quite as green as when the clouds are in the way. There's definitely been some assistance, and I would say more so, significantly more so, it feels like this morning on this pitch than on the couple of others closer to the other side of the square. Good delivery from Code again. That draws Clark across his crease. Just has a little push at that.
Yeah, I was saying to Dave earlier when you were off JD that, you know, Yorkshire have bowled really well this morning in terms of where they've put the ball. They've beaten the outside edge regularly, but they haven't really taken enough wickets, you feel, to back up that decision to insert knots. So a couple of quick wickets now, though, early in this afternoon session would make all the difference.
Yeah, a bit back to that keeping it dry thing, and it batters, you know, they want to score runs, and if they're not able to score as quickly or fluently as they'd like, they might be drawn into playing at something that they might regret. Clark has got 4 through third man to this delivery, which was just wide enough of off stump for him to have a little push out. I'd say that, looking at the replay, it was probably about 3.5 stumps. And he was back foot and playing across it slightly, so a little bit of luck on his side, I guess. Outside edge, but again, if you don't have the man in to block that gap, can't really complain too much. 80 without loss. Clark on to 7. Code in and bowling again. This time a more legit shot, turning that one to James Wharton round at long leg for another run. So Ben Code, 10 overs, 3 maidens, but he hasn't made a breakthrough in favourable conditions with the ball so far today. And his body language as he walks away just shows a little bit of frustration, I think. 33 overs in. Slater on 37. Clark now 8. And so far this third wicket partnership has yielded 16 runs, 81 for 2.
Jordan Thompson back to his mark, and we've got 3 slips and a gully, which is what we've seen Yorkshire employ for the majority of this match so far. Quite often move the gully across to leg slip, which we saw in the last over from Code there. But 3 slips and a gully as Thompson comes in to the right-handed Clark now. Clark's behind that. Full face of the bat, pushes that up onto the offside without any addition to the score, 81 for 2. And we are at the halfway stage of the championship season after this game, aren't we? 7 games played. 7 remaining after a break for some white ball cricket after this. 2 championship games in June, 2 in July, and 3 more in September as Thompson's in again. Again, Clark right behind it, pushes that out onto the offside. No addition to the score on this occasion. We're playing in bright sunshine now. The outfield looking parched or burnt in places, which is not something that we've said all that often in like the third week in May over the years. Such has been the great spell of weather from a cricketing point of view again. As Thompson comes in, good line outside the off stump. Duke, who's been tidy, well organised behind the stumps today. Not seen Matthew Revis yet with the ball. Code's bowled 10, White 8, Hill 8, and this is Thompson's 8th. Hoping for this important breakthrough early in the afternoon session. Still 62 overs remaining after this in the day. A lot of cricket to be played. Thompson's in. Again, tumbling stop by Harry Duke outside the off stump. That's just a bit too wide in terms of his line there, JT.
I'm trying to find that wicket-taking delivery. He had bowled 5 overs for 25, because I remember remarking on that, so he's not conceded a run now for, his last 16 deliveries. Which is keeping things tight.
Yep, 1 for 25. 5th ball of this 8th over from Thompson, again pushed out onto the offside. Maybe just a little bit short in this over. Clark's been able to just get onto the back foot and just push those out defensively onto the offside. Not really looking all that troubled in this over. But as we know, Jordan Thompson's more than capable of producing the spectacular from nowhere. Sometimes when you least expect it, he's back at his mark now and turns, comes running in towards us from the Howard stand end to complete the over. That one's down the leg side. There's a diving left-handed effort by Harry Duke, who gets the hand to that. Jordan Thompson's got his hands on his head. As if to say there might have been a noise as it passed the batter. I don't think we heard much from elsewhere in the ring of fielders. Yep, 2 byes confirmed. Yeah. Duke did well to get a left hand on that, actually.
Yeah, it's just, you get quite a lot of those deliveries in cricket, don't it? It's like an optical illusion. The ball does go late. It looks for all the world like batter's got something on it, and there's a bit of a yelp. And then when you see it back on the replay, there's a definite daylight between one and t'other. So 83 for 2 after 34. Let's just have a look around at the scores elsewhere as well during this next over in the early parts of afternoon sessions around the County Championship. Ben Code, though, bowling here to Slater, who shoulders arms. Down at Southampton, Hampshire, 97 for 4 against Sussex, having won the toss and decided to bat. So not an ideal first 32 overs for them. In Div 2, Northamptonshire 82 for 4 themselves, having also won the toss and decided to bat first. Up at Chesterley Street, Durham, oh, by the way, they're playing Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire. In case you were scratching your head, Durham 109 for 4 themselves in the 34th over against Somerset, having won the toss and decided to bat. As Codes in, oh, Ben Slater. Well, you can't say, Ben, that you ain't had luck on your side in this knock, because he's got a thick inside edge there that could have taken out any one of 3 stumps, but fortunately for him, bypassed the lot. Nottinghamshire now 84 for 2 down at New Road. Warwickshire 72 for 2 in the 32nd over. That feels quite laborious, only in the 32nd there. Against Worcestershire. Warwickshire again winning the toss and deciding to bat. Middlesex won the toss at Sophia Gardens and put Glamorgan in there, 79 for 3 in Division 2. Good delivery from Code, nipping away from Clark, although he had it covered. At Grace Road, Lancashire 80 for 2, having been put in by the hosts. Derbyshire 124 for 1 are making good progress. That's in over number 36 at Derby. They won the toss. Kent in the field there. And then Essex in this division 111 for 4 in the 34th. They're taking on Surrey at the Oval. Code in and bowling, and Clark this time solidly behind it, turning it into the leg side.
Bowling without much luck, Ben Code, today, isn't he? Just saw the replay of the chop on, or very close to a chop on from Slater, and didn't miss by much. So Ben Code unfortunate there not to pick up a wicket. Past the outside edge numerous times today already.
In comes Code again. Solid defence from Clark. Pitch takes on that slightly greener tinge now that the cloud is blocking out the sunlight. There's a pretty good crowd in. It's built a little since I mentioned it earlier today. You probably, I would guess, around the usual sort of figure, 1,500, something like that. The guess. In comes Code. Good straight blade from Clark in defence there to complete another Ben Code over. 11 of them he's bowled now. 3 maidens, none for 28. Nottinghamshire 84 for 2.
Yeah, Thompson and Code have bowled unchanged since lunch. 2 minutes to 2 here at Headingley this afternoon under the cloud cover. It's been all seam so far today. Yet to see Don Bess in the action. Understandable with the green tinge and some cloud cover at times and the ball moving around. And these two have bowled well since the lunch break. 3 slips and a gully will remain. 2 on the onside in front of square, 2 on the off in front, and a fine leg as Thompson comes in to Slater, and he's been hit again. Slater, not for the first time today. He goes down to his knees again. Now, was that pad or was that just above the pad? Was it midriff area? Difficult to see. But he will be battered and bruised in the shower later on today. Ben Slater. He's 38 not out at the moment. And he's faced exactly 100 balls. So it's been a really good determined effort by him as Thompson's in again. Undeterred. He pushes that up towards mid-off. And there's no addition to the score. So great powers of concentration, determination from him so far. Clark on 8. 84 for 2. In the 36th over. The sunshine just beginning to appear again from behind the cloud. Thompson's in. That's driven outside the off stump. It's just slightly over pitch. They've gone through for 1, and they'll come through for a comfortable second as well as a throw comes in now. So 2 more to Slater, who moves on to 40. Halfway through the 36th over at the moment. Yorkshire crowd looking for something else to cheer at the moment. Yorkshire very much in this game, but they'd like another couple of wickets to fall relatively quickly as Thompson turns again past the umpire. Outside off stump, may have kept a bit low. It bounces in front of Harry Duke, actually difficult one for him to take. Get something on it though. Prevents it going through for byes. It was outside the off stump. There's a waft of the bat outside the off stump from Slater. No addition to the score. Jordan Thompson asking the questions at the moment. He's back to his mark, ready to go. Yorkshire have been looking to get through the overs pretty quickly so far today. Round the wicket he comes to the left-hander, Jordan Thompson. And again, Slater just gets bat on that. He's a little bit late onto it though. But that is good enough. James Wharton is there at mid-wicket to do the fielding and no addition to the score. All quiet at Headingley at the moment. This game could really go either way. Could go Yorkshire's way with a couple of wickets, but if not dig in for another hour or 2 hours without wickets falling, then they will look like the dominant side in the game on day 1 here at Headingley. As Thompson's in again. That's short, that's pulled. There's 1 bounce towards Code. He gets a right hand to it, but it goes over the ropes for 4. So JT just a bit short on that occasion. It wasn't too far right of Ben Code, but there was plenty of bat on that, and it raced away. One bounce over the rope for 4, so 4 added to the score. 90 for 2, a tight over from Jordan Thompson. Just a bit on the shorter side with that last ball. That's 36 overs complete, and Slater now moves on to 44 with the league leaders before this game, Nottinghamshire, of course, on 90 for 2.
And Code going to continue ringing the bowling hand out, having tried to stop that. According to Richard Robinson, groundsman of course these days, the crowd is 1,673 so far, he says. That's wide of off stump and has been crashed away by Joe Clark through the covers for 4. Got what it deserved really. Ben Code dropping it too short, so successive boundaries to complete one over and start the next. I think I should preface everything I say about from the ground staff with if they are to be believed after the Robbo and Co's antics in the previous home game against Warwickshire. Up here in the com box for a little while as well. But if the ground staff are to be believed, or if Richard Robinson is 1,673. Probably more like 7,613 knowing Robbo. Oh, it's probably nothing like that at all. 3 slips, 4 slips even. We call him Don Besser Gully. There is a bit of separation between third slip and him, Joe Clark. Can't play that delivery from Ben Code comfortably on this occasion. Just looking through a few of the records between the teams down the years. The highest score for either side here at Headingley was the 545 for 7 made by Notts here in 2010. They've also got the lowest innings for either side in previous matches, 1901 at Trent Bridge, all out for 13. I wonder if it was a similar pitch to this at the time, as Clark leaves one well wide off stump. That's bowling figures for either side. Well, of course, famously, Headley Vertu here at Headingley, 1932, 10 for 10. And the Girdler's mate, Franklin Stevenson, he's picked up a record or two between the sides over the years. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell us all about that when he's back in the chair. As Code, he's in on this one that swings and is then dropped into the offside by the right-handed Joe Clark. I did have the Franklin Stevenson figures in front of me. There you go. 7 for 38. Best bowling figures between the counties by a Notts player. That was in 1989. Some big names for the two counties of the past. Clark on 12. Code in and bowling again. Good delivery. And as you say, Graham, he can consider himself a little bit unlucky because he's produced some good stuff as Ben Code. And at the moment, they're not for nicking it.
No, these are good players out there in the middle for Notts at the moment. But even these good balls from Code are too good for even good. It's a terrific shape on that last delivery from Ben Code. It's a joy to watch.
He's in again for the final ball of the over, which is left by Clark and taken by Harry Duke, who has the distinction of the most number of, in his relatively short first-class career, sporadic first-class appearances, 6 dismissals, which is the most between the sides by a Yorkshire keeper. That was at Trent Bridge in 2021, match that Nottinghamshire won. And M. Sherwin, who I must confess I don't know the first name of, 3 caught and 4 stumped, 7 dismissals at Bramall Lane for Notts back in 1887. You'll remember that, won't you?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I'm assuming you'd have been around for that, Doige.
Sorry, Dave. Mulderkai. There we go, Mulderkai Sherwin.
So, 94 for 2. Yorkshire looking for something to happen at the moment. Slater on 44, the left-hander. Start of a new over. Thompson round the wicket. Driven. It's fine. It's just wide of Bess at Gully, or a wideish fourth slip, whatever you prefer. But it's all along the ground. That's the important thing, and that's raced away for anything that's past the fielder today has been almost 4 every time. And a forcing shot there by Slater. Well pitched up by Thompson. Another boundary. He moves on to 48 and Knots on to 98 for 2.
Yeah, and I think that's much more legit than the odd one that he's got runs from so far today. Went fairly hard at the ball, but got enough on it.
Yep, 3 slips and this gully remain as Thompson's in again. Slater happy just to get everything behind that one and push it out onto the offside with no addition to the score.
You'd want to be an opening batter, eh?
I know.
People querying whether you've struck it as well as you wanted to or not when you're on 48 in difficult conditions out there.
It's true, isn't it? He's really battled and grafted today. Jordan Thompson is coming in towards us now from the Howard stand end again, then persisting with this round the wicket line. That's left alone by Slater this time. Into the hands of Harry Duke behind the stumps. No addition to the score. I think these two teams meet in back-to-back championship games, don't they? I think they play each other again at Trent Bridge in June in the resumption after the break for some white ball cricket.
I'm glad you're up to speed with which is the next one. Yeah, Trent Bridge next, which is on June the 22nd. That one starts.
Oh, that's a great shot by Slater. Off his hip, just clips that away behind square on the leg side. It brings up his 50, and you've got to say that that has been a really valiant effort from him. He's 52, not out now. Ben Slater, 109 balls and 7 fours.
There he is on the board, displaying a very smart haircut. One of the Yorkshire players at the Oval last week, the wrong photograph was on against the player's name when he was dismissed. And of course I got blamed for that. Well, you get told to get the right picture on. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Who does that?
102 for 2. 100 up then for Knots as well as Slater's 50 as Thompson's in again, pushed out onto the offside. Yeah, 14 game season, isn't it? And 10 team league, so it means that you play some teams once in this league, doesn't it, and some teams twice. So Notts are one of the teams that Yorkshire play twice, as are Surrey, so they're the top two at the moment. So it could potentially work for you or against you, couldn't it?
Yeah, they had this in the year that they got relegated, actually, which obviously was only by the 1 point as well.
Thompson's in again. Oh, slower ball. Good delivery by Jordan Thompson. And Slater is bowled. It brings up his 50. And then he is bowled by Jordan Thompson. It looked like a slower ball. It clips the outside of the off stump. And just when it looked as though Notts were riding the storm, from somewhere, Jordan Thompson produces a wicket-taking delivery. And it just clips the outside of that off stump. And well done, Jordan Thompson. Slater's gone for 52 from 111 balls, 7 fours. And Thompson's figures now looking more than reasonable. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39.
Yeah, and I think in context of what we've seen, that probably just about the ball of the day, really, isn't it? He's got a player who's in. Or as in as you can be in these circumstances. The length is the key. You can't get fully forward to that, and it's classic, isn't it? Top of off stump, it's angled slightly in. It's not really nipped away, it's just held its line on off stump and clipped the top of off stump. Classic medium fast bowler's dismissal. As you say, Ben Slater had worked hard, he'd ridden luck at times, but in tough conditions he's got his side a half century and a bit of something in the match. Yorkshire will want to press on with more wickets. Might be a good time for us to do our change in the com box as well, because the girdler is due back in at this point, and Jack Haynes is also due in out there in the middle in the Nottinghamshire green. Jordan Thompson, well, pat him on the back when he's changed things around. 5 overs for 25 at one stage. Just kept going for the boundary and a bit and over. And then he's turned that around with 2 for 14 since then in 5 more overs. So he's got back on track. And when you highlight the loose stuff, you've certainly also got to pat people on the back, and much better from him, and that was a peach of a delivery. George Hill is back into the attack for Yorkshire from the Kirkstall Lane end, and the Girdler is back alongside.
Thanks, JD. Yeah, 102 for 3. No sooner do you press send on the tweet that congratulates Ben Slater on his 50, then you've got to follow it up with one to say Nottinghamshire losing their 3rd wicket. Ben Slater out 2 balls after reaching his 5th half-century of the season. Is almost certainly his slowest, but maybe his best in terms of how tough it's been. Here is George Hill then. First ball of this spell shapes away from the right-hander Joe Clark, who's on 12. He's only at boundaries in this innings. 3 fours for Joe Clark, who's also been out there quite some time now. He was not out at lunch, been at the crease for about 40 minutes either side of the break, faced 31 deliveries now. He's got his former Worcestershire teammate Jack Haynes at the other end as Hill bowls. Another one that shapes away and goes through into the gloves of Harry Duke. So Clark, off the back of a century at Durham on Monday, which really got his season going. He hadn't reached a half-century even in any of the first 5 games. Thrilled to bits to get that 100. Wasn't much of a celebration at 50, and indeed nor at 100, because he knew he had a job to save the match for Notts, but it just didn't quite happen as he pushes this up to mid-off as Graham's comes back alongside. You've been here for the last half an hour, I know, but you've just done a little bit of a foxtrot and a tango and a shuffle between the desks to slide back in. Slightly different view of things to where you were sat a minute ago, so this view for us all high in the gods here at the pavilion end of Headingley. Hill bowls another delivery that shapes away. A lot of width he's offering Clark in this over.
Yeah, it was a great innings from Slater, wasn't it? He'd battered for a lengthy period, probably during one of the more difficult periods of the game. Got to his 50, and you could see by his reaction actually when he was out how disappointed he was, because having done all the hard work, really, he would have been hoping to go on and flourish and score a few runs this afternoon.
Certainly would. Here's Hill. And again, and another one. He's got good shape on this, but just starting the ball just a little too wide, and Joe Clark's not going to get sucked into chasing after one of those. Birthday on Monday for Joe Clark. Always used to have to wish both him and Matt Carter happy birthday. Born on the same day, the former Notts off-spinner, of course, both born on the 26th of May, 1996. Matt Carter no longer with the club. As another delivery from Hill, wide of the off-stump. Was he bowling for a maiden then? He's got one anyway, 102 for 3 at the end of the over. 2:15 here at Headingley on a lovely day. The forecast is for around about 20 degrees, just to stay pleasantly warm and with just a gentle breeze. So great to watch cricket today, and there's a goodly number that have come across. Probably more will come in this afternoon. It's the old work from home day, isn't it? Bring the laptop and go to the cricket.
Yeah, great venue for working from home. Good over from George Hill. I think you'd probably have to say that he's one of the informed bowlers in Division 1 of the Championship at the moment. You can see the confidence flowing through his body. It's coming out of the hand really nicely. Good over from him. And now it's Jordan Thompson, having got the wicket in the last over. 2 for 39 from 10. 3 maidens. He starts his 11th. Outside the off-stump, Haynes is forward and pushes that out onto the offside. No addition to the score.
And all these Nottinghamshire players that haven't played on this ground before, haven't played on this ground in first-class cricket. Jack Haynes says, hold my beer, and I'll point you back 2 years. For Worcestershire here in 2023, he scored 113 not out, so he at least does have a little bit of Headingley form.
That's a great memory to have as well, isn't it? I'll give him confidence as he awaits Jordan Thompson again. Can he back up that big score with another one today? Still to get off the mark, played out onto the leg side there, fielded by Matthew Revis.
Yeah, last year his first at Trembridge, he passed 57 times without reaching 3 figures. This year, the conversion rate so far, 2 out of 2. Both times he's got to 50, he's gone on and scored 100. 142 is top effort. So he's spent quite a bit of time at the crease this year.
Thompson's in, over the wicket to the right-hander, beats the outside edge there as Haynes, wearing 30 on his back, plays and misses through to Harry Duke. Just a little bit wide, that one maybe, could have allowed that one to pass by, but he was tempted into a little push forward outside the off-stump, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Well, he does have this rather extravagant sort of whip inside the line, and I don't think he was ever really going at that one. There's a lot of idiosyncrasies around the county circuit, aren't there? And you get used to watching people.
Yeah. Thompson. Oh, and that one flies off the outside edge in that gap that we were talking about between third slip and a wide-ish fourth slip or almost gully Don Bess. It's gone right between the two of them and it races away for 4. So a touch of good fortune there for Haynes. I think that was a genuine edge.
It was a genuine edge. You just go with your gut feel, you go with your hunch, 3 slips and a gap, and Don Bess, you can call him what you like, a 5th slip or a gully, but there is the gap, and Haynes has been beaten by one that's taken off there, flown off the shoulder of the bat and gone at catchable height straight between them. So that's, a gut feel from the bowler and from Don Bess, and lots have got away with one there.
Yeah, Thompson in again. Oh, and another good one through to the keeper. There's a muffled appeal, I think is probably the way to describe it there.
Does Harry Duke celebrate every time he catches it? I would. If I'd got the gloves on and I was out there, every time I caught it, I'd be happy. But he does like to raise the arms and get a little excited every time he catches the ball.
Absolutely. He's been busy today, hasn't he? Quite a lot of deliveries passing the outside edge. But no genuineness about the muffled appeal you felt there as Thompson comes in again. This time that's driven outside the off stump, behind point, all along the floor. Terrific shot by Haynes, you have to say. And that races away towards the western terrace, as I mentioned, just behind square. It was 4 from the moment it left the bat. And even Matthew Revis, with all his pace in the outfield, didn't have a chance of getting to that one. So that's a terrific shot to end the over. Haynes on 4, Clark on 12, 106 for 3. And as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, it feels like a game that's in the balance, this one.
Well, Ben Slater will be particularly disappointed, because if you battle through that first 2 hours, then you earn the right to be out there in the middle during the best time to bat, really. The hardness, the shine will have diminished somewhat from the ball. It won't be as hard as Hill comes in starting a new over. That's another boundary to Clark. Expect the runs to come thick and fast from anything edge now, because the point I was just going to get to, the outfield is speeding up. The sun's on there. Any dew that was around this morning has long since disappeared, and there must have been some, because there was a very early call for a pile of sawdust at each end, which didn't really see being used, and I was a little surprised when it was called, but we did have a pile of sawdust at each end at the start of play, but that's all that moisture has long since evaporated, and the ball is now working its way over the boundary very quickly when it struck. Clark continuing his boundary run. He's up to 4 boundaries, on to 16 as he plays this to mid-on. And there's no run. But this is the session that Notts have really got to make count. The afternoon period when bowlers have not tired. Obviously, they're fit young men, fit young athletes, but their initial bursts have been seen off, and now a chance to just try and work the ball around and get that scoreboard moving after a really tough morning. 114 for 3. Hillen again beats Clark this time. It's a good delivery, which just nipped away again. A little bit of bounce. It's bone hard out there, and Joe Clark will go down and do a bit of gardening, eyeing it suspiciously. In fact, Jack Haynes comes down and has a little word with his good buddy. Carl Verena due in next. And Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White, they've all had hundreds this season. Batting keeps on coming for Notts. Of course, you always start from naught, as this one, again, starts too wide and shapes even further away. That's right, isn't it? You always start with naught. It doesn't matter how good you were last week or the week before.
No, absolutely. Always vulnerable in your next innings. Time to dig in and build again. And 114 for 3. These two need to do a job for their side. It's been a great start to the season for Notts, hasn't it, Dave? With those 3 wins already.
Here's Hill. In and bowls, and this one shapes away and goes through to the keeper. And in a way, it's never nice to lose as they did on Monday. But I know, and just speaking to a few of them and just being out there this morning for half an hour or so while they were warming up, and then Peter Moore's getting them all together for the huddle and the chat. I know he's really looking for a response in this game. They're desperate to cling on to the lead. Everybody's well aware that Surrey have started to climb the table, found a bit of form as Hill again bowls a wide-ish delivery. I think that one went the other way, but it was just so wide. Clark had already left it before it had jagged back into the gloves of Harry Duke. So they're desperate to put on a show here, Notts, if they can go into the midpoint of the season and the championship break, staying at the top of the table. And of course, if they win this, they've got a good chance of doing that. They'll be delighted. They've got that extra little bit of pace back in Dylan Pennington. So he, with the pace, Mohammed Abbas and Brett Hutton will move around and hopefully not give too many runs away. Lyndon James, tall man, he'll hit the deck. Try and just get a little bit of bounce, so it's a well-balanced attack along with the spinner.
Jordan Thompson continues from the Howard stand end. That one is straight through to Duke, and allows that one to pass without playing a stroke. Thompson's bowled pretty well either side of lunge from that end. This is his 11th over now. 2 for 47.
Yeah, the Gold Top Milkman says it's the commentator's curse that Ben Slater was out. Well, I wasn't commentating Gold Top, but I did put that he battled his way to 50, and then within seconds I was obviously bringing news to those that aren't watching. I was bringing news to those about his dismissal.
That was a great knock. It was hard work today. Early on, Thompson's in again. Haynes pushes that one back up the pitch. Yorkshire persevere with these 3 slips and a gully, or a wide 4th or 5th slip, whichever you prefer.
So this pair have scored 6 boundaries between them, nothing else. 4 fours to Joe Clark and a couple to Jack Haynes to get their innings up and running. 114 for 3. Wickets today have gone down at 9, 65 and 102.
Here's Thompson. Coming in past the umpire now. Again, straight delivery. Straight bat from Haynes as well. Defended and pushed back up the pitch without any addition to the score. Yeah, 3 wins for Notts, all at Trent Bridge, Dave.
Yep.
So looking for the first away win of the campaign.
Yeah, they've been a little unlucky as well at Edgbaston. Rained on the last day, with Notts just needing 4 wickets to defeat Warwickshire. Zimbabwe have lost another wicket. They're 124 for 2 at Trent Bridge. It's Shob Bashir who's got the second wicket. Another catch for Harry Brook.
Here's Thompson. And Thompson is in and bowls, and that's just played again defensively by Haynes. Thompson sticks out a right boot, and it's picked up by Jack White at mid-on. Not seen White yet in this afternoon session. We've not seen Revis in the match so far, or Dom Bess. So we will see just how Yorkshire decide to play things during this early part of this afternoon session. They're bowling pretty well, pretty tight. Notts not getting away at the moment. Thompson comes in and beats the outside edge again. He throws his hands into the air. Jordan Thompson through to wicketkeeper Harry Duke.
Bess is off on one of his journeys from Gully down to the far end.
Yeah.
And then comes back again.
Yeah. chat with the fielder at mid-off. David Milan, I think that is up there. And the ball's back with the bowler, and Bess is back in position, in that catching position again. Thompson bowls, good forward defence again by Haynes. Played up towards mid-on again, fielded by Jack White. Some applause for that over from Jordan Thompson. That's the end of another over, 114 for 3. Yorkshire have bowled 42 overs so far today, run rate of 2.71. Don't think Notts have got above the 3, but a lot of it has been about survival so far. And they've done that pretty well, particularly with Slater going on to make that 50. That's the end of another Jordan Thompson over, though, now. 2 for 47 from 12, and George Hill will start a new over.
Sets off from our end of the ground, the pavilion end. Straightish delivery this time. Clark drives it crisply up to mid-on. There's no run. David Milan doing the fielding. I was a little surprised, more than surprised, doing a little bit of research for this game, that Notts have only ever won 4 first-class matches on this ground. They've won 21 times in Yorkshire. They've won at such far-away places as Dewsbury and Huddersfield and Middlesbrough and Sheffield, Bradford, and of course Scarborough, as Hill bowls again and once more. It's a full straight delivery that Clark plays up to Milan at mid-on. But they've only won 4 times at Headingley, and this century, only 2 of those wins, 2004 and the last time here in 2011. Their Headingley record is 1-4, drawn 12, lost 11, and there was one match way back when that didn't get underway as Hill bowls down the leg side. It thuds into the thigh pad. So not a great Headingley record. I can remember that win in 2011. Notts were champions, having won the title the previous year, and it was I think it was the second game of the season. They came here and checked out of the hotel on the third morning because it very much looked as if Notts were going to be heavily beaten by lunch on the third day, and in fact they'd won the game by tea time. Mulaney and Reid battered through the morning session as this one shapes away, goes into the gloves of the keeper, who doesn't celebrate. And in the afternoon, Yorkshire were set to score, I think it was 130, and they were bowled out for 80. Luke Fletcher at the peak of his powers. He was just 22 then. He got a very quick 40. Beg your pardon, a very quick 4 for bowling from this end with all the line and length and an extra little bit of bounce that you associate the big man with as this goes through to the keeper. But that was one of the most unusual turnarounds of fortune of a game that I can remember commentating on for a while, but it stuck with me. 2011, Yorkshire needed 130 to win, and Notts bowled them out for 80 inside 3 days. But there have been slim pickings since then. That was the last time Notts won here. So they've only won twice on this ground in red ball cricket this century. This is wide of the pegs. It goes through to the keeper.
Yeah.
End of the over. Maiden, 114 for 3.
Feels like a delicate sort of tense stage of the day, this, doesn't it? Runs not quite flowing. Ball still moving around a touch. Yorkshire desperate for another breakthrough. And the 2 Notts players hanging in there at the moment. And it looks as though we're about to see a change. The first one since the lunch break from that Howard stand end. Jordan Thompson's bowled a good spell, as I mentioned, either side of lunch from there. And now we're seeing Jack White, who bowled 8 overs from that end earlier on today. Miserly spell, conceding just 8 runs and taking a wicket. So he will start his second spell of the game, replacing Jordan Thompson from the Howard stand end. And he's going to come in to bowl to Haynes, and White passes the umpire. Now, well pitched up, just steered towards the slip cordon there. Diving stop to his left by Don Bess. No danger for the batsman.
Seba Mead was first to fall this morning for 6. He was the leading run scorer in the country with 695 runs, so he did get to 700, in fact 701, but he's only 19 clear of Adam Live now, so a little bit of a battle between those two.
Yep.
George Hill was second. He's still on 27 wickets, Kyle Abbott on 31 going into this round of matches.
Here comes White again, pushed out onto the offside by Haynes. Fielded by Wharton. Bit shorter in length, that one, just a little bit more time for Haynes to get onto the back foot and push that out onto the offside towards the western stand, over there away to our right hand side. Sun shining brightly now at Headingley.
Three of the Division 1 sides are 5 wickets down. Durham 161 for 5 against Somerset. Hampshire 131 for 5 at home to Sussex, and Essex 142 for 5 away at Surrey. So far more runs than here, but more wickets.
Here's White. It has been a great signing for Yorkshire based on his performances so far in this campaign. Straight delivery, pushed back up the pitch, fielded there by the bowler. Good contest between bat and ball, as we've been saying. And Yorkshire persevere with this field of 3 slips and a gully, point, extra cover, mid-on and mid-wicket. As White starts his run again, as Yorkshire continue to look for this breakthrough. Again, solid behind that, Haynes. Straight bat, pushed out onto the offside. Yorkshire making the batsman play, generally speaking, but the Notts batsman up to the challenge at the moment.
Yeah, and the longer you go on with figures like 8 overs, before this 8 overs 1 for 8 for Jack White, the more the general feeling is it's only human nature for the Notts dressing room to think, crikey, he's bowling magic balls here, 8 overs 1 for 8. Just see him off, don't do anything reckless against him, he's giving you nothing. And suddenly the myth can become enhanced, have a story of its own.
Oh, and that's clipped off his legs, so he strays in line there for the first time in the over. White. Clipped off his legs by Haynes. They go through for a single. As that ball just goes down towards fine leg, 115 for 3, 1 ball remaining of this 44th over.
Just wondering if Joe Clark will take guard here. He's not been down this end for a long, long time. Certainly not in this partnership where they've only hit 4s. He's still looking for a mark. Yep. Yeah. He's obviously found it easy enough, but since Haynes has been out there, Haynes has been at this end, Clark's been at the other end.
Yep, that's how it's worked out. Generally speaking, as White comes in to complete the over, that's down the leg side, that's glanced. Now, is that off the bat or did it come off the thigh? Yep, it's 4 leg byes actually, but it does go all the way to the boundary. And Notts are moving on to 119 for 3 with that boundary. 44 overs bowled, 52 still remaining in the day. Looks as though George Hill's just calling for some pain-killing tablets by the looks of things.
Yeah, you were right, it was leg-sided, but only just. Clark went a long way across his sticks then to try and deflect it away. As it happened, it missed his bat and flicked his pad. I don't think it would have disturbed the furniture, but he was a long way across his stumps for that delivery. 19 for 3 then it'll be. George Hill to bowl to Jack Haynes, and this is for the first time. See what Haynes can do at the far end. 119 for 3, Yorkshire with a bowling point. Nottinghamshire got an awful lot of work to do to get into the batting points, which begin at 250, of course. This White, Hill, I beg your pardon, bowls, and one takes off from around about a 5th stump line, taken above his head by Harry Duke.
Yeah, there's just the odd one, isn't there? Occasionally just bounces a little bit more outside the off-stump bowling from this end. Duke taking it, as you say, very high above his head there. But it's not really troubling the batsman, is it? It's just a little bit too wide. Nice shape on the bowling from Hill, though, I've got to say. Really coming out of the hand really, really well.
Bowls again, and this has gone... Well, it's gone to ground. Whether it was a catch or whether it was a good stop at second slip remains to be seen. Haynes went hard at that one, skewed off the outside edge. have a little look. Was just out of the shot of the camera lens. Went hard at it, skewed off the outside edge, and fielder there at third slip made a boundary-saving stop. Whether he could actually get his hand underneath it, I'm not sure. As the next one just has enough strength to climb over the top of middle stump. What do you think? Was that there on the full?
Well, I agree with you, Dave. It's difficult to tell. I mean, Finley Bean went a long way to his right, didn't it? It was low down in the end when it got to him. We've seen it again now from a different angle. Oh, it did carry. Yeah, it definitely carried. But it was very low. It was travelling, and he had a long way to go to his right. He ends up going with one hand, which I think that was the only option he really had in the end. So wide it was.
Certainly wasn't easy. He saved 4 runs. Again, he's bowled him. Haynes shouldering arms. And that one does nip back and demolishes the top of off. A life earlier in the over. And now Jack Haynes has gone for 9 runs. And he'll be particularly upset about that, because he was certainly culpable. If you don't play a shot, you're always running the risk of the ball shaping back or doing something extraordinary, and that's exactly what happened there. It just nipped back nicely and clipped off the bail. And Nottinghamshire, who were very much kept at bay this morning, have tried to pick up the tempo since lunch, and in doing so have lost 2 wickets. Initially, Ben Slater, who was bowled by Jordan Thompson for 52, and now Jack Haynes out for 9. It's 119 for 4.
Yeah, Haynes maybe starting to think that he might have preferred to stay down the other end after that over, but he's left that, I think, based on the fact that Hill has generally been shaping the ball away, and he's left one there, and it's nipped back at him and bowled him. So great piece of bowling from Hill. It'd been a difficult over for Haynes prior to that, hadn't it? It dropped. You know, it's probably a bit touch unfair on Finley Bean to say it was a drop. He did well to get something on it, but then the ball after that, he left it, and it didn't miss the stumps by much. And then this time, critically, he left a straightish delivery, and he's out bowled. So George Hill, who has bowled a lively spell, moving it about both ways at times, and gets his rewards there. And Hill will be delighted with that. That's his first wicket, 1 for 23, 3 maidens off 11.4 from him so far. And that is the breakthrough that Yorkshire needed. So in terms of which way this game was likely to swing, we always said this was a really interesting, tense, difficult period in the game. And Yorkshire have got 2 wickets now since lunch. And, well, all of a sudden, Yorkshire might be starting to think that their decision to insert Nottinghamshire earlier on today might have been the right one after all. We will see.
Good players keep on coming. For my money, this is the best wicket-keeper batter in the game at the moment. Carl Verena. Just turned on the leg side. There'll be supporters, England supporters, canvassing the name of Jamie Smith, but Verena's an incredible talent. Plays his first ball onto the leg side. And there's no run. Next ball is wide enough to leave. So a successful over for George Hill. It was self-inflicted from the Nottinghamshire point of view. Jack Haynes just shouldering arms, not playing at one that nipped back, and it clipped off the top of off, and it was bowled for 9. So Hill gets his 28th wicket of the season. He's 3 behind Kyle Abb now at the top of the wicket-taking charts. And Notts a 119 for 4. Joe Clark still with those 4 boundaries to his name on 16. Carl Verena just faced those couple of deliveries yet to get off the mark. It's going to be Jack White to continue as JD comes back.
Always good if you plug in your microphone as White bowls the first ball wide of off stump, and Joe Clark draws the bat bat back well out of the way. Interesting little passage of play. George Hill certainly getting the ball to nibble around, as we've become used to in the last three seasons or so now. He's gone in at first slip, Adam Lyth second, Finlay Bean third, and Don Best still at gully. In comes White and Clark with a straight black playing up to mid-on. Will Sutherland, I'm led to believe, down to our right, who's been doing a little bit of running around the field and may have been the man who was out there with Harry Booker at lunchtime doing a few exercises. So he's here. Sutherland, of course, all-rounder, ready for the T20s, which start a week today, getting acclimatised, which is also good to see, given that a couple of the other players who've been across this year have only had 2 or 3 days. Not ideal. Jack White, 1 for 9 from 9 overs and 3 deliveries. That was another dry one, another dot. Puts in plenty of effort, doesn't he? He's got that Hendrick-like run-up, particularly when you see him from behind. That round of shoulder. Standet making his way in then towards Clark now, who gets a delivery around about leg stump and plays a nice timed push into the leg side, a tumbling stop. Mid-on, they get through for a single. Clark on to 17. Verena will face his first Jack White delivery. They got 2 wickets in that morning session. They've added a couple since. So be happy enough, at least, that they've got into the middle order. Still a long way to go against a team who are in cracking form so far this season. And in comes White once again. Good delivery. Verena playing slightly opened up and across it. It's hit him top of the thigh pad, something like that. He's got his back to us. Dot ball. It was a football game. Yorkshire with the 1 bonus point. Notts with none. It'd be like the early goal here, but manager will be trying to keep his team going for as long as possible. Topcoat order away to our left around the periphery. A few hats in place as well for when that sun is prevalent.
Oh.
Push into the offside by Verena gets him off the mark. Nearly a clash in the field there between David Milan and James Wharton, who came in with the throw. They got through for 1. 121 for 4 after 46, still not halfway through the day. 50 overs remain on day 1.
I was woofing because I thought it was a 5. We've got the window panes in here and I couldn't see the backing up Ben code. It was right behind the window pane, that shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, or at the striker's end. Was running away there. Thought it was on its way to the boundary, but not to be. So Verena off the mark with that single. He'll keep strike. 121 for 4. There we go, the start of the 47th over. Hill bowls him. Wow! Verena loses his off stump. Terrific delivery. Couple of wickets have come all at once here for George Hill. Both bowled. In the last over, Haynes left that one alone. I'm not sure Verena was down in time to play that one. It was just through him and blasted away his off stump, and Notts are in a little bit of a pickle now. 121 for 5. Didn't get the runs on the board this morning. Looking to profit this afternoon in the warmer conditions, but Hill has bowled a peach of a ball again that's nipped back on the angle through the gap between pat and pad and demolishes the top of off, and Verena's out for a single, and that's a very, very useful wicket indeed, and Notts have really got to find a partnership from somewhere now because they've lost half the side.
Yeah, you just don't want one of those there when you've just gone in 5th ball faced by Kyle Verena. He'd got that single, but that's another little beaut from George Hill, just nipping back on him. Got to keep those stumps covered. The thing with him is, talking to the wicket keepers in particular, they don't quite know very often which way that ball is going to go. Keeps you guessing, does George. And he's in the game again here. He'll be full of confidence, of course, with that England A call-up. Recognition for his recent achievements with the ball.
Terrific bit of bowling. New man is Lyndon James. James also with a century this season. That comes into this one off the back of a duck on Monday at Durham. His delivery is steered into the offside, and there's no run. So lots of Notts have lost 3 for 19. 21 for 5. There was 67 for 2 at lunch, with Slater on 31, Joe Clark yet to score. Ben Slater got to his 50 and then fell 2 balls later, bowled by Jordan Thompson for 52. Jack Haynes bowled by George Hill for 9, and Carl Verena bowled by Hill a couple of balls ago for 1. Is another good delivery that shapes back. Lyndon James in danger of leaving it alone. I think it's gone all the way down to the ropes at the far end, and dead ball, no shot offered is the verdict of Nigel Long. So it nipped back, struck Lyndon James not playing a shot, and ran away, somehow eluding that slip cordon again. Away for 4, but it doesn't count. It'll just go down as a dot ball. Notts in need of every run they can get. Thought they'd got a cheap and easy boundary there, but the umpires the umpire happy to say he didn't play a shot. Hill in again, 4 slips, and Lyndon James just blocks this to point. Of course, if he does get it wrong with those 4 slips in there, the attacking field, there is plenty of gaps, but been too many balls to work away either side of the wicket since lunch.
Yeah, just looking at the Notts wagon wheel, and there's a fair old percentage have gone down through third man.
There's Hill, a couple of wickets. This is down the leg side, and that's got away from Duke. Now then, this will be a couple of byes, I think. There's nothing on it from Lyndon James. It was just the gloves of the keeper. 2 byes. So we have got everybody's favourite cricket score. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the Headingley scoreboard. Clark 17, Lyndon James yet to get off the mark.
41 of the first 113 runs Dave went through down that third man region, a few of them for boundaries.
Next ball is pushed into the cover region. That's the end of the over. Another successful one for George Hill. Jordan Thompson has been off for a comfort break. He's on his way back out there. And Hill is through 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 23. Yeah, I think most counties sort of do away with third man, don't they? They'd rather have that extra fielder either in the catching cordon or in the ring somewhere. And if an edge or a wide enough ball is run down to third, then they prefer to have the fielder somewhere else. Can build up over the course of a day, particularly if the bowlers are offering lots of width, but generally most skippers do away with that position.
Jack White at the Howard stand down. We'll just turn down the aviation as he's in, and Clark lets that one ricochet around about the hip area into the offside with a shouldering of arms. So it's doing a bit, and you've always got to be careful with what you wish for in these situations. Yorkshire supporters want wickets, but they'll know that their team have definitely been challenged in the run scoring department. And you look at the way that the Notts bowlers have taken the team to the top of the table. certainly going to face a challenge themselves when they're out there with the bat. So here's White, Clark walking down the pitch, try and negate some of that movement, but it was too wide to interest him in playing. Jordan Thompson is keeping loose down in his position at mid-on. You always get that, don't you? The excitement of taking wickets and then the realisation that, oh yeah, got to bat ourselves.
Yeah.
Clark, well, he's been out there for 82 minutes now, either side of lunch. For his 17, he's had to be watchful. Shown good temperament. This time, again, walking down, but splayed down the leg side, that one. By Jack White. Harry Duke with a good take. Spent a good bit of time in the comm box with us down at Chelmsford the other week when he was a part of the squad, but non-playing. It's his first-class match of 2025. And to be patient, waiting for his opportunity. He's been used quite a bit in the 50-over game as one of the opening batters, although that changed last season. Clark taking one hand off the bat, being watchful, deflects that away down towards Ben Code, who's wide at long leg. They get one. 124 for far, so far 5.
Stark contrast to a week ago at Durham, where Notts put 400 on the first day. We're 2 balls away from the halfway stage of the day. 48 overs gone, 48 to go. That's right, Notts are going to be 250 all out at stumps. Might even take 250 if they lose another wicket sometime soon, particularly if it's Clark.
White, good delivery. Lyndon James. Drawn across, although to be fair, did pull the bat inside the line.
Yorkshire will, from this position, certainly be disappointed if they're not batting by the end of the day. So this game could be really advanced going into the weekend. Weather a lot better, or forecasted to be a lot better now than we thought it was going to be. And about Monday or Tuesday, we were sort of looking at this weekend, and they were predicting a lot of rain all over the country, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as they were predicting now.
There's White again. James dropping that one into the offside to complete the 48th over. We are bang on halfway through the allotted overs of the day. And Nottinghamshire 124 for 5. And at the moment now, just the scales in the early stages of the game have tipped in. They'd be the happier of the two sides. The hosts now, having picked up the 3 wickets in the afternoon session. Way to go.
Yeah, as you say, you never really know, do you, till both sides have had a go. Not to be disappointed, because at the moment seem to be quite some way away from being able to snare at least one batting bonus point. It's the commodity you need, points. This is drilled crisply by Joe Clark. Doesn't get a run. So imagine it did clip the boot or something of the bowler. Otherwise it would have certainly gone underneath him and gone all the way for 4. I think there could still have been a single there, but they decided against it. Holiday jet on its way into Leeds Bradford from somewhere.
Well, of course, David, the 256 from Fuerteventura.
And Clark's had a big mow away on the leg side. Yeah, what did they have for?
You know who that is, don't you?
I do. I do. I've got a good idea.
You were with him last week.
I've got a good idea.
You were with him last week, and Melinda Messenger, so I heard, was on third voicing. All right.
That's right. Yeah. This ball goes through to the keeper. Wide of the pegs, left alone by Joe Clark. Next delivery. Right on target, nicely directed delivery by Hill, full of pace, pitched up to Joe Clark. Gets forward and defensively works it to Thompson at point. There's no run. 124 for 5. Since Lunch Knots have lost Slater in the 38th over. Haynes in the 45th and Verena in the 47th. Code. Beg your pardon, Hill. In again down the leg side, and Hill again catches it and has a little celebration. 124 for 5.
He's not had much to celebrate so far, has he? So no victims. Having read his name out earlier on with the 6 in 2021. Not managed to get his mitts on one so far today. I would say you could pull that sheet down so you can see your laptop.
This next delivery's gone through Clark and into the gloves, and it's the end of the over. 124 for 5. I'll have to go and do an update for Radio Nottingham.
The easiest senior electronic equipment in here with the sun shining in. So 124 for 5. The girdle will be back in a few minutes post update. Jack White will continue, as will the air traffic by the sound of things. From the Howard stand end. 14 overs, 6 maidens. No, my apologies, that's George Hill. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12 for Jack. So I think it's fair to say that he has not been easy to play. He's in now and bowling. Oh, edged by Lyndon James. He's going to get 4 to third man again because the field's all up in catching positions and it's just not gone to hand. Went between Jordan Thompson, who's positioned at gully, and Don Bess, who's moved in at third slip, which suggests Finley Bean's off the field. See him at this moment in time as 3 o'clock clicks over. We're going to be doing the usual overtime stint with all seam throughout the day so far, and completely understandably as well because the ball has certainly nibbled around. Here's White. There's another case in point as James plays down the original line. One that just holds its line through to the gloves of Asterix himself, Harry Duke. So 3 slips and a gully, a point. We've got a wide-ish mid-off. Catching it now is Davin Milan. Mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and Ben Code would be a good 10 yards and more in from the boundary down the north-east corner of the ground. He's long leg. Jack White in and bowls one on the legs of Lyndon James. Who's flicked that one back at a square. We'll pick up 1. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, the email address. If you have anything to say with regard to what's going on out there, we're at JDZ Events. White turning at the end of his run. Good delivery, a little push at that one from Joe Clark, going away from him, dying on its way through to Harry Duke's gloves, no run. Bent Nielsen wanted wickets and said he always loves it when the top of off gets its comeuppance. All wickets are good, but top of off is something special. Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? Top of off stump, unless it's yours. You can also get in touch on Blue Sky, that's Jonathan Doige. Blue Sky. Sorry, no, it's not. as in comes White. That's dropped into the offside by Clark. No run. Can't remember what the handle is on Blue Sky. I'll give you that in a moment. JonathanDodge.bsky.social. We'll get rid of the passing traffic again. It's quite busy this afternoon. Right on the flight path here. So 129 for 5. Clark 18, James on 5. A fairly quiet over so far. Girdler's back from updating the good people of Nottingham listenership. And in comes White again. Off his tiptoes this time, Clark punches square on the offside to James Wharton to complete the 50th over of the match. With Nottinghamshire 129 for 5. We mentioned a couple of times, Brace, the T20's coming up. Something that Nottinghamshire have got a decent record in over the years. What prospects for this season's competition?
They'll definitely do better than last year.
Yeah.
Where they finished bottom of the North Group for the first time. They'd never finished below 5th in any season where they've had the structure as it is, 9 and 9, 2 divisions. They've nearly always qualified for the quarter-final, as this is played up to mid-on. It was a wretched campaign where they only picked up 3 wins out of the 14 matches. But the other saying, of course, in life is you're only as good as, or certainly in cricket and in sport, you're only as good as your last game. And, of course, they rounded off the season with a very good win here against Yorkshire. But the reason I mention that is because they introduced some youngsters, the likes of Freddie McCann, who we've seen today, as this next one thuds into the pads of Lyndon James. Young Sammy King played as well, and they played really well, really nicely in that game. And it's just a little pointer to the future. I think some more of the youngsters will get an opportunity this year, but I do like the overseas signings. Daniel Sams, who knows Trent Bridge like the back of his hand, he's played for the Trent Rockets, big favourite in Nottingham. He has played in the Blast before for Essex, so the North Group will be something different for him. This is down the leg side. Lyndon James misses it. Got hill bowling at the moment, 129 for 5. But it's the other signing that's really exciting. Remember, Moses Enriquez, I don't know how much of the Big Bash you watch, but he's a really hard T20 skipper. Plays for the Sydney Sixers and has led them to the title in Australia 3 or 4 times. And he's just a proper hard leader who won't accept any nonsense. Joe Clark will be the skipper, but to have somebody a trusted. This is thudding into the pad. I fancy it was a little high, and the umpire Nigel Long at this end says not out. 129 for 5. So excited about the prospects of him playing, but the exact makeup of the side not entirely sure. We'll have to just have to see how they go this week. Of course, there'll be no Alex Hales. Hales last year might have upset 1 or 2 with his decision just to play half the tournament and then go off for the second half to play in the Sri Lankan domestic T20 competition. That didn't go down too well, so he won't be playing this year. This goes through to the keeper. He's now a Dubai resident and can't return to the UK in 2025, so he won't be around either for the Blast or indeed for the 100 later on. So for the first time in, I was going to say in living memory, but for the first time since 2008, 2009 when he came on the scene, Alex Hales won't be playing for Notts at all this summer. So there will be decisions to make, no doubt. At the top of the order, Joe Clark will be there. Maybe the youngster Ben Martindale, maybe even Ben Slater will get an opportunity or 2, as James is now struck on the right glove here, and from his reaction, it's a painful blow on the right glove as Hill continues to ask probing questions. Been a really good spell this from him. It's a maiden, 129 for 5. So how will they get on? Better than last year. They won't come bottom. I'll predict that, and I just hope they're always in contention for one of the qualification spots.
Yep. We got 2 T20s this year, or just the one? I think we'll have 2, won't we?
Don't think we come here.
Oh, do we not?
Don't think we come here. I think it's just at Trent Bridge, but 129 for 5. So Yorkshire's overseas will be. I know you said that earlier this morning.
Yeah, Will Sutherland, who's just been on his way doing a bit of
well,
warming
he's
up
another
round the
one.
grounds.
He's another one like Mose Enriquez. I mean, he's a no-nonsense skipper of the Renegades, isn't he? Plays with Fergus O'Neill.
Yeah, here's White. Oh, swish at that one from Joe Clark, going away from him.
Yeah, that's a good signing. The Big Chief, they call him, don't they?
Yeah, good player, and Will O'Rourke is the other one. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's got to offer, because he looks a very good international class bowler. He's got pace, he's got height, hasn't he? He's due over, I'm told, mid to later in the week, with a view to turning out on Friday night. First match of the campaign for Yorkshire is here against Northamptonshire. Who Jack White, of course, joined the club from, and he's bowling here to Joe Clark. Turns that into the leg side for Matthew Revis to field.
Well, not starting against Warwickshire, and I'm sincerely hoping it's not a repeat of last year when they were bowled out for 56, was it? Something, that just about summed up, when you get to a point in the campaign when you think, well, this just can't get any worse. Well, it did. So they'll be desperately keen not only to get the campaign off to a fine start, but they also feel they owe Warwickshire one. And then it's a double header in a sense, because they're in action again on Saturday.
Yeah, Clark walking into this ball short of length from White, playing it to Wharton in the offside, no run.
It's Saturday they're at Old Trafford, with the Blaze there as well, so it's yours truly on a double header, which is
good luck with that.
Something we haven't been doing on BBC Radio Nottingham in the past, but we'll cover the Blaze as well as we'll cover the Outlaws.
I think we've got a couple of those this year. We've done them all last few seasons, the double headers. And we had done an increasing number of the women's games up until the start of this season. Ooh, good delivery from White. How's the measure of Clark, who's not quite doubled over, but leaning that way as it hits him and runs into the cordon. No run.
Well, the Blaze have always been an East Midlands side, and spread their favours around the East Midlands, going at all the different grounds. But obviously they're now Trentbridge based. Didn't elect to take the county name. A lot of the old women's sides have taken the county names, haven't they? But the Blaze are staying as the Blaze rather than Nottinghamshire women.
Here's White again, punched into the offside by Clark. No run. I think, are they the only side that have not taken or retaken a county name?
That's a very good question.
I think they might be. They had a tag on, didn't they? Diamonds, of course, were here, the Northern Diamonds. Combination of Yorkshire and Durham. That has now changed. As we get more passing air traffic, we'll make a change in the box, actually, as well after this delivery, because the girdle is due to go for a breather.
Hampshire 9 down, 148 for 9 at home to Sussex.
Well, Sussex is White's in, and Clark turns to leg to complete that 52nd over then, with the score on 129 for 5. We'll say thanks to Dave for now. Back on again at 3:40 to take us up to the tea break, which, with 12 overs remaining, is probably going to be about the 4 o'clock, just after 4 o'clock mark, perhaps, if it's all seen between now and then. Graham Colley moving back into the chair. And we got 4 slips in place here. Jack White is down at long leg, and George Hill in and bowling with a bit of swing involved in that one. Lyndon James turning it into the onside. So they've gone with a pretty similar field throughout the day here. They've had a leg slip in earlier in the day at times, but it's mainly been a fairly tight ring and 4 in the cordon of one way, shape or form or another. Sun back out just for the moment. George Hill in again, another good delivery. Just passes the outside edge, no run. George, well, we were saying averaging under 15 before the match started. He's He's thereabouts again. In fact, that average will be slightly lower now at this moment in time. 2 for 23 so far, Graham, who's back alongside.
Yeah, he's bowling with tremendous rhythm, isn't he? Everything looks to be working perfectly in tandem for him at the moment. His run-up looks really rhythmical. His action repeats every ball. His follow-through looks great. And the way it comes out of his hand is just superb at the moment.
Yeah, a bit more swing there. Gentle swing it was, and pushed past mid-off. Ben Code out to field. James will get 2 for it. But it's kind of lengthwise he's landing it. He's not really missing, is he? Lengthwise. So there's always, or just about always, that little element of doubt when you've got a bat in your hand at the other end. Which way is it going to go? You can't quite get to it. And those 2 wickets that he took were real evidence of that. He has gone a bit fuller this time, and he's been turned by James up to Milan at mid-on. Haven't seen too much of David Milan, but that's very often the case in the field. He's got a big job to do, especially in these conditions when he gets his opportunity with the bat.
Yeah, they've had a great post-lunch period, Yorkshire, haven't they? When you look at it with the wickets they've picked up 3. I can think of 2 that's gone through the gap at catchable height in the slip cordon as well, and the catch that has gone down.
Oh, now then, he's got this one in the air. Joe Clark, he's going to pick up 4 runs, and to be fair, it was in a gap, just slightly underneath it. A boundary conceded by GCHQ.
Yeah, rare boundary in front of the wicket, isn't it, against Hill? Heard you talking earlier about the number of 4s on the wagon wheel that have gone through behind square. Not all that many driven boundaries today. He's just slightly over pitch there. 2 balls in a row, George Hill, most unlike him today. What can he produce here?
To Clark again then, who covers this one, drops it out square on the offside. Revis can't prevent the single. Completion then of over number 53. Clark on 23, James on 8. Partnership so far worth 16. It's 137 for 5. Yorkshire picked up the 1 bowling bonus point. They're on the cusp of a second, and obviously got ample time to try and pick up maximum. You'd expect them to do so in these conditions that are providing some assistance.
Yep, so that looks like the end of Jack White's spell from the Howard stand end. Well, he's been miserly today, hasn't he? Jack White, terrific line and length for the majority of the day. Jordan Thompson is coming back into the attack from that end. He has bowled his better overs, certainly from that end today. 2 wickets for 47 off 12 for him so far. Still no Matthew Revis into the attack, or Don Best so far today. So it's the 4-seamers who are dominating for Yorkshire. That's clipped towards mid-wicket by Clark there, and they go through for a single, and Matthew Revis just limps away from the action there as he looked to feel the ball. He might have some strapping actually on his right knee. Matthew Revis, as he just rolls up the trouser, that might be a skin issue potentially with maybe diving around in the outfield. But he looks okay. I think he stopped that with his right hand. And just a single added to the score, wasn't it? This one, latest delivery from Thompson, pushed out into the offside. Fielded there, and no addition to the score. 138 for 5. Yorkshire are in a pretty good position here if they can just press home their advantage. Been a really good afternoon session. They were tight and controlled in the morning session, often bowling without luck, it seemed. The wickets have come a little bit more regularly after lunch as Thompson's in again. Driven firmly, terrific shot by James that. He's middled that slightly over pitch from Jordan Thompson on leg stump, and arguably the shot of the day from Lyndon James there, straight back up towards the Howard stand end for 4.
I was about to say pretty much the same myself. That's a It's a cracking shot. Stood tall, waited, didn't go too hard at the ball, but just gave it a little punch at the end. And, yeah, superb cricket shot.
Yeah, great to see, isn't it, the on-drive. As batters continue to face a stiff test against ball here at Headingley on day one of this latest championship game. Thompson's in over the wicket to the right-hander, pushed out by James with 8 on his back, pushed out into the offside. Milan's in there to do the fielding. No addition to the score.
DC Bradford says, great to see you on Blue Sky, JD, as I quit the other thing. Down in London for 2 Wembley playoffs, Sheffield United and Charlton. Missing Headingley. Commentary making up for it. Nice to see Duke back with the gloves on for the Tykes.
Yep, been really tidy behind the stumps he has as well. All-seam attack for Yorkshire so far today. Thompson again, slightly wider, outside the off-stump. And James allows that one to pass through to the aforementioned Duke.
Sorry, Bill.
That's okay. No addition to the score there. We're just seeing Matthew Revis actually turning his arm over there. So maybe his time may be coming.
Yeah, generally speaking, those middle to later overs. Email from Malcolm in Alicante, which I'll get to in a mo.
Yep, Thompson back on his mark and comes in past the umpire now. Bowl very nearly taking advantage of a little gap between bat and pad there by the looks of things for James. It just squirts out onto the leg side. And that is the end of another over for Jordan Thompson then. 2 for 52 off 13. Exquisite drive we saw for the boundary in that over. 142 for 5 knots then.
So Malcolm out there in Alicante says better weather there than here today. Good old downpour just now. Bowlers had no luck this morning, he says. George is putting it right now. I do hope we, meaning Yorkshire, don't look for any more Aussie superstars that inspire me to write a rude limerick that you wouldn't be able to use on air. Thanks, Malcolm. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Now, Matthew Revis coming on to replace George Hill. 2 for 31 from 16 overs and 7 maidens on another very good day with the ball for George. Matthew Revis. Now, he's not had many very good days with the ball so far this campaign. He was obviously injured during the winter and certainly got to allow him, or make allowances, if you like, for that, making his way back in. We saw him at Durham in his first match, the drawn game up at Chester Street. In and out since then. Probably fair to say it didn't go to plan last week at the Oval. Let's see what happens here. Over the wicket first up. And Clark just about coming forward to push that into the offside to Jordan Thompson. They've gone with a deep backward point, plus 2 slips and a gully here. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. They have now sent a man back square on the leg side, as well as a long leg. So the short ball tactic that Matthew Revis has largely been used for during his first-class career. May well again be the case here.
Short boundary on that side, JD, today.
It is. If you're banging it in short. Wide of off-stump this one. Not particularly short. Clark watching it go by. I wonder if that is Matt Milnes out at deep backward point doing a bit of sub-fielding. I know Anthony McGrath was saying they're hoping that he's going to play a good part in the T20s as a launching pad, if you like, to playing red ball cricket in terms of match fitness after those significant injury problems he's had. Revis goes full this time. Bit of swing about that as well, and Clark turns it into the leg side to Milan, no run.
Yeah, just a bit of wobble in the air, wasn't there? George Hill's England A call-up, I guess, means that he misses the start of the T20 with Yorkshire next week. I think the England A team play in India at Canterbury starting next Friday.
Revis is in. Again, evidence of swing when he's put that ball further up the pitch than we've been seeing of late, and that's good to see, I think. Turned into the leg side, no run.
Sun behind the clouds momentarily here at Headingley. Might be helping Matthew Revis just to wobble the ball in the air. He's got that protection on both sides of the wicket square, with men on the boundary on both sides square, so that will give him confidence.
2 to come in the over again. Evidence of some swing. And that's a good length ball, defended by Clark. So, well, I've been calling out for him to be used as a bowler rather than a battering ram. Maybe this is the day. Bowled that peach of a spell at Scarborough last year. Johnny Bairstow said he was quick, keeping wicket to him. Final ball of the over. He's on the money and pushed into the offside by Clark. And there is no run. Good start by Matthew Revis, because he's bowled a maiden first up. I'm just going to train the bins in on the sub-fielder, Graham, while you take it away.
Yeah, tap on the back from Harry Duke there for Matthew Revis. As you said, right on the money he was. No sign of any short stuff there for Matt Revis on this occasion. The sun shining brightly now at Headingley. 142 for 5. Match very delicately poised, as the lads were saying just a few moments ago. We'll know how difficult this track has been to bat on when Yorkshire have had a go. But at the moment, Yorkshire very much in the contest. 55 bowled, 41 remaining. Run rate just a shade over 2.5 for the championship leaders before the start of play today.
And it is, in fact, is indeed Matt Milnes at mid-wicket, substitute fielding at the moment.
Here's JT, bowling again, little wide outside the off-stump on this occasion, bowling to James, the right-hander. Harry Duke across to almost take that in front of Don Best there at first slip. So Yorkshire continue to try to turn the screw.
I think I'm right in saying Matt Milnes started at Notts. Or if he didn't actually start there, I think he's from Notts. Just check that out.
Thompson turns again, running in towards us from the Howard stand end, past the umpire. Oh, and a delightful delivery from Thompson. It squares James up on this occasion, that one, on that. Moving off the seam through to wicket-keeper Harry Duke, past the outside edge. It was a great ball from Jordan Thompson.
He's not down as having started playing at Notts, but he certainly was born in Nottingham and went to West Bridgeford Comprehensive School and Sixth Form College, which would be, as in broadcasting terms, just down the road. It probably is somewhere near just down the road as well from the ground. Trent Bridge.
Here he comes again. This time James is forward, pushing that out onto the offside. Fielded by James Wharton out there at cover point. No addition to the score. Yeah, it'll be good to see Matt Milnes getting some cricket under his belt again, won't it? He's been out for quite some time now.
Yeah, wish him well with getting through the season.
3 slips wait alongside Harry Duke. As Thompson comes in again. Oh, and again he beats the outside edge. James playing forward, good stride in there, trying to smother any movement off the pitch. But there's enough movement there for that to go past the outside edge again, straight through to Harry Duke. No addition to the score. Last wicket falling at 121. So these two have added 21 for the 6th wicket. Bit of a chat there between Jack White and Jordan Thompson. 2 for 52 for JT then in this game so far. As he comes in looking for the 3rd wicket, that squirts out behind square. It's no more than a little push, and the fielding will be done. Throw comes in, one bounce into the hands of Duke, and they go through for just a single. Yorkshire keeping it tight, very miserly. Good lines, good lengths. Not getting away really at any part of the game so far. Had to really work hard for their runs. Throughout the day, really. I can't recall a period in the game so far when runs have come particularly freely. As Thompson comes in to complete the over. Oh. Well, hands on head from Jordan Thompson there as it passes the outside edge into the keeper's gloves again. And that is another really good Jordan Thompson over. So even with the ball at, 56 overs old, they're still finding some movement off the pitch. We saw Revis with a little bit of movement in the air in the last over. So still doing a bit out there, JD.
It sure is. Liam Patterson-White, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas, the 4 players still to be used with the bat by Nottinghamshire here. I guess a few of those will be rubbing their hands together as well when they look at this surface. So very much in Yorkshire's interest to try and, well, as they are, trying to get through this Nottinghamshire batting lineup without major damage on the scoreboard. Joe Clark gets the ball short of length from Revis and helps it on its way down to Matt Milnes out in the deep on the offside. 1 run.
Yeah, his first over were well pitched up, well directed. That one was a little bit on the short side, giving the batsman the chance just to get up on the toes there and steer that one down to third man.
And Code giving the signal for a drink for one of his teammates. Bit of semaphore going on there from mid-off as Revis is in, and that one nipping away. Again, a bit of swing, and Harry Duke right across about 1.5 slips as he takes that. There's evidence of some breeze. Can't see the flags from our commentary position here, but you can see some movement in the trees, but you wouldn't say it's a stiff breeze out there. The usual cranes poking their heads above the skyline, down sort of southeast way from where the ground is here, the city centre. Revis is in and bowling again. That makes a thud on Lyndon James's thigh pad. Drops into the onside. They get a leg bye. Rugby league action, none over the other side of the stand. In fact, I don't think there's yet been a game this year where there's been a clash. Huddersfield Giants in action tonight, are they, against St Helens, I think?
I believe so, yeah. Leeds away at Castleford in a West Yorkshire derby tomorrow.
You doing that one?
No.
In comes Revis, another delivery which swings, and Ben Code doesn't take it cleanly. Gets down a bit of a long barrier, and I think it bounced off his knee, but he's okay. Mind you see, if they put you up as a commentator on Leeds v Cass, I mean, I know you'd be neutral as a Wakefield fan, but you'd be hoping both sides lose that, wouldn't you, really? As a proper Wakey fan, you can't want Leeds or Cass to win.
You know, it's a big local derby for both, that is for sure.
In comes Revis, and this one worked off the hip by Clark, again short of length, and picked him off for a single out to James Wharton.
I mean, for rugby league fans of a West Yorkshire persuasion, it's been a tough few years, really, hasn't it? So it's good to see the Rhinos 4th in the table and Wakefield in 6th. So from a West Yorkshire point of view, two sides in the top 6 at the moment in Super League.
Ravison again, he's strayed leg stump once more, and again has been picked off for a single, this time by Lyndon James. Takes his score to 15, 26 to Clark, 148 for 5 at the end of the 57th. Quick whiz round the grounds. Hampshire have been dismissed at home, having won the toss, and they've been bowled out by Sussex for just 154, which by the standards of that club and on that ground is a pretty low one. Yorkshire, of course, succumbed for 121 down their first match of the season. Not their home patch, and their first match back in Div 1, but yeah, just a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Trying to find the details there, but unfortunately the internet's decided it's not particularly happy with life at the moment. So I'll give you a further update once that comes back to life, because Jordan Thompson is going to bowl.
Here he is then, running in towards us now, bowling to James again. James pushes out towards the covers. Yeah, interesting when you talk about Hampshire. So they're 5th in the table before the start of play today, and it just shows how tight that middle to lower table is, because Yorkshire are just 23 points behind Hampshire. So, like I said earlier on today, there's a temptation to look at the table, see Yorkshire second bottom and think that they're in a difficult spot. Far from it, really. So many points to play for, and they're not far behind a number of counties in front of them. There's some confusion in the middle at the moment. That's pushed onto the offside. I think James thought about it, and I think Clark down the other end maybe said, "No, I'm going to the danger end. Not worth the risk."
Ben Brown, who gets runs against Yorkshire just about every time he plays, 53 not out. Good job he got him for Hampshire. It was Henry Crocombe who did the most damage, 4 for 27 off 10 overs for Sussex. Everyone else picked up at least one wicket. McAndrew, Carvallis, Hudson Prentice, Carson and Coles.
Thompson comes in again. James plays, and it's played out onto the offside, into the covers, fielded by Best, but he wasn't trying to play it there. I think he was trying to play that straighter, and it squirts out onto the offside, but all along the ground. Thompson asking the questions again.
Northampton 152 for 4 in the 55th at Northampton against Gloucestershire. Durham 219 for 7 now against Somerset up at Chester Street.
3 slips in for Thompson. James waits then. Down the leg side on this occasion though. Straight through to the keeper without any addition to the score. So just straying in line there, JT. It's not something he's done very often of late.
Warwickshire 165 for 3 at New Road against Worcestershire. Glamorgan are 183 for 3 after 55 overs at home against Middlesex. Lancashire 152 for 7 down at Leicester.
Thompson comes in past the umpire now. 5th ball of the over, it's outside the off stump. And there's a flash of the bat outside off stump there from James. Doesn't get anywhere near it, I don't think. No suggestion of any nick on that one. But it's not a great swing of the bat from him.
No foot movement, was there? None at all, really. Just down the pitch and oh dear. And Derbyshire 221 for 1 against Kent in Div 2 at Derby. Essex 197 for 7 against the champions. At the Oval.
Thompson comes in to complete his latest over, and James is very deliberate to leave that one alone and allow that one to go through to the keeper. Harry Duke goes scampering away to get Yorkshire turned around quickly between the overs. In fact, he's already and waiting in position at the far end as Matthew Revers just passes his sweater to the umpire. That's the end of another over. 148 for 5 then. Last wicket, as I mentioned earlier, falling at 121, so 27 added between these two. Clark's 26, starting to build an innings now. Joe Clark, and James is on 15.
Yeah, and that continuing conscious effort, you can feel it among the Yorkshire in the field, trying to get round between overs and get on with the next one. There's some talk about not binning points that you've earned by just being too slow, as that first delivery of Matthew Revis' over is short of length, too wide to interest Joe Clark in playing. 85 deliveries Joe's faced now for his 26, 4 boundaries, 2 hours and 5 minutes of batting. 49 minutes since the most recent wicket went. Lyndon James has been out there for that long. Matthew Revis in and bowling, and Clark turns this one out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Still a long old time before they can call upon a second new ball. They'll be hoping that they've picked up another couple, you would have thought, and more before then, especially with assistance from terra firma. 149 for 5. Revis in again, short of length. Ooh, looked a little awkward there, Lyndon James, playing at that one. Took one hand off the bat. Lengthwise, just had him with a little bit of guesswork as part of that, but he watched it well. You should remember, won the toss. Decided to take first use of the ball in this one. In comes Revis, and James this time more comfortable, getting up on his toes and dropping that one into the vacant area square on the leg side because James Wharton is set back on the boundary, and although, as Graham's observed, it is a short boundary to the western terrace side of the ground for this match, James Wharton's still way too far back to be thinking about cutting off singles. Be there if Matthew Revis decides to bang one in, which so far he's not really done. He's gone full again, and he's been picked off for 4 wide of mid-on, just over pitching this time. Hard to get the balance right. That's a lovely shot by Joe Clark. Technically spot on. Graham just lent. You could see him leaning towards the offside to keep his balance as he played it away through leg.
Yeah, terrific shot, wasn't it? It was over-pitched. But, as you say, in terms of his technique there, perfect in position, whipped it away through the leg side, and it was from the moment that it left the bat. Big gap on that leg side. Matthew Revis just searching to get that length right at the moment.
154 for 5. Oh, now then. Joe Clark playing a cross one this time. There was some evidence, I think, of swing. Not sure if that goes down as a chance or not. He got a thickish outside edge on it, and it went somewhere near Finley Bean. Down to third man for 2. But, yeah, he's playing right across that, and I think it's dropped just short of Finley at Gully. Am I right, do you think, or was it to hand? Felt like it dropped just short of him.
Yeah, it was one of those it was there or thereabouts, but probably just dropped short, probably just bounced in front of him there. He had another chance earlier, just after lunch, Finley Bean as well, that was low down. He had to dive to his left. That did carry, but he couldn't quite hold on. It would have been a great catch had he taken it.
Just do another swap around before the break.
Jordan Thompson then will start a new over, and that's punched back up the pitch up towards mid-on as James steadfastly defends that one, fielded by Jack White. No addition to the score, 156 for 5. This partnership developing very nicely. 35, the partnership between these two now. Dave's back with us.
Yeah, we're getting there, aren't we? We're 5 overs or so away from the tea break. Desperately important for Notts. They get in with no more than 5 down now.
Here's Thompson. And again, there's a throw over the bat outside the off stump by James there.
I'm just going to send a carrier pigeon out to Lyndon in the middle there and just reiterate to him what I've just said. That was a little loose again, wasn't it? It's great if it comes off, if you swish away and get one out of the middle and just break the shackles, get a couple of nice flamboyant boundaries away. But it's been tricky for Notts today, and the last thing they can afford is for Lyndon to nick one to that slip cordon.
Fine margins, isn't it, when runs are so difficult to come by and you get a short wide one, it's difficult to leave it alone. Here comes Thompson again. That's well pitched up and that's driven through the offside. Now that is how to do it, isn't it? Yeah. Foot in position, half volley-ish length, and driven through extra cover for 4, much more like it.
Lovely player when he strikes the ball like that. Tall, 6'5", 6'6", something like that. And I think he's still growing, actually. I need to get the step ladders out to interview him these days. Always said when he came into the team, he reminded me of a very young Alex Hales. Well, different sort of cricketer, of course. He's a fully blown all-rounder, got a 5 for a couple of weeks ago. Second of his career. Genuine all-rounder. Batted at 5 for 3 or 4 seasons, but now they like to utilise him more as a bowler, so he's dropped down to 7.
3 slips for Thompson as he's in again. That's just guided down to third man, really. And they go through for a single. Matthew Revis there to do the fielding. 21 to James, 33 to Clark. We're in the 60th over of the day.
Big admirer of Stuart Broad growing up. Lyndon James, because he also went to Oakham School, and you know, it's a great thrill when Stuart Broad, as he was leaving Trentbridge, sort of handed on the number 8. Yeah, you can have it. And he was thrilled about that.
Big responsibility as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clark's on 33. As Thompson comes bustling in past the umpire again. That's good length ball now. Then they've gone for a quick one. There's a shy at the stumps there. It's James Wharton coming in, who is quick, we know that. How good's the throw? Not quite good enough. It doesn't hit the stumps. There's some good backing up there in the mid-wicket position by Don Bess, I think it is. Not sure how far that was away. He might have probably been in anyway, in fairness, James. But Wharton got round quickly and got the throw away. A chancy single, Dave, I think is probably the way to describe it.
Short bit of fielding, good backing up, otherwise it would have been a 5. We all love a 5. The scorers love a 5.
It's the second time today we've nearly had a 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Thompson then to complete over number 60. In, and that is into the slip cordon to Finley Bean. And, well, did it carry? It's difficult to say. It's certainly not out, that is for sure. We've got the benefit of the replay now. So in comes Thompson on the replay. We'll see. Catches the edge of the bat. It goes through to Finley Bean. Short.
Yeah.
Short. So he's played it late, hasn't he, in fairness?
We're looking down from the top of the post office tower here, so it's very difficult to get any sort of feeling on depth and to whether the ball had died. So we do need the benefit of the excellent replay screen we've got in here, and it just died in front of him. But again, a little loose outside off stump there just before tee.
He's been stood at third slip pretty much all day, hasn't he, Finley Bean? And he's had 3 probably chances. Well, that wasn't a chance, it was short, but he's been involved quite heavily on 3 occasions.
62 for 5. Here's Revis bowls. That'll be 4 for Joe Clark. Deliberate, open battered fiddle down there.
Good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, just between the cordon, runs it down to third.
It's always a sign that you're seeing it well, isn't it, when you're confident enough to just steer that between second slip and gully. Seen Joe Root doing that so many times over the years. Harry Brook as well.
Yeah, just popped and got a drink from next door before joining you, and I see that Brian Bennett of Zimbabwe's got a century in the Test match, which is it's a great effort. And it came up run a ball as well. We were talking about Duckett's century yesterday. A run a ball. Well, Brian Bennett run a ball century there as this goes through to the keeper. You mentioned Finley Bean, and he has a Nottinghamshire note on his career CV. I was at Trembridge about 3 or 4 years ago, commentating with Kevin Howells, and I can't remember which game it was, who the other commentator was, but Kevin was getting remarkably animated about events just down the road as Revis comes in, and again it shapes away, because those of you that know Trent Bridge, you'll know that Lady Bay is 400 yards down the road, a big blow down the road away when seconds play, and they were playing at the same time against Yorkshire seconds, and Kevin Howells had noted that Mr. Bean was on 300 not out, and then 350 not out, and then word was passed that I think he was to become the first second 11 player to reach 400 in a second 11 championship game, something like that, wasn't it? Revis bowls, this is chopped to our man in the gully, and Kevin Howells got himself down there and saw the moment, saw the 400, and I think he got an interview with Finley and some photos as well. So it was an opportune moment just to skip down the road and see a bit of history against not seconds. Well, wish him well in his career. Just hope I don't see him get 400 against Nos in this game. Although it would be something extraordinary, wanted to see live a 400. I've never seen one of those. This is wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Duke. Yeah,
I think that was the day when he came to the attention of many people, Finley Bean.
That'd be about right, 3-4 years ago. Something of that order.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be far away.
166 for 5. Heard earlier JD talking about 3 years ago, says JD. Thank you. This one's pushed into the offside. Heard him talking about Notts racking up 550 here in 2010 or 2010 it was, and David Hussey's 250. That's one of the, not the biggest, but one of the best innings I've seen for a long time. You had a slow left arm spinner, Wainwright was his first name, Wainwright. Yeah, David Hussey kept smacking him into the rugby league ground. Down at the far end, what a player he was on his day, David Hussey. Tremendous fella as well. End of the over as we blather on. We've got 3 overs to go until the tea break. And Dominic Bess is going to turn his arm over for the first time today. He's had a good day as captain in Yorkshire for the first time in red ball cricket. Won the toss, so he's doing what he wanted to do. And he's seen his bowlers back him up splendidly, and now he's going to see if he can just winkle out one more before tea. 166 for 5. 3 overs until the break, and Dominic Bess is going to be bowling to Lyndon James, who's on 21. Joe Clark is on 38, is that?
38?
Yep.
45, the partnership now. Spin for the first time today, then all seam Yorkshire so far today. And Bess will come around the wicket to bowl to James. That's just going to be pushed out in front of square. They've gone through for one. Ben Code has a long way to go from behind square to do the fielding at mid-wicket. But they take a fairly comfortable single, 167 for 5. Clark takes his guard again for the spin bowler, Dom Bess. He's got on the leg side, he's got a man at 45 behind square, saving one. Back on the fence, just behind square. Cow corner as well, and a deepish long on as he comes in now to bowl to Clark, who looks like a batter who's growing in confidence and belief by the minute at the moment. Forward defensive this time, pushes Bess back up the pitch. Bess is quickly in again over the pitch, and again repeat of the previous delivery pretty much as Clark plays it straight back to the bowler.
String of low scores for Joe Clark, but Peter Moores was telling me that really looking good in training, getting in good positions, just not happening for him in the middle.
That one is short from Bess. It's going to be pulled, and it's Finlay Bean was behind square. He didn't quite pick up the ball, I don't think, Finlay Bean. I doubt he would have spotted it. I doubt he would have stopped it anyway. It's played just in front of square, or pretty much on square, and it races away for 4 right at the middle of the bat. Short ball from Bess, dealt with by Clark. Good boundary for him.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before somebody paid the price and they got a ton against Durham on Monday.
Here he comes again, Bess. Again, forward defence.
They've put 50 on, by the way. It's on the screen now. 50 from 94 balls. An even split as well between the two of them.
Yep, good partnership this. Yorkshire were just starting to edge it, and these two have dug in, and runs starting to come. End of Bess's over, quickly through that. Over 62 gone, 34 left today. Notts 171 for 5. The league leaders, Clark 42, James 22.
Tell you what, Joe Clark might be pleased at how he's going, but he's going to be heartbroken out there because he's just called for a new bat, and I know he loves the one he's got. Absolutely loves it, and this will be breaking his heart if he's broken that. Hitting that boundary away might just be send out another one. It needs a new rubber or something, and I'll sort that out in the tea break. But he's asking for a replacement. Farhan Ahmed is bringing a choice of 2, called up for that England Lions game in a couple of weeks, along with his brother Rahan. So that's a nice little twist on things. They might actually be competing for one spot if England only play one spinner. Of course, Farhan out there is a right arm off spinner, whereas Rehan is the leg spinner. So just changed their approach over the last couple of games. So Farhan, who played in the first 5 matches, sat out at Durham, sat out here. Not sure what happened there. He came rushing out with 2 replacement bats and
turn them away.
Joe's turned him away, but he needs something else. So it might just be a new rubber or some such, but everybody's ready for a cup of tea.
And the Yorkshire crowd are starting
Get
to...
on with it. Get on with it. A typical Yorkshire greeting. Here we go.
Well, he's brought 2 bats out, but they were wrong 2.
He's saying, what are you doing? You brought Jack Haynes bats out here. Give me one that's got a middle. He had a little word with Farhan there. I bet he said, and you make sure you look after that bat. Don't give it anybody, even if it's broken. Put it in my bag.
If you're on a good run, it is the last thing that you need to break your bat, isn't it? That's a big block. Surely he didn't bring the wrong 2 bats out, did he? He can't have done that.
Bats. He likes his bats.
Anyway.
So Revis into bowl to Lyndon James. On 22, opens the face and just rotates the strike, getting down the other end. 172 for 5. Nottinghamshire put into bat this morning. They were 67 for 2 at lunch. Asiba Mead out as early as the 6th over today. It's been in sparkling form, averaging just under 100 going into this match, but only made 6. There's Revis. Now into Clark once more, down the leg side, picked off. That'll be another Joe Clark boundary. So this bat maybe even got a sweeter middle. That's what he's asked for. He's asked for his boundary hitting bat. First ball turned away for 4, 176 for 5. The other wicket to go down during the morning session was Freddie McCann. It's a tough morning session for Freddie, but then he found his groove and was just starting to go through the gears when he fell for 28 to Jordan Thompson. Slip catch by Hill. Revis bowls, this one shapes away. At lunch, 67 for 2. And then this afternoon, Ben Slater bowled Thompson for 52. Jack Haynes bowled Hill for 9. Has to take total responsibility because he just shoulders arms and lost his off stump. Also losing his off stump by one that nipped back through the gate was Carver Rayner, with Hill picking up those couple of wickets in successive overs from this end. All 3 wickets since lunch have been clean bowled. Revis bowls, Clark drops this on the leg side, and there's no run.
All of a sudden, batting just looking a touch easier again, isn't it? The ball starts to get a bit older. Batsmen have got their eyes in.
Yeah, so tea will be taken after 64 overs. So that hour after tea, before the second new ball becomes due, will be an opportunity for Clark and Co, so long as they stay there. This one is horrid through by Revis, and Clark shoulders arms. Lands in the gloves of Duke. 176 for 5. So Notts have scored, says he doing the maths, 109 for 3 this afternoon. In isolation, that's not the worst session for them on this pitch. This is shaping away from the bowler. I'd have trying to be objectionable. Objectionable, is that the word? Objective. Objective. That's better than objectionable. Brace girdle, you're objectionable. I've heard that before. Trying to be objective. Maybe have Yorkshire just with their noses in front here. But again, it's one of those situations. 2 wickets go down quickly, and Yorkshire are definitely in front. If this pair put 100 on, you'd say 270 for 5. Crikey, Notts have had a good day. So there's still a lot to play for, but 67 for 2 at lunch. Yorkshire certainly had the better of the morning because they got those 2 wickets, but they also kept the runs down. And this afternoon, they've got rid of 3 very capable players in Slater, Haynes and Verena. Last over before tea, Graham.
Right, Lyndon James then waits for Don Bess. Onto the back foot, pushes that down in front of him. Harry Duke quickly round to do the fielding. Best partnership of the day so far was 56 for that second wicket between Slater and McCann. So they're just 1 short of that, these two. Here's Bess again. That's driven by James up towards mid-off, and Milan is there to do the fielding. Bess quickly through his overs at the moment. Back on his mark already and turns. James will wait. He's on 23, and that's short, and that's just going to be steered through mid-wicket comfortably. Finlay Bean is there to do the fielding, picks up and throws to Jordan Thompson, and Thompson in turn returns the ball to Don Bess.
So that is the joint highest partnership of the day, and Notts needed it, didn't they? They really did.
Yep. Here's a drive up the ground from Clark. Picks up a single, so he moves on to 47. Just 4.5 century for him then now. Yorkshire, having got themselves into a position of potential strength, are just finding that these two now are proving very difficult to remove. As best captain for the day, you remember, if you've been with us during the course of the day so far, turns in the bright sunshine from the Howard Stand end. Bowls a bit more flight on that one, actually. And that very nearly gets underneath the bat and very nearly bowls him. It hasn't done. That will be bail removed, and that will be tea on the first day of this championship game between Division 1 leaders Notts and Yorkshire here at Headingley. Notts 178 for 5, and these two, Clark and James, have done a pretty good recovery job during the course of this last session post-lunch. Clark on 47, James on 24, and Notts, as we go to tea, are 178 for 5.
Thank you very much, Graham. More from Graham Colley and Jonathan Doige, and maybe even a bit of me when we come back in around about 20 minutes' time. I'll be hopping around like David Shepherd because Notts scored 111 runs in that session for the loss of 3 wickets. They go to tea on day one, 178 for 5. Thanks for your company this afternoon. And if you've nothing else to do, we'd be very pleased if you come back and join us when the players return.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
And welcome back from Headingley then for part 3 on this opening day of Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire. Ben Code removes his sweater to suggest that he's going to start proceedings from this Kirkstall Lane end, with the visitors having staged something of a recovery from 121 for 5 to 178 for 5 by the time they've just gone off for a cuppa. Joe Clark, 106 balls his face for his 47, and Lyndon James, who's had, well, there's been a little bit of the swash and buckle about some of his shots. 24 off 54, he's still there, and a very useful partnership developing then between this pair in what have been difficult conditions. In fact, best part of the day at the moment, you would have said, for batting. What cloud there is very high. Nice sunny conditions. Dave Bracegirdle is alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge. We have Graham Collier's third voice for the day. And Joe Clark just retaking his guard. 3 slips a point now. Gully has disappeared. They've put the ring in. And with just Jack White, who's limbering up down at a wide-ish long leg, Ben Code just asking Matthew Revis to go to what looks a bit more like a fly Gully, a couple of strides to his left, and he's walking in. Here is Code then, first ball of the session to Clark, who turns it into the leg side, no run.
Can no longer call Nottinghamshire top of Division 1 at the moment. They're joint top because Surrey have bowled Essex out for 217, so 3 bowling bonus points to Surrey, and of course they were 3 points behind Notts at the start of the day, so the great white shark is chopping away at everybody else in the Division 1 table, and now they've caught Notts up, albeit only partially through this game.
Here's Code again. Evidence of some swing. This ball now 64 overs and 3 deliveries old. Played well enough defensively by Clark. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for anybody to topple them, I think. Again, it's just the depth that they've got, isn't it? They were all over Yorkshire with the ball last week, and that was without Dan Worrell.
Just rest 11 internationals and bring 11 more in and sign a few more.
Code then making his way in again, wide of off stump. This time Joe Clark pulls out of that.
We do have a centurion in the county championship today. He's an Aussie, Caleb Jewell of Derbyshire. Derbyshire 244 for 1, just started again after tea at Derby, and he's 100 not out. Also, there's a centurion in the test match as well, Brian Bennett, 122 not out from 112 balls, with Zimbabwe 226 for 5.
Code in again. That's worked off the legs this time by Joe Clark. Jack White will field out by the Western Terrace. They'll get through for 1. First run of the session. 79 for 5, and that Yorkshire over 8. Well, just hold on to the bridge of that nose.
Yeah.
Cock your head back. Nosebleed territory. They're +2.
Try and work that out for us. And JD, we went to tea 20 minutes late. And the over 8 +2.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard.
Here's Code
Oh.
in again. That was certainly nipping a long way away. Harry Duke taking it behind Adam Lyth, that second slip in the end, who stepped forward.
That must have hit the seam or something, because you're not going to swing a 65 over old ball like that, surely.
Benko just getting the muscles moving again after a bit of a breather. It's his 13th over this, final ball thereof. He's bowled now. Ooh, Lyndon James again. He's stretching to a ball outside off stump and carts it back at a square leg. And I think that cart probably about an out description, really. Not his best shot of the day so far, but he's still got a single. 180 for 5 at the end of the 65th.
What's the score? Go on, give it some. Give it some. Go on, what's the score? Your best darts referee voice.
That sort of 180.
That's it.
Yeah, I've never been a darts commentator, as you can tell.
Helicopter just going over the ground.
On the house down there, Jack White.
Meg's little brother coming on to bowl. Second over after tea from the league stand end. Football stand end. 180 for 5. And 3 slips there all day. Occasionally they've been sort of rejigged and there's been a bit of a gap between first and second and third or what have you, but they're closely alongside each other now for White coming into James. Just defends from the crease out onto the offside. Good strong shadows around all the players. Lovely afternoon now. Quite a pleasant day. Don't know as we've got as far as to have any gentlemen in the crowd who've... Well, there might be 1 or 2. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 there. What's this little stand away to our left? 1 or 2 in there. They've peeled off their T-shirts. Just enjoying the best of the rays. There's White in once more. Lyndon James just inched forwards then as White was just getting into his delivery stride and pushes it out onto the offside. Didn't make much of a contact on it. Durham a 9 down at home to Somerset, 235 for 9. And that horrible little period for everybody concerned, the extra half an hour at 9 down. You want to go for tea, but you can't because they're 9 down. Here comes White. Knees and elbows pumping as he comes in and bowls. Lyndon James again just happy to block it and say, well, back you go, Jack, do it again. 180 for 5. Seabermead for 6, Freddie McCann for 28 out before lunch, and in the afternoon session the stumps were knocked over 3 times. Slater bowled by Thompson for 52, Haynes by Hill for 9 and Verena by Hill for 1. Out on the western stand today. Just not turned up, have they? 180 for 5 as James will cut this into the offside for a single. 181 for 5. Clearly it's closed for the day, but why do they close it when it's quite close to the action? If you were sat in there, you'd have a lovely view of the cricket.
Yeah, I suppose there'll be some cost consideration, no doubt.
Help me. Help me.
Steward in, something like that.
Well, let them sit close to the cricket. Place of entertainment. 181 for 5. White in again, bowls, and this is clipped away by Joe Clark for his, what's that, his 49th run. So he's inching his way closer and closer. Yes, over in the western terrace, western stand, we've got... I see 2 photographers. I can see Dickie's ticker, which says 25 past 4. Banks and banks of empty blue seats. A little bit like Durham last week, the temporary permanent stand there, all ready for the international summer, nobody in it, as this one's pushed away by Lyndon James for a single. 183 for 5. And also just almost crawling into the final session of day 1 here. 183 for 5. They've had just 5 runs in 2 overs.
Yeah, the 2 photographers are okay. They've not been moved on. Remember when I was at Trent Bridge that day? Nipped out off the air in between constants for a nice sit down during COVID. Nobody around. Not a single person in that stand barring you indoors. And after I helped Johnny Bairstow out, if you remember, because there was an advertising board shining the sunlight in his eyes. Code is in. Ooh, good delivery past the outside edge of James. No run. Johnny was at the pavilion end. We're at the Radcliffe Road end. And, I'd just gone to say out the right-hand side of the boxes as we look at the ground there. He was batting away and then suddenly started to motion, and I thought, I'm sitting in the way or something here. So I'm looking, going, well, there's nobody else here. Is it me? And he's saying, no, they're down below. So I went down and moved this board for him. Thanks very much. And then that alerted the attention of the ops manager or whatever. And I was escorted off the outdoors and sent back inside, code in. James runs that down to Revis, back at a point, no run.
You're a bad un. You're a bad un, Doyd. You're a bad un. Wasn't you who got told off for throwing a ball back? Was it somebody to 6 into the middle tier, and somebody nipped outside to throw the ball back and was then told off for infecting the ball and infecting the fresh air and everything. They were strange days, strange times, and we lived through it. Many didn't, of course. It's not to be sniffed at, or sneered at, rather.
In comes Code. It's turned to leg this time by James, and Wharton fields and then signals across to the changing rooms.
But it's a real experience commentating on cricket in those times. Had to stop there every 6 overs for everybody to go and get some hand sanitizer around the boundary edge. Yeah. End of every over, the 12th man would come rushing on to get the sweaters and the caps and take the helmets and whatever off. You didn't want to be 12th man, do you, in those days?
Here's Code. Oh, good delivery. James can't commit himself to any sort of shot and has a bit of a hang of the bat outside off stump. Yeah, and of course, the irony of all that, not that anybody's to blame, but nobody seemed to know at the time, was that all the hand gel and all that wouldn't have made one iota of difference, really. It was all respiratory, wasn't it, that we were subsequently finding out. So, don't go into your teammate's personal space after he's got a wicket, but otherwise, pretty much put what you liked on the ball, as it turned out. James, 27, 183 for 5, and this time playing a much more positive and confident defensive push. What's Don Best thinking here? He's had 2 sessions as captain of Yorkshire in 4-day cricket. The first one, even Stephen. Second one, Yorkshire's for long enough, but then a fight back by the Notts batters. Has he got any tricks up his sleeve? He's got a bit of a weight here if he's banking on a second new ball. He's just put himself in at third slip, and they've left a gap through the onside as Code comes in again for the final ball of the over, which is wide of James's off stump, and he leaves. 183 for 5. With 3 overs complete in the final session on day 1.
Yeah, that must have been a maiden. Was. Knots, if capital letters, bold lettering, underlined, if Knots were to win this session, it would be a remarkable turnaround, really. 67 for 2 at lunch, and could have been so much worse. The resilience and dogged way in which Ben Slater in particular battered through that morning session, 31 not out, normally a free scorer, likes to put bat to ball, but was struck several times. There was 1 or 2 LBW shouts, there were 1 or 2 that went close to a fielder. Did a really good job, and well, we knew at the time, it's not just in hindsight, but just making it a little easier for Joe Clark right now that Ben Slater hung around for so long. Start of a new over, bowled by White, and the first ball with Clark on 49 is just guided down to backward point, and there's no run. And Patterson White, another one with a century to his name this season, doing next, left-hander. Totten, Dylan Pennington returning to the side. Played in the first 2 matches and then injured his side, so we haven't seen him for a while, more than a month. This one's turned on the leg side, no run, another aeroplane going over the ground. And then Mo Abbas, playing his 3rd match for Notts. I think he would have enjoyed a bowl this morning from what I've seen of him. He seems to be able just to perform on any surface. Skids the ball through, gets a little bit of late movement. Barely goes for any runs at all. I know the Hampshire supporters, everybody very disappointed they made the decision to move on. This is a good ball from White. Again, Clark's on the walk forward. Can't be easy to play a moving ball when you yourself are advancing towards the ball. And Clark just seemed to be groping a little bit at fresh air there, but it was all with the intention of getting towards the pitch of it and then just maybe Just having a little fiddle and run it down to third man. There's nobody down there, is there? So there's a gap there if he can open the face. There's a man at fine backward point, but there's plenty of space there to run it down. This one is right up in the block hole and gets lodged somewhere in Joe Clark's clothing or the pads. And he picks it up, no doubt with the permission of the fielder, Matt Revis, coming in and lobs it back to him. 85 for 5. That's first championship fixture on this ground since 2018. Played at Scarborough a year later, but they haven't met in the county championship here or in Yorkshire for 6 years. This ball is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. They played in 2021 in that zonal, whatever it was, at Trent Bridge. Notts got the better of that one, but not played each other too often over the last few years.
At Scarborough 2019, am I right in thinking, did you stop in a caravan somewhere nearby at Scarbados? Something like that?
Certainly didn't stay in a caravan. Almost certainly I'd have stayed in that White House one near the ground, just over the road, the big one on the front. Pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. Was my good lady with me?
Yes, she was.
Yeah, no, in that, what's it called? It's very close to the ground. You come out the ground, the main entrance, and there's a row of houses, but the other side of the row of houses is the sea, and right on the seafront there's a big white hotel.
Okay, I can't remember the name. Yeah. Oh, the Clifton.
Is that it?
The big in the corner.
It probably is. I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but the big white hotel on the front near the ground. That's where my good lady comes, where we drop her bags. Ball is cut away by Clark, but again he won't get his 50 to backward point. Well, you've had somebody in a caravan.
I thought you'd stayed in some sort of... I can't remember you saying you stayed in the Clifton. I think you'd stayed somewhere further off site. But anyway...
Me?
Yeah, it could have been...
Me? I struggled to walk to the car. I need a car to get me to the car.
It could have been somebody else. I might have dreamt it. Well...
No, that didn't happen. No, well, that big white one on the front. I'm only staying a mile away from here because there's none closer. No, I like to be fairly close to the ground.
I'm sure you could have hired some student digs just out the back here and done a bit of rock and rolling with the showing them how it's done.
I'm staying in here tonight.
Ben Code, 3 slips and a leg slip, bowling to the right-handed Lyndon James, who's dropping one out into the offside for Milan to field at mid-off.
Actually, I'm not, because unusually the digs I'm in got all the sports channels. You don't get that, do you? You don't get that. You just get the free to view your E4 plus ones and your E4 extras and your more 4 plus ones and all that nonsense normally. But I've got all the sports channels, so I can have evening flicking from golf to football to darts to snooker to cricket to motor racing to whatever.
Code in again. Good delivery, James. Again, pushing to Milan, no run. Yeah. Do they still do Trans World Sport? Remember that programme? You used to get that, didn't you, when you had, you had nothing else. Saturday morning, you'd get half an hour of Trans World Sport and you'd learn about sort of husky racing in Alaska or something.
You used to get Men and Motors, but that was something completely different. Remember Men and Motors?
Vaguely. The names as the channels change so often. He goes back foot there. Lyndon James punches into the offside, and there is no run.
Don't think there's an awful lot on in the evening actually this weekend, which is a shame because there's the Monaco Grand Prix in the daytime. There's all the football playoff matches, obviously the Test match on during the daytime. But I don't think there's an awful lot in with regards to live evening sport on either tonight or over the weekend. I'd actually quite like to watch the Italian football tonight.
Going in and bowling to James, who's played that one away in front of square leg. Jack White is coming into field, but he can't prevent the 2. Good run between the wickets. 29 to James now. 187 for 5. Remember, this pair came together when the score was on 121. And having taken 2 wickets in what was 9 balls there, Yorkshire, it might have appeared, were putting their foot on the throat, but his rearguard action has been excellent. 66 this partnership now worth. And still 11 overs and this 2 balls in this over to get through before the option of a second new ball. James plays up to Milan again, who gives the ball a good shine on the back of his thigh. Big job for him to do, not only in this match, but skipper in the T20 side a week from today onwards.
Yeah, Serie A will be decided tonight. Napoli 1 point clear of Inter. They're the 2 matches this evening. Napoli win at home against Cagliari, and crikey, that will be the city to be in this evening. Party capital is Naples.
Going in again, nicely blocked by James to complete over number 69, 187 for 5. You've got to be careful how you say Serie A, because you might get somebody going, what would you like to... What was it Siri says?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, what would you like to know? What would you like to say?
You see, I don't have
Something
one
like
of those. That's one of them, their Alexa things, isn't it?
Well, I think they're rubbish as well, because I asked it for directions last week in the car, and it came up with something completely different as a suggestion. Now, I know I speak with a Leeds accent and all that, but it was very clear what I said.
I was waiting for the punchline there, the one-liner, and it didn't come. It didn't come. Here's Jack White, then Clark. He's been in the high 40s for a while, and just leaves his bat inside the line there as it goes through to Harry Duke. 187 for 5. Not so bad at 9 since the tea break in 5.1 overs. Even all being singles. Don't think there's been a boundary since tea. Certainly they've dug in once again. Might be a response to what happened on Monday when they lost Verena first ball after tea, and from a position of a guaranteed draw and a handshake looming, they gave Durham just enough opportunity to open the door and get the win, as again White gets one past Joe Clark. Goes down and does a bit of gardening. Don't think he went at that hard, but I've been a little disconcerted by how much that bounced. That's a good effort from Jack Clark in the 70th over of the innings to get one to take off from just short of a length like that. Lyde's got plenty to say in the slip cordon. Seen it all before, of course. 87 for 5. White bowls Clark on the walk again, plays this from a long way down and pushes it into the covers to Thompson. Seba Mead does that a lot. He gets a long way down and very often gets a little bit of a ticking off from the square leg umpire. It's Nigel Long here. Joe Clark was a long way down there, wasn't he, on a line of the stumps, advancing towards the bowler. Not supposed to just walk down the wicket.
No, protected area and all that.
Yeah. The bowler can't do it at the other end, and the batters aren't supposed to do it, but Clark and Mead very often do. They try and get as far forward as they can. It's always Mead who gets ticked off. I don't think I've ever seen Joe Clark get ticked off. The next one's just played softly. Revis is loosening up. Revis, not Revis. Matthew, not Cyril Regis. Revis.
Not according to the Surrey stream commentators last week. Tony March says, never seen a team play and miss so much. On any other day, we'd be batting by now.
Well, if they bowled a bit closer, who's that correspondent?
Tony March.
A lot of wides, Tony. A lot of balls that should have been called wide here. Next ball on its way, and Clark will get a single here. Time stopped for a moment there because he played it to backward point. James Wharton doing the fielding. And I think for a second they thought, well, that was straight to the fielder, there won't be a run. And then it slipped out of his grasp. And when it dropped to the ground. Lyndon James called him forward, and after 170 minutes at the crease, 2 hours 50 minutes, 123 balls, Joe Clark gets a 50. That's, by Joe Clark standard, that's digging in. That's a lengthy old time at the crease for Clark. But it's been a great knock. 188 for 5. Next ball is past the outside edge, through into the gloves of Duke. Your correspondent Tony, I'm only pulling your leg, by the way. The playing and missing. It's always one, isn't it? Are they playing and missing, or are they totally aware of where the off-stump line is and just making sure that the bat is withdrawn inside the line? There's been one or two very obvious swishes at the ball. Lyndon James a couple of times before tea, when we were just, from the Knots perspective, just willing him to get through that little tricky period and get to the break. And there's been some balls that deservedly have been left alone on a 4th or 5th stump line. Of course, the danger with that is what Jack Haynes found out. If you can get one to nip back, then you're going to be in trouble. Haynes was bowled, cleaned up, shouldering arms to one that did nip back. Joe Clark, 123 balls, 8 fours, is half century. Very well played.
So Ben Code to continue from the Kirkstall lane end. 15 overs, 4 maidens. And on a day where it certainly has nibbled about for him, he has none for 36 against his name. He'd love to rectify that, and he comes in now. First ball, swing, and then through to the gloves of Harry Duke, as Clark not suckered into playing at one wide of off stump. We have the hum. As ever, bit of passing bird traffic as well. Out there, pitch level, a couple of strips full of Hessian. One of them will be the international strip, the one down the centre. Not sure about the other. Maybe for something else along those lines. Good delivery from Code again. Clark coming forward to it. He's gone a long way. Look where Harry Duke took it once again, out somewhere between George Hill at first and Adam Lyth at second. David Milan's got something to say at the moment, as one of the senior players in this side, to Don Bess, who's now speaking to one of the other senior players in the side, Ben Code, on his way back to his mark. A few words of wisdom being exchanged. And Code making his way in again, over the wicket once more, wide and left. Outside off stump, but there's another angle to things here, I guess, as well. They have put a partnership on. They're under 10 overs to another new ball. And if you can keep it dry, if you're not picking up wickets, not let the opposing side get away, and that just helps that little bit. But obviously, ideally, you'd want to be picking up a 1 or 2 more if you can. Good delivery again here. Clark walking into it and then has a flick at that one. Must be very frustrated, Ben Code, because you certainly can't. He's not bowled well, going at just over 2 and over.
Durham is still batting. They're 251 for 9. And if anybody's got a bit of a grouse about a batting order, I would imagine it's James Minto, the Durham player. He's only 17 years of age. Durham asked him to open the batting last week against Notts as a night watchman. Made 67. He's back at 11 here. He's 16 not out, batting at 11 today.
In comes Code, and Clark leaves one wide of off stump. Cruel game sometimes.
That's astonishing. He looked like an opener. Terrific performance. 67 against Notts, opening the batting last week, batting at 11 today, and he's 16 not out. Let's see how many he can make at the bottom of the order. Astonishing stuff.
Gordon Thompson just going through 1 or 2 stretches. Seeing a little bit of him while the openers get a breather before the second new ball. Outside edge here from Clark through Lyth's legs at slip, and has gone for 4 through third man. Unlucky Ben Code. Nothing to do with the delivery on that occasion. Credit to Clark, he kept soft hands on it, so it did go low. But you've got to expect a bloke who can snaffle them like Adam Lyth can at slip Should have been able to get his mitts on that, you would have thought. 192 for 5 now. Beginning to take on a different complexion. If not, put that 200 on the board without losing a fifth. Things can change quickly, of course they can. But this is not a bad total in helpful bowling conditions. And the batters are working hard to give a bowling side that has been in good form something to work with in the Yorkshire first innings when they get their opportunity with the bat.
Bowling change, Jordan Thompson into the attack. He's got 2 wickets today. Either side of lunch, Freddie McCann was caught in the slips, and then Ben Slater was bowled. Looked like a pace-off delivery. A couple of balls after Slater reached his half-century. 192 for 5 knots. This is short and pulled away by Lyndon James. He's top-edged it up into the air. Duke's running after it underneath it and catches it. Thompson's got a third, and Lyndon James hangs his head out there in the middle, but he's got to go. Durham, done it again. Yorkshire have got a second bowling point with Lyndon James on his way. Made 29, decided to take on that short, dug-in delivery from Jordan Thompson. Up went the top edge. It was nicely taken by the keeper. He was calling. As a fielder thought about running in from long leg, but couldn't get there. I don't know what that noise was. And Duke carried on running and circled underneath it nicely and took the catch. Lyndon James caught Duke, bowled Thompson for 29.
Yep, the man that makes things happen. Doing it again, 29 off 75 and 3 fours included. It was, I think, just having seen the replay, he picked the right length of ball to try and do what he did, but line-wise, that was actually outside off stump, and it's hit it. He's hit the ball somewhere down the toe end of the bat, so there's no power in it. He's just levered it up in the air, and that has obviously given Harry Duke the chance to get across. He made some good ground, didn't he, as well? He must have made 25 yards to take the catch.
New man Liam Patterson-White, LPW. Arrived in the middle to be briefed by Joe Clark. Straight away a concerned look at the wicket and a little bit of tapping down being done. Good player to have coming in at number 8, genuine all-rounder. The other one who's got a 5 for this season and that century against Hampshire. Jordan Thompson, at the moment, can do no wrong. His first ball back of this spell gets the wicket. Oh, in he comes again to bowl to Patterson-White. There's a leave, and that wasn't too far away. Can understand the animation from behind the wicket there for all the world. Again, we're high up in the sky looking down on it. For all the world, that was very close to taking a bail with it on its way through to Duke. Got to be so careful out there. Ballers continued to do things throughout the day. Similar tomorrow morning, Mohammed Abbas might have a little bit of fun. 192 for 6 as this is pushed back to the bowler. Clark on 54. Really is Nottinghamshire's hope for a big total. Halfway through this over and then bring Graham in. Patterson-White. Strike. Well, very optimistic appeal. That might just have got him in the stomach sort of area. Certainly going over the top. Oh, it's a little lower than that. I think it was certainly going over the top, but yeah, that's not his stomach. Painful blow, but he's okay.
If it is, he needs to go see a surgeon.
He does. Brett Otten doing next. of an onus on this pair to grind out a few runs here. This has dropped on the leg side. All due respect to those to come, but this pair and Brett Hutton, and then there's Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas bringing up the rear. So I think that new ball being so close, I'd be a little surprised. Yorkshire aren't certainly on the brink of batting this evening. Notts will do well to get through the next 20-odd overs. Next ball is cut away for runs. Nice shot from the left-hander, and he'll get a boundary. So he's away. That concludes the over. 72 overs gone. Notts a 196 for 6.
Next brace, yep. So 24 left in the day's play. George Hill is a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. He sorts himself out marker-wise and all of that. We have a substitute fielder on with his back to us in the form of Matt Milnes. So maybe Ben Code, I think it is. Yep, has nipped off the field. So George Hill with a long leg, 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and straight mid-wicket. 2 for 31 off 16 overs, 7 of which have been maidens, and his first ball is very similar to many of those he's already bowled today, just wide of off stump on this occasion and swinging further away after the bounce. GC is back alongside. Better give him his voice.
Yeah, just needed that wicket. Yorkshire, didn't they? That's come at just the right.
We'll give him his voice completely back now.
We're back loud and clear.
Hill in and bowling, and Clark turns that one nicely off his legs. Jack White down at long leg, and they pick up 1. Yeah, I mean, that was a really good effort from the 6th wicket partnership there, 71. They batted, well, barring the 20 minutes for tea, an hour and 41 minutes either side of tea. So at the point when it looked like wickets were really beginning to tumble, Yorkshire had taken 3 inside 10 overs. They've put the brakes on, the bowling side, and they've got something on the board. Sort of performance you'd expect from a team that's top of the competition. Fighting hard. Hill in, and Patterson White left-handed, right in behind that and defending, no run. Have some big socials planned for the weekend, won't you, Graham, knowing you? Party with some rock stars, something like that?
Fairly quiet weekend this weekend, I think. Yep, quiet weekend. Watching some rugby league, not working, but going to watch on Sunday. Watch a bit of local cricket tomorrow. Hope the rain stays off. It looks as though it might do. The forecast much improved.
In comes Hill. Patterson White pushing into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, I wonder what the forecast rain tonight might do in terms of affecting conditions. I know if it doesn't actually rain during the day, probably won't be too bad, but maybe thinking of 1 or 2 things like outfield might get slightly slower, something like that, with a bit of juice around tonight. Obviously the playing area is going to be protected, but there might still be a little bit of extra moisture that's not been there really to exploit for whoever's got the ball in their hands tomorrow, which is looking more likely to be Nottinghamshire, of course. George Hill's latest delivery wide of Patterson White's off stump. No run.
Yorkshire do here then, Doherty. New ball due relatively soon. Ben Good off the field.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's a short break rather than anything else.
Yep.
Oh, good delivery, gone.
Got him.
Patterson White just pushing at 1, angled in by George Hill, and a regulation catch for Harry Duke to an outside edge. Liam Patterson White has gone for 4, 197 for 7 at the end of the 73rd over. And I guess the answer to your question is they just carry on trying to take wickets.
I was just about to say, start of a new spell for George Hill. He's straight back into his line and length, isn't he?
Actually, just looking at the replay, that's missing everything. He's pushed quite a long way away from his body, and it's kind of a bit of a typical, early in your innings dismissal, isn't it? Just feeling for a ball that you don't really need to play at.
It is. Gets a thin edge through to the keeper. Another good breakthrough for George Hill. So one wicket brings another. We see it so often. So a lot now riding on Joe Clark, you would think, who has been out there for 135 minutes, I think that says on the board. 55 he is, 131 balls faced. So Brett Hutton comes out to the middle for Nottinghamshire. George Hill picks up his third wicket, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 32. And as you say, it was just a little prod, just that corridor of uncertainty early in your innings outside the off stump.
Get your own lines.
and nick through to the keeper. So Yorkshire edging closer.
Yep, and Liam Patterson-White caught Duke bowled Hill for 4 off 9 deliveries, including, all 4 of his runs came from the one boundary.
So Jordan Thompson having taken a wicket in his last over then with a short ball. A lot of the wickets have come today with the ball pitched up, moving around a little bit off the pitch and in the air. Claiming one with the short ball. Good catch by Harry Duke in the end. Had to go a long way. Starts a new over though. JT from the Howard stand end outside the off stump. Bit of bounce. Great carry through to Harry Duke. And Clark just allowing that one to go through to the keeper. Bright sunshine still here at Headingley. Crowd remain riveted to the action here. Such a lot riding on it. Well, for both teams, Notts are top of the league. Yorkshire needing a win for different reasons. We've mentioned they're not far away, but a win in this game would be really handy for Yorkshire's season just before the break for the white ball stuff. Thompson's in again, and shouldering elms is Clark. Bat high in the air. Allows that one to go through to Duke. 2 slips in there and a gully. Now, 74th over. We've got 22 after this remaining. The run rate today, as I can't recall it being above what it is now, which is 2.69.
Mm-hmm.
It's been that sort of day, hasn't it? It's been a tough afternoon for batting, and if you've got runs today, then you've done really well. Oh, great delivery from Thompson. Just draws Clark forward there. And there's that movement off the pitch that we've seen so often. And Duke goes across to his right with a tumbling stop low down. But Thompson looks as though he could be the man for the breakthrough. These two bowling in tandem at the moment. Thompson and Hill have taken 6 wickets of the 7 to fall between them. Code's been so unlucky not to get any, and White has been miserly, hardly conceding a run. Here he is again, pitches and moves away from the right-hander. Clark allows it to go through to the keeper again.
George Hill just working out his current season average now with 3 for 32 on the board. He's down to 14.26. That sort of feels like, as I was saying at the Oval last week, something he'd have seen on uncovered pitches in the, a century ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a terrific effort, isn't it? Bowling seems to have come on so much over the last couple of years, particularly this year. Thompson comes in again, down the leg side this time, and Duke is across. He had to be quick, and he was, both hands to that. Ripple of applause from the crowd there for the take by Duke. Quickly across. Thompson will be a bit disappointed that he strayed there in line, but not complain with his contribution today at all, as he has 1 ball remaining of this over. The 74th, 6 more remaining with the old ball. Plenty happening with the old ball still though. Here he comes, JT now though. And that, I think, came off pad. Adam Lyth just going across to his left. Don't think there was bat on that. We'll have a look at the replay here.
Wonder if it came off the back of the bat. He was through the shot, seemed to be. No, pad, you're right.
Yeah, and it just bounces in front of Adam Lyth. So good end to the over for Jordan Thompson then. So Notts, who were inserted earlier on today, who've grafted and battled and scrapped all day for their runs today, still doing exactly that. And it's Joe Clark who is holding Yorkshire up at the moment. He's on 55, 197 for 7 knots. And it will be a new over to the man of the moment, George Hill.
So Hutton just has a scratch at his guard. They've gone back with 4 slips. Point. Halfway house. Extra cover come mid-off. Oh, good delivery by George Hill first up. Hutton. Not too much about that. Mid-on. Straight mid-wicket is James Wharton. Jack White is down with a discarded sweater by the looks of it over the boundary rope. That long leg. Hutton to get off the mark. Just that's first delivery. He faced the previous ball, and this time he'll be happy with that. Nice sighter, well wide of off stump, and he's able to leave it.
Doncaster lad, Brett Hutton, born in Yorkshire.
Yeah. Scout around the grounds well. As George makes his way back to his mark. In comes Hill. Wide of off stump, and again left by Hutton. Hampshire 154 all out. Sussex 61 for 2 in response. It doesn't feel like at the moment it's going to be going 4 days. Northampton Division 2, 225 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Durham 277 all out. It's the innings break up at Chesler Street. Just gone off a couple of minutes ago. Warwickshire 193 for 5 against Worcestershire as Hill bowls and Hutton defends out into the offside. In Div 2, Glamorgan 258 for 3 against Middlesex down in Cardiff. And at the Upton Steel County Ground, Leicester 200 for 9 Lancashire. In the 76th over, Derbyshire 294 for 1, having a great time of things at home against Kent. Essex dismissed for 217 at the Oval, and Surrey 26 for 1 in reply. That's the latest from those matches. As Hill bowls to Hutton, who can't get bat on that into the leg side. The bowler fielding himself. There is no run. And then at Trent Bridge, said hoping that his electronic equipment would update. Zimbabwe 251 for 7 now against England, who you'll recall earlier declared 565 for 6. As Hill bowls to Hutton, this time the ball shaping back in towards the batter, but wide of off stump. 5 overs to go until that second new ball can be taken. 197 for 7. Brian Bennett 139 for Zimbabwe. Craig Irvine 42. 25 for Sean Williams and 22 for Tafadzwa Tasiga. 254 for 7. The wickets have gone the way of Shoaib Bashir, 3 for 52 so far. Stokes has 2 for 11. And then 1 for Sam Cook, 1 for 72 off 17. And Josh Tong, 1 for 56 off 13. Just Gus Atkinson wicketless.
5 overs remaining before the new ball is due. Thompson starts his latest over. Clark pushes that one back up the pitch. And there is no run. So Yorkshire protecting the boundary square of the wicket at the moment. They've got a mid-wicket just about, how far off the fence? About 7 or 8 metres or so off the fence. Ben Codes at fine leg, a bit further in. So maybe that shorter ball from Thompson is in his consideration at the moment. Third man on the fence as well. Comes in outside off stump, straight through to Duke. Clark, very watchful. as he allows that one through to the keeper. Still on 55, 139 balls for him. A lot depending on him now. Just in 2 partnerships really today, haven't we? That second wicket partnership of 56 and the one of 61 for the 6th wicket. The 2 partnerships that have made all the difference really today. Otherwise, it's been a tough day for the Notts batters. Thompson back now bowling his 19th over. Runs in towards us and bowls, and again Clark with that straight bat of his, pushing that one back up the pitch, easily fielded by the bowler.
Yeah, then when you look down the list of dismissals and you're trying to assess the day, have Nottinghamshire given it up or have Yorkshire got them out? Asif Hamid, that first dismissal at point, I think you probably just say decent piece of bowling fairly early on.
Here comes Thompson again. Clark waits. More firmly pushed back up the pitch this time, up towards mid-off. No run.
And he's into his shot, isn't he, when it nips on him. And he just got under it. I'm sure he'd play it differently if he could. McCann, a good piece of bowling by Jordan Thompson. I think he was probably got out, as was Ben Slater. Obviously Jack Haynes, shoulder in arms. Can't really say it was got out, he gave it up. But Kyle Verena got a beauty, nipped back through the gate.
Thompson looking for another beauty here to try and get another wicket for Yorkshire outside off stump. And that one safely through into the hands of Duke.
Lyndon James, again, you can't call it a sort of particularly irresponsible shot. It was just an error of judgment, wasn't it, where he played it from, really. And then Liam Patterson-White, he's just pushed at one that was probably too wide to need to bother with.
Still 2 slips in a gully in there, waiting patiently. Thompson's in again and beats him outside the off stump. It looked as though he genuinely played at that, Clark, I think. A little bit of disappointment for him and for Yorkshire because he couldn't quite get anything on that one. But it's the end of another Jordan Thompson over. He's bowled 19, 7 maidens, 3 for 64. Edged closer towards the new ball at 9 minutes past 5 on day 1 of this latest championship match at Headingley. 197 for 7, the visitors.
Yeah, George Hill, the LS6 Sunshine, making his way in now, past umpire Nigel Long. Hutton, solid figure of Brett Hutton, pushes into the offside. There's no run. Brett Hutton had a great day with the ball against Yorkshire down at Welbeck Colliery in the 50 over comp. I can't remember. My memory's so terrible these days. Was it last year or the year before? It was in sometime during the last 2 seasons. Last season? Yep, last year. It was red hot. Yorkshire had bowled pretty well themselves and looked like they'd given themselves a chance, and then it appeared that they hadn't when he got the ball in his hand. That delivery was wide of off stump and left by Hutton. Beautiful sunny day. Pretty hot in a tent around the side of the pitch there. Yorkshire still working on this ball despite its advanced age. And he comes again, edged and gone. Adam Lythe takes the catch, backpedaling at second slip and puts his finger in the air to indicate, I'm the man. 197 for 8. Hutton gone without scoring, caught Lythe, and a 4th wicket for the red hot George Hill.
Yeah, it was a beautiful line, wasn't it, again from Hill. Glorious shape again, that one that just shapes away from the right-hander. Hutton hadn't been in all that long. He faced just 9 balls. Tentative push at the ball and took the edge, and Adam Lythe was there. It was straight in, wasn't it, as well? Perfect height for Adam Lythe. And well, you would have backed him to catch that 9 times out of 10, Adam Live. They've had Yorkshire today, maybe 2, possibly 3 tough chances in the slips that they couldn't quite take. But when they've gone straight in like that, they've been well taken. The slip corner have done a great job. And now Nottinghamshire 197 for 8. It's still that man Joe Clark who's hanging around for them. Came in at number 4 today. He's 55 not out. And Yorkshire are now edging closer, and well, we could well see Yorkshire bat potentially today. Time will tell.
Well, our colleague did say with about 24 overs to go, he thought that was a distinct possibility, and 2 wickets have fallen since then. So, was it 3 since then? So, yeah, it's looking that way. And you can bet your bottom dollar that there'll be a big heavy roller going on before they do go out to bat. That may be. Joe Clark is at the non-striking end. You sort of feel now that he's got to try his best to take this by the scruff of the neck. But Dylan Pennington's got to face this delivery, which George has swinging in towards him first up. Tall figure Dylan Pennington. He's pushed back to him, George Hill that is. And there's no run. You never forget your first match. That trial match I did for this role was at Scarborough in 2018 against Worcestershire, when Dylan was playing for Worcestershire. I can remember him running down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end with ball in hand. Opens the face to this delivery and pushes it out to Matthew Revis. And there's no run. Revis now disappearing off into the deep with 1 to come in the over, because they'd like another look at Dylan Pennington if they can. Get him down the other end. Who knows? George might be able to pick up his wicket with this delivery. James Wharton also disappearing out towards mid-wicket. And Hill comes in and bowls, and Pennington will get 1. He's after a second, and he's going to get the second as well. So, not the desired result from the Yorkies' point of view, but he's off the mark with 2. 199 for 8. And warm applause again for George Hill. 4 for 34. That average continues to tumble. I'll try and put the figures in front of myself again. A moment or two.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant spell. Hill with 4, Thompson with 3. The chief of the wicket takers. But Code and White have done a terrific job as well. But it won't necessarily look that way in the scorebook, but they've done a lot to create some of the pressure on the Nottinghamshire batsmen this afternoon. So a new over from Jordan Thompson. And I was just about to say it'd be interesting to see how Joe Clark plays from here on in, and how much confidence he might having Pennington and Mohammed Abbas, the last couple in the batting order for Notts. And he goes for the scoop, and I think now we know
I think
how he's going to play.
13.87 George's current season average, George Hill.
Wow, brilliant.
31 wickets.
Yeah, brilliant. Great to see. And quite easy to see the confidence in George Hill at the moment. So is the case with this man as well. Thompson in. Outside off stump this time. Clark very watchful, as he has been throughout his knock. Allows that one to go through to Harry Duke outside the off stump. Yorkshire again have got a man at deep mid-wicket on the edge back there. Long boundary over to the eastern side of the ground. And backward of point, there's a man on the edge as well. Just 2 slips in there. There's been 3 or 4 in for nearly all day today. Just 2 at the moment. Then as Thompson comes in, bowls straight. That's driven back up the ground. Milan comes across, tumbling stop, gets down one-handed, earns the applause from the crowd, and takes out. He's on his knees now, David Milan. Eventually he'll get onto one knee, which he does, and now he's back on 2 feet. Knott's just 1 shy of the 200. Good drive by Clark, but no run taken.
Probably on his knees saying, please don't make me field in 4-day cricket, just let me bat.
As a batter, that's got to be cricket at its best, hasn't it? As Thompson comes in. Short ball pulled through the leg side, wide of mid-on, all the way for 4. Well, Clark just waited for that on the back foot, and he played it down, didn't he, into the ground. Terrific shot for 4.
Yeah, not a great delivery.
No.
Scratching made as to why he banged that one in, really.
Yeah. Not a great delivery, as you say. And that brings up the 200 for Notts. 203 for 8 now. Don Better's got a decision to make soon as to whether he takes the new ball or not in 2 overs' time at the end of this over.
I should imagine yes will be the answer to that,
Yeah.
given he's going all seam. It's not like the ball's doing much else on this pitch.
Absolutely. Thompson's in, and that is edged down to third man by Clark. Looked as though he's trying to play across the line of the ball there, maybe over mid-on was the area he was looking for. Got a big edge on it, over the top of the slips and down to third man for a single.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he's played that across, but he's opened the face. I think there's a fair bit of the deliberate about that. You know what I'm saying? He's playing an uppercut style, isn't he? Get it away over the top of the cordon, get something for it and down the other end.
Yeah, the face is open, isn't it? Absolutely. And gets a single. He's on to 60. And now Thompson will have 1 ball in this over to bowl at Dylan Pennington, the number 10 batter for Notts. In comes Thompson now. Extra slip in there waiting. Pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score, fielded by Don Bess. So Clark willing to take a few chances now, with 10 batter at the other end, 11 to come. And, well, at the moment, he's chanting his arm a little when the opportunity presents itself, and it's come off so far. Great pull shot earlier in that over to a poor ball from JT, to be fair. Notts are on 204 for 8, and George Hill will continue from this end.
Yep, just do this over, and then we'll have a change in the box. George, well, he's obviously bowling well. 1 away from a 5 for here. Would be, I think I'm right in saying, a third. Let's just confirm that, if he gets there. And he's bowling here to Joe Clark, who's down the pitch and smashed him back over his head. And he's going to pick up 4. Good use of feet from Joe Clark, and doing what he kind of indicated he was going to do in the previous over. Could put a bit of a hole in George's figures this over, if he's going to come down the pitch and have a go in that respect. And what can George Hill do to try and combat that?
Good
he has, sorry.
That's okay. Just saying, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Straight down the ground.
4 previous 5-wicket hauls for George Hill, who's bowling one wide of off stump, and Joe Clark leaves. Field, as you'd expect, has spread. They've still got 2 slips in place. Got to still obviously attack, even with Clark as the batter in on strike. 64 now following that boundary. Everybody else is out beyond what you'd call being on a 1. The boundary edge or deeper than the single as Hill comes in. And Clark has gone underneath this one down towards a would-be catcher. He's a catcher. Jordan Thompson, I think, is the man. And Clark, well, you've got to credit him with having a go there with the tail ending with him, but he has perished at his second attempt at an improvised shot and gone for 64. Brilliantly caught by Jordan Thompson down at the foot of the Howard stand. Clark, 64 of 151 deliveries, 11 fours, 208 for 9. And he'll be strolling back into the dressing room now to talk to 1 or 2 players who've already experienced it out there and say, we're in this game, because that is not going to be easy for Yorkshire to score runs either. But also you've got to credit the hosts with having bowled well today.
Yeah, it's a great knock, receiving the applause of the crowd there, Joe Clark, quite rightly so. The Yorkshire members there applauding what they considered to be a very good innings. Joe Clark, the man out finally. And you've got to say that Jordan Thompson did really well there to get round and take a catch low down. It was that ramp shot, glanced, and it was fairly straight, and Thompson had quite a distance to go away to his left. And he got there and low down, took a very good catch. And of course that brings up George Hill's 5 for 38 for George Hill now. Standout performer in the game.
Yep, 5 Michelle Pfeiffers for George Hill in first-class cricket, and what a way to celebrate your call-up to the England A side. He's bowled superbly today, as he has throughout the season. Welcome to listeners from 5 Sports Extra with the news then that with that wicket of Joe Clarke, who'd made 64, Nottinghamshire 208 for 9 halfway through the 79th over. We've been talking about the second new ball being due for a while, and lo and behold, in the last 10 overs before it's due, or 9 overs before it's due, Yorkshire have picked up 4 wickets in fairly quick time. And it's Mo Abbas facing George Hill and defending into the leg side with the first delivery. So 3 slips, the third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Is the way the field is set. Yorkshire picked up a third bowling bonus point with that wicket of Clarke. And those 4 wickets that have fallen more recently, well, in fact, I'll give you a quick roundup of the day in these next couple of balls. But Hill is in to bowl the penultimate one in this over. It's full and blocked by Mo Abbas. Yorkshire, of course, won the toss, decided to bowl first. Asib Hamid was out early doors for 6, caught a point by James Wharton off the bowling of Jack White. Ben Slater survived an LBW shout and then dropped chance by Jordan Thompson and hung around for a while. Freddie McCann was caught at first slip by George Hill off Jordan Thompson for 28. 67 for 2 at lunch. Ben Slater, 52 before he was bowled top of off stump with a beauty from George Hill, who's bowling now to Abbas, who's turning one back at a square for a 2 to take it to 210 for 9 at the end of the over. Jack Haynes then shouldered arms to 1 from George Hill, was bowled top of off for 9. Kyle Verena, also bowled by George Hill with a beauty that nipped back and took him through the gate, top of off stump for 1. 178 for 5 at tee. And a really good stand at that point was developing between Lyndon James and Joe Clarke. But James then went in the 72nd over, caught by Harry Duke off Jordan Thompson for 29. A ball he tried to pull from outside off stump and got towards the bottom of the bat. Liam Patterson-White didn't last long, caught Duke, bowled Hill for 4. Brett Hutton as well. He was in and out fairly quick time. Caught second slip by Adam Lyth off George Hill without scoring. And then Joe Clarke for 64. Well caught by Jordan Thompson in front of the Howard stand off George Hill. So 210 for 9. Time for me to get off the microphone and leave you with Graham and the girdler.
Yep, so the final over with the old ball. Yorkshire can take the new ball after this. Will they need to? Jordan Thompson is at the end of his mark and Pennington waits. And that is smashed away over long on. Fine strike of the ball there by Pennington. Pitched up by Thompson, slightly cross bat, but it doesn't matter, it's out the middle. And it races away for 4 runs up towards the Howard stand end.
I can't leave you pair alone for 10 or 15 minutes, can I? 16 runs, 4 wickets since I went off air. Not in a heap of trouble here, but Dylan Pennington, there's always somebody to come to the rescue. Dylan Pennington with a mighty blow down the ground. Knotts 214 for 9. Day 1 of the County Championship fixture against Yorkshire here. Knotts went into this game 3 points clear of Surrey. Surrey have picked up 3 bowling points. Very much looks as if Knotts aren't going to get any batting points. 214 for 9, Graham.
Yep, Thompson at the end of his run. 3 wickets to his name already, comes in. Down the leg side, the swing of the bat there from Pennington. It goes behind square, and Harry Duke was quickly round and across. Gets a good throw in, prevents any addition to the score. Well, sorry, beg your pardon, they took a single, but prevents a second run being taken. And when Yorkshire won the toss and inserted Knotts this morning, you would think that at 215 for 9, Yorkshire would be fairly happy with this. They'll be looking to try and just claim this final wicket, though.
I'm not sure at 121 for 5 they would have been.
No, absolutely.
Likewise at whatever it was, 170 for 5. I think Notts would have been a little disappointed to find themselves in this position.
Yeah, wickets have come in clusters. Here's Thompson now. That's edged, I think, over the top of mid-wicket. Looks like a leading edge there over the top of Matthew Revis. And they've gone through for a couple of runs. Yeah, just trying to steer that away there. Abbas over into the leg side. Leading edge over the top of Revis, and they claim a couple more. 217 for 9.
He'll give you a leading edge. Pakistan's finest in at number 11 there. It was an elegant placed chip shot over the infield.
Right out the middle of the bat.
Greeted me this morning like a long-lost brother. We've only met twice before, but he's getting used to having a natter with me now.
Here's Thompson. This time that's pushed away behind point. Wide of the offside. Middle of the bat on that for certain as they go through for a single down to third man. Abbas on to 5, Pennington 6, 218 for 9. And about to see Revis, the mid-wicket fielder, going back towards the boundary edge.
Asked Mohammed Abbas what his record was like on this ground. Oh, I've played a test match here, Dave. Went well. Was man of the series for Pakistan. Yeah, he was man of the series, but they got absolutely hammered here. Didn't tell me that bit, but lovely fella to talk to. He'll enjoy bowling on here.
I'm sure he will. Here's Thompson again. That's the short one. And there's a swing of the bat from Pennington way above his head there. Doesn't make contact straight through to Duke. But Thompson digging that one in. Testing Pennington. Pennington couldn't resist. No contact with the bat, though. No addition to the score. Yorkshire with 3 slips in, looking for this final wicket to complete a good day with the ball so far. 28 minutes past 5 here at Headingley on day 1. It's like Don Bess is moving across from the offside to save one at mid-wicket, and third man comes around slightly. Finley Bean goes out to cover, so 2 slips now for Thompson. Pennington on 6. Thompson comes in and bowls short, steered away down to fine leg, and that will be the end of the over as the 2 batsmen cross and they go through for a single. So that's 80 overs bowled by Yorkshire. 16 remaining day. 219 for 9. And Yorkshire, as it stands, will be hoping to be out there batting shortly, you would think.
Well, they're enjoying this at the moment, aren't they, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas? The number of times that they're both number 11s, to be fair. The only reason Pennington's batting number 10 is because Mo Abbas is in the side. But they're both number 11s, and invariably, most times when they bat, there'll be a batter at the other end. So they're going to be denied runs. We all see that, don't we, where they snick the 5th or 6th ball down to third man and they want to go for a run, but the fella at the other end says no, so you stay on naught forever, or you're basically out there told, run hard when I call run hard, or whatever. They're both out there now and they can both have a little bit of fun. If they hit it, they know they can get a run. They can see if they can have a little bit of fun. But Ben Code has taken the second new ball and he's in now and bowls, and there's a mighty blow out onto the leg side for the first 6 of the day. Well, there we are. That's cricket for you. That's the new ball. Ben Code says, hang on. What's happening here? He's run in with that new ball and he's been heaved. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows into the Western Terrace by Dylan Pennington. Picked it up nice and clean. Talked earlier about a straight drive from Lyndon James as being shot of the day. That's overtaken it. And not just because it's gone for 6. It was just stylishly played. Down one knee and away you go. 225 for 9. Pennington on to 13. Good as you like. Code comes in. What's he got by way of a response? A ball that's just dragged on the leg side, and Dylan Pennington says to Mo Abbas, you have a go, mate. Gives him a chance to face the bowling.
As you say, it looks as though they're going to try and enjoy themselves, these two, while they're out there at the moment. Ben Code just starting a new spell from this Kirkstall Lane end. And Knots are 226 for 9. Here's Ben Code, and that's going to be played just backward of square, and they go through for another single. So they're just adding a few runs onto the board at the moment. This final pair for Knots, 227 for 9. Ben Code here with the new ball in his hands. And he turns again at the end of his mark, Ben Code. Comes in now. Better ball from him. That one is just glanced down towards third man. Fielding is done, and they go through for another single there to add to the score, 228 for 9. So that's 20 added by this last pair already for Nottinghamshire. Last wicket falling 208 for 9. And these two are already putting bat on ball as Code comes in again. This time Abbas is in defensive mode and pushes that one back up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score this time. So one ball remaining in this 81st over. And Code will complete the over now. One ball remaining, as I say. Abbas on 6 weights. Right-handed batter, 3 slips in there. And the field otherwise fairly well spread. That one goes straight through to Harry Duke. And that's the end of the over. But as we say, 20 added already by the final pair.
Useful runs, and as his head hits his pillow tonight, Dylan Pennington, he'll be thinking about that moment. He'll be thinking about that shot. New ball, first delivery, Ben Code. Have some of that, son. It's a lovely shot. Useful runs, 28 for 9. Just wonder how good a score this is. We won't know, of course. We won't know until the game unfolds. Yorkshire get 450 when they bat all day tomorrow, bat till lunch on Sunday. Put 450 on the board. Well, 228 for 9 as it is now. 228 all out if this wicket goes. Won't look so many. It'll look like a good toss to win. It's always looked like a good toss to win, and Nottinghamshire always seemingly have been behind the 8 ball today. 67 for 2 at lunch, 178 for 5 at tea. Here comes Jack White trying to finish it off. Sorry, Graham, I did the Pennington over, didn't I? The last over.
That's all right, no problem at all. White does well to field there off that first ball.
I'm looking at the field for Dylan Pennington. Excuse me, did Joe Root leave the test match and come here and Joe Root's out there batting? Look at the field for Dylan Pennington for a new ball. Good heavens above.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
A reminder, this is Dylan Pennington batting.
White turns and comes running in towards us again. And he's bowled in.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of the Nottinghamshire innings then. 228 all out. Jack White takes his 2nd wicket of the innings. Good spell of bowling from him. And but really it's George Hill who takes the plaudits in the main, 5 for 40. Jordan Thompson 3 for 77. But the 2 lads for Notts with the 250s have batted extremely well, in all fairness. And that 20 runs added by the last pair could prove to be very useful. You never know.
284. I think there's 12 overs to go in the day by the time they've sliced a couple off. So I know Jonathan's just gone through the card from pretty much from top to bottom. The only thing to add there was that last wicket, Dylan Pennington bowled by Jack White for 15. So Notts are all out for 228. They'll all go and freshen up and then be out there for the start of the Yorkshire innings in about 7 or 8 minutes' time. When they return, so will the commentary.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Notts just taking to the field now behind skipper Seba Mead. In fact, they've taken to the field and now they're all being called together to link arms and get together for the huddle. Not entirely sure what they say out in the middle. It won't have been said in the dressing room, or can't have been said in the dressing room over the last few minutes. But it's the way they do it these days. Warm applause from the home supporters for Mr. Lythe and Mr. Bean on their way out to the middle. Adam Lythe, Finlay Bean going out there to bat. Nottinghamshire today have made 228, if you're just joining us, in 82 overs. We lose a couple of overs for the changeover, so there are 12 overs remaining in the day. So around about 40, 45 minutes, I guess. Could race through a little quicker should they have the need to, but generally it'll be a leisurely stroll, I would imagine, towards stumps today. For Notts, Joe Clark top scored with 64, batted for 3.5 hours. Ben Slater made 52, and for Yorkshire, 5 for 40 from 20 overs with 8 maidens for George Hill, and Jordan Thompson 3 for 77 from 21. Jonathan Doidge is here with us. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me, Graham Colley watching on. And it's going to be Mo Abbas to get us underway, bowling from our end of the ground. So you'll have a nice look as he sends it down to the left-handed Lythe, looking right behind his arm, Graham.
Yeah, Adam Lythe in great form, as we know, this season. And this is a very tricky spell for Yorkshire now here at the towards the end of this day one. Tricky spell is probably an understatement, but we will see. Lythe waits then. First ball of the Yorkshire innings, Abbas comes in. Right arm over the wicket and played firmly up towards mid-on by Adam Lythe. So he gets one out of the middle of the bat, fielded by Hutton there at mid-on.
Third game for Notts for Mo Abbas, 5 wickets in the first game against Hampshire, his old county, and then he got 4 last week against Durham, including 2 in the first over Durham of the second innings. Durham was set to score 21 in 18. That looked a different proposition when he nicked out 2 wickets.
Abbas comes in then, and that one seems back in at Adam Lythe. You can see the awkwardness of batting today with that. There's some back into the left-hander seam and a little bit of additional bounce as well. And immediately Notts are calling for the helmet. I suspect there'll be a short leg in there before too long. Maybe even for the next ball.
It'll be Ben Slater, who's already loosened his flannels.
Yeah, here come the helmet, the pads.
Interesting from the far end. Would imagine it'll be Dylan Pennington. Really look to be ideal sort of conditions for Brett Hutton as well, but extra pace of Pennington I think will be given a go. Notts have been waiting for 6 weeks to get Dylan Pennington back in their ranks after a side strain against Essex in the second match of the season. He's down at long leg, just loosening up, so yeah, interesting to see how he goes. Extra bit of pace.
Looks as though he's the man, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Pads on for the short leg.
That's Ben Slater, who's gone in there, now properly attired.
And Abbas comes in now, running away from us. Kirksall lane end past the umpire to Adam Lythe. Adam Lythe plays tentatively forward, goes past the outside edge, through to the keeper. And already, how many balls have we had? 3. And Adam Lythe already having issues and difficulties and problems with Mo Abbas here at the moment. And that's just how it's been all day.
Can't see Joe Clark out there. Matthew Montgomery's on at backward point, number 14, as a substitute. Can't see Joe Clark on the field.
Abbas turns now, runs away from us and bowls to Adam Lythe. Adam Lythe with a drive, more of a push than a drive in fairness, through mid-off, and they go through for 2. Nice confident push by Adam Lythe, that one.
So the slip cordon, which seems to get rejigged every game, has got Liam Patterson-White at first slip, Freddie McCann at second, Jack Haynes is at third, and Lyndon James at fourth. Matthew Montgomery, the sub, is a point, and Asiba Mead at mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside.
Here comes a Bass again then. Lythe this time happy to allow that one through to the keeper.
On the leg side, we've got Dylan Pennington down at long leg, Ben Slater, as we've already mentioned, at short leg, and Brett Hutton at mid-on. And feel a bit for Brett Hutton if there's a ball on the leg side, because he's also loosening up, as is Pennington, so it's interesting. Imagine it's a case of we're going with one, but be ready, because we'll probably use all 3 of you in these 12 overs by the looks of it. A Bass is bowling and the other 2 are getting ready.
Last ball of the first over. Lythe in front of that front pad. Just gets back to that, pushed up towards mid-on. And a really good first over by a Bass, you have to say, making Adam Lythe play, which is the name of the game this afternoon. You're always in the game if the batsman's having to play. And Yorkshire 2 without loss. Adam Lythe with a couple of runs to get him off the mark. 682 runs this season to Adam Lythe, averaging at 56, just under 57. And it looks as though it's going to be Brett Hutton then from the Howard stand end.
Well, I think it's probably the right decision, but that's not to say I'm not a little surprised. But they do look to be ideal conditions for Hutton. The extra pace coming on might just suit Bean and Lythe. Extra pace of Pennington, but we'll still say I think all 3 of them will get a bowl this evening in these 12 overs, and unless this pair are absolutely on song and nip out a couple from each end. So here's Hutton. A couple of 5-wicket hauls already this season. He's in now and bowls to Finley Bean. Pushes it up to Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run. Quickly in Division 1, Durham are all out for 277 at Chesterley Street. Somerset in reply 28 for 1. Wickets have continued to tumble throughout the day down at Southampton, the utility bowl as it's called these days. Hampshire 154 all out, Sussex 90 for 5 reply. If you've got tickets for day 4, forget it. Next one's pushed into the offside by Bean. At the Oval, Surrey are 58 for 1. Earlier they bowled Essex out for 217. Warwickshire 227 all out. Worcestershire 8 without loss. And obviously the other Division 1 game is here. So in all 5 Division 1 games, we're into the second innings already of that one. Nobody's been able to bat through the day. Don't know what that tells us. Nothing probably. 2 without loss. Hutton to Bean defensively. Leans forward and drops it down on the leg side. Division 2 at Derby. Century for the Australian Caleb Jewell today. Derbyshire 346 for 2. They're playing against Kent. Glamorgan 302 for 5 at Cardiff against Middlesex. See who's got the runs there, because that seems to have rattled along. Century for Kieran Carlson, who made 109. Next ball is turned up to mid-on, no run. And also a century for Glamorgan. There you go, Graham. Here's your starter for 5 or 10 or whatever it used to be. The other century in the Glamorgan innings is somebody who's played for Nottinghamshire and for Yorkshire. I've got a head shake. I've got a furrowed brow.
Might need some time on that one.
It's only 2 years ago.
Put me
3
out,
years
put
ago.
me out my misery,
Sam
Dave.
Northeast. He was only here for 5 minutes and he was only at Trent Bridge for 4. He had a little loan spell of about 2 matches for each, didn't he?
He did.
This is pushed back to the bowler. But a good player on his day, really good player. Sam Northeast, 118 not out. Kieran Carlson, 109. Glamorgan, 302 for 5. That's at Cardiff against Division 2 Middlesex, as they're properly known as. Lancashire, the only team in the world without a win this year. 206 all out. Leicestershire, 27 for 2. And Wantage Road, crikey. Northants, 290 for 6. Next ball is defended by Bean, this time on the offside. Century there for Safe Zabe. He's 125 not out earlier. James Sales, not David Sales. James Sales earlier made 81 in the Northants score. 290 for 6 against Gloucestershire. all the scores on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page. Yep. Oh, test match. Sorry, better do the test match. Zimbabwe 265 all out, and they've been asked to follow on by England. They're 2 without loss. Second time around. So in that first innings, Bennett made 139, and there were just 1 wicket for Josh Tong.
Here's Abbas coming in to start over number 3 then. Lithe forward, pushing back towards the bowler. No addition to the score there. So a good first over it was by Hutton, a maiden. No real alarms for Bean in that first over. Yorkshire 2 without loss. Exactly the same score as Zimbabwe in their second innings against England in the Test match. And 9 overs remaining after this one's completed. Towards the end of this first day, Abbas comes in, some shape on that one. Adam Lithe pushing forward. Adam Lithe looks down at his mark, but the umpire's finger is up. And Adam Lithe has gone. He's got a feather on that one through to the keeper. And that is a big blow as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Adam Lithe with an outside edge on that one. Fine little tickle. Finger goes up from the umpire. And Abbas breaks through. And Yorkshire lose their first wicket. They're 2 for 1.
Just seeing the replay of it to your right, Graham, now, and don't think Adam Lithe hit the ground. Oh, the umpire's finger's up already immediately, so he knew and Notts knew. Just Adam Lithe continues to scratch away at his mark, just trying to make sure that, or not catch the eye of the umpire. I hope nobody had noticed, but yeah, every single one of the Nottinghamshire players were celebrating, and Mo Abbas, been saying all day, I thought he might go well on there. Well, he's begun well. That's his 10th wicket for Nottinghamshire. Lithe out. The 2 overseas players combined with that wicket. The South African keeper, Verena, the Pakistan bowler, Mo Abbas, and Lithe has fallen to a combination of the 2 of them. 2 for 1. As James Wharton makes his way out to the middle. I said 20 for 4. It'd be interesting off mic at T.
He did, and yeah, that's a body blow for Yorkshire losing Adam Lithe, isn't it? So early in the second innings here, Yorkshire's first innings, of course. It was just angled slightly across the left-hander, and well, he went at the ball looking to drive through the offside, and it must have been the faintest of edges, but the umpire was confident that he'd heard that.
Wasn't detectable, really, was it, on the replay, but the umpire's finger was up almost as the ball hit the gloves of Verena. Didn't appear as if Lithe's bat hit the ground. So I think it seems like the only thing it could have hit would have been the ball.
Here comes Abbas then to James Wharton, the new batsman. Wharton works that away behind square on the leg side. They go through for 1, down to fine leg. A few sort of cries and sighs from the fielders there, as if that might have come off a bit of an inside edge. But Wharton gets himself off the mark, 3 for 1. Finlay Bean still looking to get off the mark. He's down that end to face Abbas for the first time. And if you're just joining us, 2 to 8 all out. Notts having been inserted this morning, and Yorkshire in reply are 3 for 1. Finlay Bean waits. Abbas comes in now. That just drifts into the left-hander through the air. And Finlay Bean is well forward, bat and pad together, pushes that one back up the pitch.
I think he's faced 7 balls and he's played the same shot to all 7 balls. His delivery's pitched up to him and he's been able just to get forward, a textbook forward defensive block, and that's all he needs to do. So I just wonder if the extra pace of Pennington might get a go this evening, get 1 or 2 round his ears, and he'll have to either duck or bob and weave or take on the short ball.
Here's Abbas to Bean. Bean pushing that out onto the offside. Hamid with the fielding for Notts. Throw back into the keeper. No addition to the score. Yeah, you'd expect to see some variation in these closing stages of this first day. 2 minutes to 6 on day 1. 9 overs remaining after this. It's the 3rd over this of the Yorkshire reply.
I know he's not statistically driven, Asiba Mead, but for the time being, he hangs on to the leading score in the country. There was a danger if Adam Lyth had got to whatever it was, 18 or 19 or 20, it'd have gone past him.
Not to be today. That's in again, and forward comes Finley Bean. It beats the outside edge through to the keeper, and the same issues and problems and challenges that some of the Notts batsmen had earlier on today. Yorkshire are finding things just as difficult in reply. 3 overs bowled, they are 3 for 1, and all of a sudden those 2 half-centuries that we saw earlier in the day to Slater and Clark look like really good ones.
Yeah, good shout, Graham. Graham Colley with us on first day here of this traditional old clash. They're aboard it, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Somewhere between Worksop and Sheffield. It's going to be Hutton to continue. In fact, we're right on 6 o'clock. If you want to just talk through the first ball here, and I'll have to do an update, and JD will slide in alongside you.
So Hutton at the Howard stand then is coming in to start the 4th over. Bowling to Wharton. Wharton tips that away back with a square on the leg side in just exactly the same way that he got off the mark at the other end just a few moments ago. And 1 is added to the score. Wharton on to 2. But an early blow in this Yorkshire innings, losing the so ever dependable Adam Lyth so early. That's the wicket that's fallen. And Bean and Wharton looking to try and repair some of that early damage. Hutton runs in towards us again. 4 slips await. Bean pushes that out onto the offside. Really, really watchful, Finley Bean. And just happy just to push that out onto the offside, fielded in that cover area. Still to get off the mark, Finley Bean in this innings, looking for some runs in this game, you would fancy. Be good to see him get a decent score under his belt in this innings if he could. It means such a lot to his confidence during the remainder of the campaign as Bean pushes that up towards mid-on this time. And no addition to the score halfway through the 4th over. Yorkshire in reply to Nottinghamshire's 228 all out. As another aircraft passes noisily overhead. And Hutton turns at the far end and runs in towards us. Those 4 slips crouch and wait again. Bean's forward. He's very much in defensive mode, Finley Bean at the moment. Confidently forward on the front foot. Pushes that back up the pitch. No addition to the score. Bit of tension in the air at Headingley all of a sudden. Having inserted knots earlier in the day and bowled them out reasonably cheaply, we always said that we would only really know how good that 228 score is once Yorkshire have battered. We're just beginning to find out now, as that one's outside the off stump this time, through to the keeper, without any further addition to the score.
Yeah, I guess you could throw it out there if you like to the Yorkies as a collective and just say, come on then, show us what you're made of. Adam Lyth, his first proper blob of the entire campaign so far, so you can't knock him. He's made just the 2. Lowest score of the season. He's been producing so many runs. What else have you?
Here's Hutton to Bean. Bean again, defensive push up towards mid-on. No addition to the score, so 4 overs are complete in the Yorkshire reply here. A day that's predominantly been played under sunshine. There's been some cloud cover at times. Bit of grass left on the pitch at the start of play. There's been some movement, both off the pitch and in the air, actually, as Yorkshire bowled out Notts for that 2-8 in 82 overs. And this tricky little spell now before the close of play here on day 1 for Yorkshire to overcome. 8 overs there are remaining in the Yorkshire innings. And it's going to be Abbas who will continue.
Yeah, 1 for 3 at the moment, and he's in and bowling here to Wharton, who drops that into the offside square, and there is no run. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Leeds any moment now. So stand by your beds for that one. See what we can make of day one for them. Doing a few updates as well tomorrow afternoon. Rugby League taking place tonight on our station, as well as tomorrow. Oh, and here we go. Here's Abbas bowling to Wharton. Punches back to the bowler, and there is no run. Update time. Yeah, it's been a pretty good day for Yorkshire and a very good day for George Hill, who's just completed his third successive haul of 5 wickets or more in a match. 5 for 40 today, and he's come out with the extraordinary average at this time of year, and I know we're only halfway through the campaign, but 13.625. He's taken 30-odd wickets at that rate so far. So an excellent day for him. They bowled Nottinghamshire out for 228. There were periods where one side got on top and then the other. I think Nottinghamshire won't be too disappointed because it's been very favourable in terms of bowling conditions. 3 of the other wickets went the way of Jordan Thompson, 3 for 77 from 21 overs and 2 for 23 for Jack White. Ben Code bowled really well. Will probably feel very aggrieved that he finished with none for 49 off 17. But they're out there with the bat at the moment, and they've suffered the early loss of Adam Lyth, who this season has scored 684 runs and he's been blazing the trail with the bat for Yorkshire, but only 2 of them came in this innings. He had to fail sometime, and he's got a snick on one behind to keeper Kyle Verena off the bowling of Mo Abbas, who's currently on at the Kirkstall Lane End. International fast bowler, of course. So 5 for 1, Finley Bean yet to get off the mark. James Wharton is on 3. They're 223 runs behind. Remember, day one, first innings and all that. So a lot of cricket to be played, but a lot of work to do for Yorkshire. And I was just saying in commentary, Johnny, that it's a case now of, with the bat, come on, boys, what are you made of out there? Because Adam Lyth has blobbed in this particular innings. Johnny Bairstow, who's been scoring a fair weight of runs, is not here either. Somebody else has got to come up with the goods. As Abbas is in again, no runs missed there as Bean runs that one down to Gully. And there is no run. David Milan, of course, will be due in next. Opportunity here for Matthew Revis at 5. Harry Duke, George Hill. So there are players in there who we know can score runs. They'll find a way in tricky enough conditions with the bat to put something on the board. 4 slips. Good delivery from Abbas. Might have been an inside edge, I think, from Finley Bean onto his pad. Note as well there, Graham, at the end of the over, how the 4 slips were quite steep, weren't they, in there, in the cordon, from 1 to 4.
Yeah.
And very close together.
Really good point. The 4 slip's really close, actually, isn't he? And that is a strategy they are employing at both ends as well. There were 1 or 2, maybe more, that fell short of Yorkshire slip fielders earlier on today. So the Notts fielders are looking closer than the Yorkshire slip fielders were. But time will tell as Hutton starts a new over. As he comes in from the Howard stand end to James Wharton, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 6 balls faced for Wharton so far. 17 for Bean. Bean still looking to get off the mark, but generally speaking, defensively, Bean looking pretty good so far. He's been finding the middle of the bat in defence, which is important for a batter, just to get a feel of bat on ball. Hutton's in again to Wharton. That just strikes him on the pad as he plays forward. No real scares for Wharton with that, though, as it pitched probably just outside the line of leg stump. And no addition to the score. 5 overs, I beg your pardon, 6 overs remaining after this one is completed in this tricky spell at the end of the first day here for Yorkshire. Hutton's past the umpire now on balls. Half volley outside off stump. Pushing forward, James Wharton. Fielded out there by Hamid at extra cover. Firm push by James Wharton. And again, no addition to the score. Never get any easier, these short sort of 10-over stints at the end of the day for the batting team, do they? Irrespective of what the pitch is like and how the pitch has been playing during the course of the day. That's a little bit short. He can clip that off his hip to wide mid-on. James Wharton, and he goes through for another one. So he's been rotating the strike nicely since he came to the crease. He moves on to 4 now. How Yorkshire would like to get through with the loss of just that 1 wicket before the close of play. Those 4 slips, as Doidge said, very steep. The 4th of them is very close to the bat as Beam comes in, but again, nicely played up towards Hamid at mid-off. No dangers, no alarms there. 4 slips, got a man just behind point, a man at a wideish mid-on, man in the covers, and then a mid-off as well, and a 3rd man on the boundary. Hutton turns to complete the over, bowls to Bean, and again, Bean solid in defence, pushes that up towards mid-on, and that sees off another of the Nottinghamshire overs then. So halfway through this mini spell at the end of the day for Yorkshire, there were 12 overs to bowl, 6 of them complete, but Adam Lyth sadly already back in the pavilion. 6 overs remaining.
Yep, and scoring runs not proving easy at the moment with the 2 bowlers on the money. It feels like it should be a little easier with the heavy roller having been on right now than it might be the innings unfolds. That may be killing things a little bit, but there's still the 12 millimetres of grass on that was mentioned by Anthony McGrath last week as Wharton turns that one into the leg side. First ball from Abbas, there's no run. Abbas, he takes his time, doesn't he, getting back to his mark. He's not in any hurry to get back. Usually in a hurry to take wickets though. In now with that nice measured run up. Chest on, isn't he, really, when he bowls it. Fumbled by Berena behind the stumps. This one, as he goes past James Wharton, he was happy to let that one go. Ball to him. So they'd love to pick up a few between now and the end of play, but first thing on the mind will be being there at the end of this opening day, which generally speaking has been a good one for Yorkshire. Comes Abbas, and Wharton chops that into his pad, no run. We've seen an occasional team win the toss and bowl here in recent seasons, and it's not really done them a power of good because the pitches have been different to what they are this year. They've been much flatter. Often handed the initiative to the opposition. But obviously, as we know, results have not been easy to come by, really, on the ground. But that's changing in 2025. That's deliberate. As Abbas is in, Wharton turns that one to leg. Fielded there at mid-on by Brett Hutton.
It's a good point you make, Doidge, because in leaving some grass on the pitch to, in order to try and achieve that extra bounce and that extra carry that you've been talking about, you're looking clearly, aren't you, to try and give yourself a better chance of winning the game, but also by doing that, you give yourself maybe more of a chance of losing it as well. So there's a balance there.
In comes Abbas. A little bit of kick off the pitch. Wharton turns that one to square on the leg side. No run. James Wharton's looked pretty good this season. He's had 4 scores now in the 60s, but not got to 70. I didn't speak to him after his 60-odd at the Oval last week, but I know Graham Hardcastle, who writes the Yorkshire website, did, and said he's never quite seen a more disconsolate figure when he's got 60-odd, because he was so frustrated that he had not managed to convert it 4 times in succession this season. But if you're getting 60-odds, you're doing okay. Here is a pass to him. He walks forward and then draws the bat back safely away from the ball. 30 deliveries to see off tonight, and then they can reassess and have a think about tomorrow. But 6 for 1, 222 behind.
Yeah, as you say, if you're getting into the 60s, you're doing a pretty good job, and it's maybe a sign that there's a big score coming at some point. And James Wharton doing a good job for the team at the moment out there. It's just a case of both batsmen, I think, being in survival mode at the moment for the remainder of this day. A change of bowling. It's going to be Dylan Pennington now coming on. Dave was alluding to the fact that we might see Pennington into the attack, and that will be the case. The tall, right-arm, blonde-haired Pennington will bowl from the Howard stand end. And he'll be bowling his first over at Finley Bean, who still looking for his first run of the game. 19 balls faced. Been out there for 29 minutes now, Finley Bean. The bat just spins in his hands as he settles down into his stance. Pennington turns at that far end with 3 slips for the left-handed Bean now. Short, down the leg side, and straight through to the keeper without any addition to the score. First ball by Pennington, looking to just establish that line and that length. And they might just think about, are they thinking about a leg slip or a short leg? They've seen some bounce there from that first delivery down the leg side. I think they may be thinking about a leg slip for Bean. Yes, they are. I did think for a moment about a short leg going in, but no, it looks as though it's going to be Lyndon James who makes his way into that leg slip catching position. James, who batted well today for 29. Pennington's in, and Bean pushes that back out towards mid-wicket. Some enthusiastic support from the Notts fielders for Pennington as they look to make another breakthrough here in the closing stages of this first day.
Yeah, Finley Bean becalmed. 21 balls.
Pennington turned and runs in towards us now then. Bean standing tall in his crease. Forward, tries to push that one through the mid-wicket area. Might have been aiming just a touch straighter. Didn't quite catch it, and it squirts out towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Clark, and there's no addition to the Yorkshire total. 6 for 1. 7.5 overs have been bowled. It's not about runs though now at the end of this first day. It's about survival and starting day 2 tomorrow with 9 wickets still in hand. Pennington comes in, 3 slips and a leg slip. That's down the leg side again. Straight through into the keeper's gloves. Maybe just fancying Bean, just nicking one down to that leg slip there.
Yeah, he's hit 1 or 2 in that general direction during his time in first team cricket. I was referring to it last week at Hove. I think it was early on last season. It was actually dropped twice when Ollie Robinson set the trap for him round corner, and Robinson then just dispensed with the fielder because nobody could catch it.
Pennington's in, and that one is through to the keeper, but there's a big appeal. I thought Bean left that. Not sure what they're appealing for. Did that come off the pad?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that was the appeal. Let's have a look once again, those who can see it.
Oh,
That's a good delivery, and it's nipping back on him, and it's hit him in front. So I'm guessing that umpire Paul Baldwin decided that that was too high.
Just above the knee roll, wasn't it? It saved him. Here comes Pennington again. Outside the off stump, Bean shouldering arms, allowing that one through to the keeper. But that could have gone either way. The LBW shout.
Yeah, there's been two good ones in the match. There was the one earlier on today, Ben Slater, and that one, where on both occasions the batter didn't play a shot. Both occasions, two different umpires have said not out. So 4 overs remaining. Pennington 1 over, 1 maiden, 0 for 0. And Mo Abbas 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. I think the lads are going to do a swap over for the last 4 overs as Abbas is in. That's wide of off stump, and Wharton happy to leave it. There's a man in under the lid at short leg. 4 slips. Joe Clark just catching the ball on its way around the ring is at point. Hamid in the covers, or extra cover. Hutton at mid-on, plus a fine rather than long leg. 16 deliveries faced by James Wharton so far for his 4. Right-handed. Abbas is in. Wharton solidly forward behind this. 1 or 2 from the tier of the Howard stand have made their way off home for an early start to the weekend. Probably as well 1 or 2 down the east side of the ground, the north-east stand, just down to our left. Some just don't want to leave this until the end of the first day, keeping their fingers crossed if they're Yorkie fans, which of course the majority will be, that their team will only have 1 in the wickets column. They can come back tomorrow and have another look at it. Abbas in, and that's played down towards gully by Wharton, no run.
That's Clark doing the fielding. He wasn't out there start of the innings, first few overs, but he's got back out there. Probably earned some time off for good behaviour for top scoring for Nottinghamshire today with 64. We're into night watchman territory, aren't we, with 3 to go after this one. Who would be the likeliest candidate?
Oh, please, no. No. Likeliest candidate, Jack White, I would imagine, who bats at 11, as Abbas is in, and that's flicked to leg by Wharton, and there is no run. They do keep trying it now and again, and I keep scratching my head. A number of times you see night watchmen get out. Anyway.
Well, that was the theory I was clinging to last week at Durham, and James Minto, the number 11, got 67. 17 years of age. He's going to be one heck of a talent. Well, he is one heck of a talent, but he'll be one heck of a player.
There are not loads of them that do that, though, are there? Here's Abbas and Wharton walking into this. They're claiming a catch at short leg. Never felt like it. You could hear the thud off the thigh pad.
As boos ring round Headingley.
Yorkshire contingent. Ben Slater, it is under the lid. That short leg. Set on by Nigel Long. Bass with a smile on his face. I think he basically said to the rest of the team, just cool it after they'd lingered a little on the appeal. 6 for 1, final ball of the over. Wide of off stump and left by Wharton. So 18 deliveries now to see off. James Wharton's on 4. Finley Bean hasn't scored. 6 for 1.
Yorkshire equally not finding it easy to put runs on the board, but that's not their priority at the moment. All about just getting to the end and then seeing what overhead conditions, seeing what the weather's like tomorrow morning when they start afresh. Knott's making 2:28 if you're just joining us. Half centuries from Ben Slater this morning, and then Joe Clark throughout the bulk of the afternoon. Clark making 64, 5 wickets for George Hill. Here's Dylan Pennington, fair-haired former Worcestershire man, down the leg side and out of reach of Lyndon James. It's going to be going to be cut off right by the rope here by Mohammed Abbas. And the supporters down here have got something else to get a little bit excited about. They're signalling that it's a boundary, but I think it's going to settle as a 2. So it's down the leg side and just deflected out of reach of the leg slip Lyndon James. That was very close to him, wasn't it? Mr. Bean off the mark with a couple, 8 for 1.
It's one of those on the when there's a third when there's a third umpire. I've been looking at that several times, wasn't it? Just did his hand touch the rope at the same time?
I actually think he'd only looked at it once myself. 8 for 1 as this one goes through Bean and into the gloves of the keeper. I think he'd only needed half a look at that one before passing on his verdict as to whether there was contact with the rope or not. Didn't need 2 or 3 looks, but Mohammed Abbas, I suspect, in all honesty, wouldn't have known that. I mean, he was just diving on the rope, just trying to stop the ball. Difficult to keep track of ball, hand, feet, body, and everything when you're just doing your level best to get around there and stop it. Looked like the rope move, certainly. Pennington in, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. Should be a nice day tomorrow if you're in the region, in the area, or even in the East Midlands. And what shall we do on Saturday? Do we fancy a drive out? Well, come to Headingley, there'll be plenty of room for you. Cricket will be good. Come early. Tricky these roads round here, aren't they? Always full of traffic. Be all right without the traffic. This one wide of the off stump and through to Verena. Near 1,000 times. I had to go round and round twice this morning. The right road, there was a diversion somewhere. And he's staying down the road, and 1 mile turned into about 3. 8 for 1. Pennington in his second over. Been out of action, missed 4 games. This is dropped on the leg side. Played in the first one fully. Second one against Essex, he picked up the injury and left the field. Missed 4 games and has now returned for the final one before the break, before the hiatus, halfway through the county championship season. Last year he was the leading wicket taker after that first half of the season, was called into the England Test squad, but then picked up an injury, didn't play for anybody the rest of the summer. Down the leg side, well taken by Verena. Good wicket keeping, good footwork initially by the little South African. Gets across there and takes the ball cleanly with a minimum fuss. And we've got a couple of overs left as the evening just starts to draw in. Light's been good throughout the day. Not needed the lights. Won't need the lights. 2 overs left. Yorkshire 8 for 1. Notts made 228.
Yep, and Abbas is going to continue for his final over of this opening day. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4 so far. Took the wicket of Adam Lyth, the only one at this point to have gone in the Yorkshire second innings. 4 slips and a short leg. Waiting for a catch. And Wharton opens the face and runs it down to a short third man, really. Picks up a single. 5 to him.
Durham last week, he picked up the 900th all-format wicket of his career. It includes, obviously, List A and T20, but he's knocking on the door of 800 of those in first-class cricket, 780-something in first-class cricket. Just in comparative terms, just a handful in white ball cricket. Phenomenal record, and at less than 20 apiece, 19 point something. Is an incredible player.
Yeah, superb bowler is in again. Round the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who defends.
Anybody who's struggling to sleep and likes the cricket, just have a look at Mohammed Abbas's career record and the variety of teams that he's played for in Pakistan. The bank, the post office, the railway workers, the fruit market, whatever. They've all played first-class cricket. Played for a phenomenal amount of teams. A little bit like Imran Tahir and the likes. You look at all the teams they've played for.
Here he comes again. Bean is...
Fingers up.
He's gone. He's gone. He's got a thin feather of an edge through to Verena. It was hard to tell from here whether he had or not, and to see Nigel Long raise the finger because Findlay Bean stood there as if nothing had happened. But he has gone, and his season is getting difficult. He's gone for 2 this time, 8 for 2. And we have just 10 balls remaining in the day's play, and Yorkshire are finding it at least as difficult with the bat as Nottinghamshire did earlier.
Tonight watch or not tonight watch, we're going to find out. 11 balls left in the day. Maybe 10 balls left in the day. So, a repeat on the scorecard. At the top of the order, the 2 openers both caught Verena, bowled a Bass for 2. It is coming out to the middle. 19 on his way out to the middle. That's Jack White going to come out. So Yorkshire have sent their number 11 out there to be a hero. Just won't mind that. Really won't mind that. It might be a frustrating time in the morning if they can't get rid of him, but very nice to have somebody out there who potentially they'll feel they might be able to put a little bit of pressure on it. And of course, Jack White's job isn't just to protect David Malan and those that are to follow. It's also to protect James Wharton here this evening. Sometimes the night watchers and the set batter sometimes get that wrong. And I see a little bit of a miscommunication towards the back end of the over. Let's see what happens anyway. There's 4 balls left in this over. White is a lefty. Mohamed Abbas has already winkled out 2 lefties in this innings.
Yep, and he's got a number 11 to bowl at here. So, Jack White has taken guard, and Abbas bowling to him short of length first up. And he dealt with that one okay.
It's the first one of those he's bowled as well, isn't it, really? Dug it in. Likes to put it up there and just try and get that little bit of swing. But, just trying to dig it in, perhaps take him by surprise. Hope that one would be popped up into Slater's hands at short leg.
So 9 balls to see off at 9 for 2. Zimbabwe, by the way, 23 for 2 in the Test match. In the second innings, as Abbas comes in now. Oh, White pushing at one wide of his body. Verena did really well there, going away to his right to take that.
He's taken that at leg slip, hasn't he? Crikey, that's moved a long way. A little bit with the angle. But, yeah, brings it in off. Wow! That's gone an extraordinary amount through the air. But, again, wonderful wicket keeping from Verena. Missed out with the bat today, only made a single, was bowled through the gate by George Hill. Those that were here, certainly those favouring Yorkshire, will have been glad to get him on his way.
The Bass again, and White solidly behind and defending. And that apparently is the end of the over.
Yeah.
Well done, Jack White, for seeing off those last few. James Wharton might be hoping he can take one here and leave White with the last 5 deliveries if he's playing the true night watchman role. Dylan Pennington is going to finish things off for the day for us from the Howard stand end.
Been absorbing, hasn't it? It's not been 100 mile an hour rattling along cricket in top gear all day, but it's been absorbing. You never entirely knew where we were going to end up to at 6:30. Notts for a good portion. Certainly when they went 119 for 4, 121 for 5, losing Haynes and Verena. Didn't think they were going to get anywhere near 200, let alone 228. Some useful runs down the order. Dylan Pennington with that 6 against the second new ball to bowl the final over of the day. First ball is pushed back to him by Wharton, and it remains 9 for 2. That'll be one of the moments of the day, won't it? The sixth, the first ball with the second new ball. Just heaved away. This little moment for Dylan, who made 15, was last out. 5 wickets for George Hill. 3 wickets and a good catch on the fence from Jordan Thompson. It's Pennington in, and it's going to be a couple here at least, pushed into the offside. Hamid, as I always end up saying it, losing his floppy sun hat every time he chases after the ball, every time he goes a little quicker than just walking after it, the old sun hat goes disappearing behind him. But they just take a single, and that's the wise thing to do. Now they're having a bit of a chat about what they're going to do from here. This chat shouldn't take long.
Just block it or leave it.
We're not running unless it's an obvious 2. Take you back 12 or 13 years to Trent Bridge when Samit Patel and Luke Fletcher ended up at the same end in the last over of the day. As Pennington bowls. And that strikes White, I think, on the thigh. Might have caught him at the top of the pad. Loops out on the offside. Lyndon James goes and gets the ball and lobs it to the ball polisher, Liam Patterson-White.
Yorkshire lad's been in touch listening to the stream with Arthur and John as he returns home from Headingley, having watched a great day's cricket, he says.
Ten for 2. Pennington. Empty backdrop behind him, empty stand bar. One or two hardy souls who've stuck it out. Bowls a full-length delivery that White eases into the offside. And it's just about it, folks. 1 ball left. Notts making 228. Bowled out in the 82nd over. Didn't take too long once that second new ball had been taken to get the last wicket, that of Dylan Pennington. But it was the damage done between overs 70 and 80 that really hurt Notts. They got themselves out of a bit of a pickle. Got up to a rather healthy 192 for 5. And from there, I think they'll feel a little disappointed that there were 228 all out. But I think through the day, 200 seemed as if it might be about all they were for, and this is edged just shy of second slip, Freddie McCann. And McCann makes the stop. I beg your pardon, there were 2 balls left, so there's 1 to go. Very nearly. Found McCann. Pennington round the wicket to the left-hander. So we'll go again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Grateful for your company if you're not coming to the ground. 10 for 2, Yorkshire. Dylan Pennington to bowl the last ball of the day. Hit him on the pad and they're asking more behind the wicket than from the bowler, who just sort of felt he ought to join in. Nothing doing. Not out is the verdict. So Jack White, not out, does his job as the night watcher. James Wharton is 6 not out. The 2 to fall. Adam Lyth caught Verena, bowled by Abbas for 2. And Finlay Bean caught Verena, bowled Abbas also for 2. Notts 228. Day 1's done here with Yorkshire on 10 for 2.
Thanks, Dave. Yep, absorbing game of cricket, as I think many have observed. And we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow, this time in the company of Paul Shaw as our third voice. But many thanks to Graham Colley for his input today. And from the Girdler and myself, well bowled Mo Abbas, well bowled George Hill, in particular for Yorkshire, as well as both Jordan Thompson and Jack White with the wickets, and Ben Code, somewhat unfortunate not to pick up any himself. And a lot of work to do for Yorkshire tomorrow, but also the same for Nottinghamshire with the ball. We'll say good night from Headingley, back at around about 5 to 11 tomorrow morning.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.